Hello everyone and welcome back to the NLC Week 2 Day 1. It is exciting to be back. My name is Alexandre Archaron-Maia and I'll be your host. And before we start the show, I would like to make a salute to my notebook because I will no longer be able to bring it because I have cue cards with the NLC. Yeah, I get excited with all the small things because I'm a top player, so whenever I got action, I feel blessed. Just as I feel blessed to be together again with Trouble and Goldberg.
Pointed to me in the beginning. Yeah, we keep upgraded. Notebook week 1, week 2, whatever those things are called. There we go.
New cards.
New cards.
So happy to be here. Just want to see if we're going to get any upsets because, yeah. Upsets.
I love the idea, but we are not alone on the studio, by the way. We're together with the casters who are going to bring all the action. Viperun and Henning, how are you doing, guys?
Hello.
Doing really well. Hi.
Well, this was a small introduction. Okay, I was expecting a little bit more.
They're doing great.
Week 2, day 1, how are you guys feeling?
I mean, it's really exciting to come in.
Let me take over. Let's do it one at a time.
Henning. Okay, Henning.
New phase. How are you doing,
I get
Henning?
to go first? Oh, thank you. I'm doing really well. Thank you for asking. I mean, coming in from the outside perspective here, not having casted NLC before, just watching it as a viewer throughout all of these weeks, actually getting like behind the scenes, seeing how it's all done. Looking forward to some great games today as well. So see you soon.
Viperun?
I mean, I'm hyped to be back. First week, well, my first day of casting, day 2 was an absolute banger. We've got some really good games today as well. And, you know, hoping to claw back some prediction results because week 1 was not... I didn't do boring predictions, but then the teams got boring results.
We know, Viper, and we know.
Being right all the time, I get it.
But we have to talk a lot about a lot of things, so I'll see you soon after the Champion Select. You guys are amazing. So, wait.
What?
What is this? What is this?
It's not Jinx B1. It's not.
Wait, what?
It is Goldberg 23.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
You got it, man.
Happy birthday, dear Goldie. Happy birthday to you.
As you can see, one of them almost looks like the Danish flag. I tried my best.
Oh my God. Wow. I'm actually speechless. This is so cute. Thank you so much. This is so cute. I don't know what to do. I'm so sorry.
On the caster's desk behind you.
If I knew this was coming, I wouldn't have ate all that chocolate before we got live.
I saw eating all the chocolates. I'm like,
I mean, should we get to eat the cake?
the plan worked out as we expected. So you can put the... Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
No.
He's going in.
Am I not allowed to eat my own cake?
No,
You're allowed. It's your birthday, my dude.
It's very good.
So while he's doing this, we should actually look into week 1, day 2, because we didn't talk about it last time. Did we got any surprises? Did we got the games that we expected? Did we had bangers? Well, we did have a beautiful game.
We did have bangers, but I don't think we got any huge surprises. I felt like the teams that were expecting to win actually went ahead and won. And as you can see here, Vanir didn't surprise us yet again with their playstyle. Crisp early game into a big deep dive into a certainty in the mid game where they usually somehow find a way to throw the game, and then they bounce back with their incredible team fight towards the late game to take the win.
Yeah, that's the exact thing. But I mean, they still have a roster that has star-studded names on it that we've seen in our league for so long. So it should just be a matter of time before they finally gel together. Another familiar name would definitely be Riddles, at least with their top side of the map. Niriki is a bit of more new team coming into our league, and I think that really showed in the first week of NLC. To me, they had the individual level, but you could clearly see on a roster basis as a team, they're making a lot of solo decisions. They're very disjointed in team fights, and it's something that's going to have to take a lot of time, or at least a few weeks, I feel like, to me, before they can really show up as a team.
On the other side, I do think we're going to see Astral as a team that is just popping off, showing off what they can do, and that team is doing fairly fine.
I mean, honestly, having another losing one academy team, which was Fnatic Rising, and having a new academy team, which is now Astralis, I thought it was going to be very interesting to see what they can bring into the table. And we've yet to see the Astralis versus X7 matchup as well. But from what we have seen so far, I mean, I'm pretty happy with how these guys are doing. They're bringing Rookie in the top lane. They're bringing a lot of experience in the rest of the roster with Cress in, Wendell. I think this is I forgot my boy Chris back.
Which is crazy, right? Because it hasn't really been AD carry focused, but I think already in day 1 and day 2, we saw different people show up. On day 1, it was a mage down towards the bottom. We played up towards the top side, but also in day 2, Taxer completely elevated himself on the first day where he looked incredibly anonymous. Then on the Lee Sin in this second game, I mean, come on, the man was popping off. So I think Astralis, a lot is still to be decided for them because I think they have the potential to show up too.
Dusty on the other side had to fought off versus Bifrost, and this is another team who's looking to the top of the standings. They're amazing.
Bifrost is doing absolutely amazing, right? Fury is popping off and whatever you put him on, and I feel like the return of the king, Shikari in the top lane, as the UK guys would like to call it. But to mention a little bit Dusty as well, as we can see here, I think it's a little bit uncertain on the way they want to play the game. I would like a little bit more for clear identity on who's your carry, how do you want to play? Because so far they've tried bot side, strong side, it didn't work for them with the Caitlyn Morgana. They tried their Rek'Sai, LeBlanc as well, that also didn't quite work for them. So I'd like to see them figuring out a way to try and get that early game going.
Definitely, and obviously ending with the banger. And if you haven't watched it, you didn't get the time to watch it, go back and watch X7 versus GDXL. That was a game that was highlight plays from not only X7, but also JDXL that came in as the losing team. And it felt like it was a battle not only on the macro level, but also on the individual level with the different mechanics we saw displayed throughout that entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember Eminus also on that solo kill onto Tempt. It was sight for sore eyes.
It was beautiful, but we need to see how the teams are now on the standings because we got 2 days on the first week.
Are they still first?
So, who's
Are
on
they
the
still
first
first?
side?
Let's go, baby! There we have him. It starts with an A, ends with a T. Astralis, Denmark #1 at the top, 2-0. Thank you very much.
I think he wins on the alphabetical order right here.
And we take that.
Schedule so far on the first week. Now the hardest schedule will start running in. Today they're facing Dusty, which is technically in the books because Dusty's 0-2 right now. It's another easy sort of game to play.
Yeah, you say easy. I don't think it's going to be too easy. I think Dusty has a roster that definitely showed us more than, Vanya's opposition, at least in week 1. I think they had the easiest schedule moving into the first week. I'm hoping to see them either having refined the issues we saw in week 1 or get punished for them, because the best way to learn is really to get heavily punished by your
So let's see what we have in store for you today. As you can see, it's going to be Bifrost versus Excel. This is going to be a beautiful game to start off the games today. Team Singularity is still looking out for that first victory versus Riddle Esports. X7 may get the lead on the top of the standings versus Nuriki, or unless Nuriki is able to surprise us all. M&M Gaming versus Astralis Talent. Astralis trying to get the 3-0 on the spot, and Vanir, as you were talking about, Vanir trying to get the 3-0 as well, but Dusty can do something.
This. The 1-10 CET is an absolute banger. Vanir versus Dusty. Let's not forget, Vanir gave us that 50-minute banger day 1 last week. If you haven't watched it, watch it.
That's not something I want again. That's not something I want again.
Stay tuned. 10 p.m. CET for Vanir versus Dusty. Have Dusty figured out a way they want to play the game? And can Vanir actually not throw the mid game?
I know it's still week 2, but a few players have been popping off, and we actually picked 4 of them for a few surprises to talk a little bit about how they play, how they are on the top of the standings for like a specific thing. I would like to talk about the player with the most kills, the guy that is going mad, the guy with the fury to come in.
I mean, you spoiled it. It's gonna have to be Fury. I just think this guy has grown so much throughout the NLC seasons. We started seeing Fury in a lot of compositions where he had to be the carry. He had to 1v9, he had to play the Sylas, the Akali, go in and create the outplay. Right here, he's taking a more laid-back approach to the game due to the meta as well, right? You have control mages, the Victors, then you have Corki, the ever-scaling marksman. So he's taking a more laid-back approach, but still, you see how much he's able to output for his team. So one thing that I would have to say about Fury is not only that he's a great carry for every team he's a part of, it's also his adaptability has been immense.
Yeah, definitely. He's always had a vast champion pool, and I also think it's impressive when you take into relation the kind of teammates you have on his team as well, because beforehand we always said, okay, Fury, you need to perform or it's not going to work. Now with this roster around him, we also get to see how his teammates is showing up, facilitating him where he can allow himself to take a more laid-back role, where you don't always have to be in your face, but but can allow himself to have a scaling option himself. So I think not only the evolution, but also the evolution of the team around Fury is very nice to see.
18 kills to start it off, so that is a good week. On the
2
other
days?
side, the guys that don't die, the Immortals, we can only have one as the show is calling off. So the guys who are just immortal so far
Can I guess,
on
can
the
I guess?
first week, tell me, who do you think it
Would
is?
one of them be the Return of the King?
Return of the King!
Return of the King, Shikari!
Okay, calm down, both of you here. But yes, you are right. Return of the King, Shikari. First game he had on the season was on the On, so maybe not the most impressive to come into it. But next one was the Renekton as well. And it feels like there is just room for these top laners to come in and feel confident on the Bruisers, feel confident on the Ons. Obviously, we are having a meta that's a bit more backline focused with the control mages, with the AD carries. But the fact that then the front line that there's peeling these guys can stay undefeated in terms of dying is actually super impressive. And Shikari wasn't the only one. I have to mention my own countryman in Carlson, of course, who's managed himself to stay undefeated, or unkilled rather, on the Renekton and on the set. He's been doing an amazing job as a rookie, not only in terms of ERLs, but also just in terms of the guy's 16 years old. We mention it every time, but I want you to understand how impressive it is that a guy of this age can show up on a team with a roster of the names that he's sharing them with, like Krez, Vendelbo, you know, former big names.
And you may have a lot of kills, you can actually go undefeated as well, but what about the guys that keep assisting, the guys that keep giving kills to the other ones?
It depends.
How does that depend?
Wait. What do these guys play? Do these guys play a champion that press E and W? Or do these guys create and get an opportunity for their teams?
What about both of them?
Ooh, both of them I do like that, because I'm assuming we're talking about Quickset for Vanir, and this is why we're not mentioning Vanir very lightly, and this is why they're also 2-0. I felt like his performance on both Lulu that you see right now, that was the 15-minute fiesta. He was protecting Kevo with his life every single time, on point with shields, on point with ults, on point with the polymorphs. And also I remember he has also played Thresh, which means you do get to play towards that front line. You do get to assist, but also create the engage, also create the disengage for his team. We've seen him right now on 2 completely different champions, and he has shined on both of them.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Lulu, okay, fair enough, but Thresh has been this guy's signature champion for as long as I can remember. You know, I've competed against the guy in my days back in coaching in the ERLs with the Nordic as well, so it's been a long time coming to see him back onto this stage. He had a long history of winning the Nordic Championship, then taking a break, then becoming a coach, then back to a player, now back here in the Nordics, and he's been doing a great job. This is the perfect meta for him as well, because there is allowance for you to be on the Engagers, or take a step back with the Enchanters, or have his signature Thresh ready with an Aphelios or a Jinx, so it's looking like a really good meta for him as well.
We're talking about 33 assists in only 2 days. That is spicy.
Okay, one of the games was 50 minutes long, right?
But still, you gotta give it to him.
All right.
And also, we have a little surprise for our duo analysts. We're going to make a quick game. It is called True or False. So I'm going to bring like a statement that may sound ludicrous, and you need to press a button that I'll give to you, and the first one to press it will get the answer first.
Did you know about this?
Oh yeah, definitely knew about the bottom. You already got annoyed at me when I kept pressing.
All right.
So it's time to give you the buttons. They don't know what the questions are because they are a surprise.
But I do know the button.
Yeah, he knows.
We have seen the button before.
The problem is he knows.
My button's not working.
Stop it. We took the batteries out for that reason.
So the first one to click it, we'll say the answer first. We have 3 questions. Do you want an answer?
Can we take it off
True or
of him
false?
already?
It's a 50-50.
It is a 50-50.
I like those odds.
If you get it right, you got 1 point. If you get it wrong, you got nothing, and the other guy can actually try and answer
Oh,
it.
come
So,
on, you can't be like this. He's cheating.
First question. MNS's has more solo kills than the rest of the league combined.
True. I think
Combined?
I think solo kills.
Solo
I
kills.
think he had 3.
Okay, what about you, Goldberg? What do you think?
Than the rest of the league combined. So we're talking about more solo kills in general.
I don't think we had a lot of
Solo kills. What's your statement? She got it first.
Is that true?
No, I don't want to say the same. It's false.
It's false. It is time to show you. Give me the answer. There we go. So, Meneses.
We know that one. That's 1 solo bolo.
That's 1 solo bolo.
1 tempt.
And it doesn't have 1.
He got a few in the sin. Yeah, it's true. It has to.
It doesn't have 2. He doesn't have 3
Yes, 4?
Got 5.
nor 4. He actually has 5.
Yeah, he's got
Which makes the statement. Can we show it? I don't know if we have it. I don't know. Should
it to
I
me.
say it? I'm
Give
gonna
it to
say
me.
it. I'm gonna say it. It is false.
Yes!
It is false because the rest of the league combined has 12.
Oh, come
But it's
on!
still good. I'm
You
solo
thought that was
kills.
enough? Embarrassing.
So let's go
minutes,
to the
Nate,
next
please
question,
step it
shall
up.
we? Let's make this spicy. I love this. The longest game in the league so far has passed the 50-minute mark.
I mean,
Goldberg?
It
It is true for you?
Vanir versus Singularity.
What about you? You want to go with the same?
But I was fastest.
Yeah. Let's see if you are correct. Let's see what we have in store.
That was easy.
That was an easy one?
Of course it
Why were you
was.
so slow?
Yeah, obviously it was game 1 of week 1, Vanir versus Singularity, which actually
Was 57?
3.
48.30.
What?
You lost!
So you got it tied up
You said
because
that
you
was-
guys both got it wrong.
I guess the
This is
question
amazing.
wasn't
Wait, no,
that
no,
easy.
no, no, no.
then, huh?
I don't get to choose. You said that if he gets it wrong, because he pressed the button, I get the point. I don't choose.
We didn't clarify the rules. I think we
We
should
did.
just move on
We
to
did,
the
we
next
did, we did.
You
question.
guys are tied up. This is the
1-1.
decider. This is the decider. This is the last one. Let's make it happen. Last one. Wendell has more damage per minute than half the junglers in the league. I'm not done with it. Than
Disqualified.
half the junglers in the league, including Haru from X7. Goldberg, okay.
That's false.
That is false, including Haru.
What do you mean including Howard? It's all the junglers in the league. Howard is
Half.
included.
Half the junglers.
Oh, half the junglers.
You want to keep it in, Goldberg?
I mean, I don't choose.
wanna lock?
I've locked it. I've locked it.
Final
It's
answer?
locked.
Locked it, yeah.
You as well?
If he's wrong, I get the point. I don't
Okay, let's see what happens. So, Wendell so far has been
Played lots of
smurfing in terms of damage, landing these beautiful skills.
Oh, I was sweet.
Lock it up. This was one of the deciders on
Surely.
the matchup,
Surely.
which
know which
makes
junglers
this
they've chosen.
statement
That's true.
true.
Yeah, what? Wait, no, I said false.
Oh,
God
you
damn
said
it.
false.
You
I
said
win.
false.
I win.
Goldberg, you said false.
Yeah, I did.
What about now? Okay, so true or false goes to Trouble Link 2-1 versus Goldberg, which actually makes the next segment.
I
one
would-
of
Makes me the
I
superior
would actually-
analyst, right?
I
I'm the
would like to
superior
say
analyst.
it was more me losing than you winning.
No. I'm the superior analyst.
Yeah,
It was you that's been quick on the trigger, my
Yeah.
friend.
So let's move on, which makes this kind of weird. It is a special moment. It is time to see the power rankings. It is time to analyze with the new Professor Heimerberg.
I did not come up with what the... Who made this? Who made this? I would like to clarify. First off, I did not come up with this segment. We are only 1 week in, so the power rankings you are about to see has only been on the first 2 days. I will have my arguments. If you hate everything about it, then luckily for you, my Twitter DMs are open. But I would like to build this power ranking into segments. We have the top 4. So I'd obviously say without reason, X7 is currently the #1 team we have so far. I think JDXL has been showing the most promise. Outside of that, I could have Astralis up there on a close second. The reason why they're #3 at the moment is because I think they were a bit slow in the beginning. That game 2 of the day really showed off a different style of Astralis, but once again, only week 1. You can easily move around. So don't get hurt out there. I know you have feelings. I know they get hurt easily. Don't worry about it. It's just a little power ranking. Bifrost, I think they're a clear top 4. I think they're the defining team, stopping people, or more like the gatekeeper of coming into the top 4, the top 3 themselves, coming in with a lot of ERL talent. And now we come into 5th, 6th, and 7th. This is where it became a little bit difficult for me. And as you can already see, you're seeing Vanir at 7 here, even though they're 2-0. I think the reason I have them here is because they were playing against the weaker side of the teams of the league in the beginning, and they showed a lot of inconsistencies. I think if they're able to show these inconsistencies does not exist against better teams where they won't get punished, then I definitely move them up the ladder. Dusty has had a hard time with their schedule in the beginning. I think you could argue, yes, maybe they should have won them. Maybe they could be 7 right now. But I've given them the benefit of the doubt and put them at 6. Riddle, to me, once again, can still be moved around with this 3, but they're one of the teams that picked up the win as well, but they also lost against X7, very tough opponent. So I'm willing to once again give them the benefit of the doubt. I like their top side of the map. It looked a bit more cohesive than some other things I saw from over here. Then towards the bottom, that's where it starts getting a bit easier. I just feel like M&M Gaming haven't really been able to show up as a team or individuals. I think Ricky has been able to show up more in individual style, but I think their team style, like the team play you have on the roster, has been very, very incohesive, let's put it like that. And then Singularity, I think they have it in them, but when I take a look at their individuals compared to some of the other individuals in the league and how messy their games become, I just have to put them down here. But once again, it is only the first week. I'm not out here to tell you that you're bad at the game or anything like that. It's just a little power ranking to have a look at later to see how the teams are evolving. So yes, thank you very much. That is the power ranking of the apparently Dean Professor Heimerborg. Thank you, production, for that image.
Yeah, no.
No?
No.
No,
Where
this is
are
a
the power
yes.
rankings?
This is a
This
pick.
is an absolute yes. Where are
This
the
is
power
big.
rankings, though? Where are the power rankings? Because I'm here to argue about them.
Yeah, go on, Trouble. What is it you don't like
production,
about?
give me the power rankings. Where are they?
Well, I can tell you that Vanir is 7th.
Okay,
it's not
I
one.
disagree with these two. I think that Dusty has showed us inconsistency in the early, mid, and late game. They haven't found a clear way to try and win the game. The early game scenario is always sort of taken away by another factor they haven't thought of, whether it's in the draft or in game. So for Dusty, I haven't necessarily found a clear win moment for them. Vanir at 2-0, I really believe on the players that they have in the team, and the fact that the only shaky part is their mid game gives me hope that they can actually figure out what they want to do with this mid game. I love their early, I love their late, and what they do with it with their team compositions that they build, and I think that Vanir could be a very good contestant for the top 4.
Well, we'll see today because luckily we will have them against Dusty.
The Vanir
later
versus
as well.
Dusty.
So, I mean, we get to have it. So, I mean, Vanny, if you really want to shut me off, you just got to show up in Game 5. That's all it really takes.
And I love the idea that you guys are not on the court, which actually brings these storylines even further beyond. I love this, which also makes me question if you guys agree on the predictions on today's games, because I know a lot of casters have been changing. And let me see, okay, on Riddle versus Singularity, people are going wild, and Jamada is the only one.
I gotta say,
believer.
Jamada, you're so smart. I mean, honestly, I had respect for you earlier. I mean, sometimes I lose it a bit when I see your prediction, but today, that prediction you're bringing out, I have to completely agree with it and call you the most handsome and brilliant, clever man I've seen in a long time.
You guys are both gonna go down together with Dusty.
Aside from that, we also have Viper Moon believing on Bifrost.
Okay, but
Only
like
one.
that's not even a surprise, right? Like Viper is drinking some weird tea. There's no.
But
there's no
honestly, I can see that show up.
Yeah,
Like I don't like. I
makes
think
sense.
there's crazier predictions. Like for example, all the Singularity predictions. To me, is the one that's standing out. I see a lot of green, but I mean, Nymera must have been feeding you guys a little bit of the good stuff in the tea because that is.
I believe in Singularity. I'll be honest, I believe because just as Varus says, beware of a man who has nothing to lose. So that is the sentence.
voice actor.
Yeah, I actually am.
He does,
Anime.
he actually does an incredible stuff out of it. But
I do a lot of
enough
animes.
about that.
But the idea is, if they have nothing to lose and they are spicy and they bring the chaos inside of the game, most teams won't be able to deal with chaos because they are not trained for that. It's really hard to deal with chaos in the middle of the game.
I mean, they've all played solo queue before, so I mean, obviously that is a little bit of experience that you get.
What is that argument?
Solo queue is pure chaos. What do you mean?
Well, I saw that today as you actually descended in Elo to D3 when you were a little bit above, but
It's been a bad day. Why'd you mention that?
what about the first game? This is going to be a spicy and the close one. It is going to be Excel versus Bifrost. What can we expect?
So I'm just gonna take it from Excel because they had a really good spring 2021 and then a really rough summer 2021 where they had to swap Marco and Advian onto their LEC roster, bringing back Dan. They've kept Dan for this season as well in their academy team, and they've also brought Kikis, who role swap from the jungle all the way to the bot lane. And we've also heard their coach talk about how proud he is of Kikis and how well he is doing on a new role. role. And also when we talked to Dan, he said that he doesn't necessarily have to communicate things with Kikis because Kikis was a jungler. So he knows exactly the steps Dan is going to be taking, and their cohesion together is just working really well.
Yeah, definitely. But as we're going to see the other end of the coin, and we see a lot of mechanical prowess coming out from the Bifrost members. I really like the compositions we've also seen from the side of Bifrost, because when you start out early in a season, trying to pull off amazing, difficult stuff usually don't work. This simple and easy to execute stuff is usually the way to go. And I feel like that's what we've seen from the side of Bifrost. We see them be aggressive from minute one on different kinds of compositions as well, where they always will have this backline carry, but it's the way that it's utilized differently with either Bruiser frontliner, a tank frontliner. They keep their aggression on different levels, different pacing. I really like what we're seeing from Bifrost so far as well.
And it's a team that has the Immortal on the top side, so also to keep that in mind to see what is going to happen on the Immortal on this game. This could be his fall. This could be the day where he actually dies inside of the Summoner's Rift.
Is it going to be?
It will for sure
It
be.
might be. I'm not saying it's going to be, but it might be.
Okay, so here's the thing.
You
We
know
have
me?
forgotten. Roll it. Show us JDXL, because they have Cries in the top lane. The boy is back to the Nordics, and he was feared when he played back in the Nordics back in 2019 for a reason. He was the next star top laner playing against the return of the king from the UK, who is Shikari. And I think that Cries bringing a little bit more of an aggressive style onto JDXL on the top side of the map could potentially here be the game changer. I see a JDXL that can carry from every single front. Cries in the top lane. They have Dan in the jungle, who played an out of his mind Xin Zhao on day one. And then you've got Eminence, who we will see as well later on. He has insane stats. The bot lane is doing really well as well. I felt like when I saw JDXL play specifically versus X7, I was quite surprised because they looked so put together. I think they lost on the details.
Definitely. I think another thing to mention, though, is that it's something I didn't think about just before now, but before our leagues weren't really combined. We had UK and Nordic separated. And while it was like that, Cries was one of the best top laners we had in the Nordics. Shikari was the best top laner we had in the UK. And now we finally have the leagues combined, and it's finally time where we can see some of the old blood of our two leagues meeting and facing off against
the King of the North versus the King of the UK.
Talking about the top lane, and I really want to go deep on that top lane, and we'll talk about that on Champion Select probably, but on the mid lane, this is the one to watch. We're looking into two guys that are bringing it all. On one side, we have Assassin, Syndra, and Zoe, and I hope Zoe wins, yada yada. On the other side, no, I don't. No. I really don't like Zoe. The idea is on the other side, you bring the Corki, you bring the Victor, you bring something that the team needs you to play, and he can play accordingly.
So here's the thing, right, with Fury. We were used to seeing him a lot on Assassins, the Akalis, the Silases, we mentioned it before. He had to play that playstyle because his team needed him to be that 1v9 machine. But now, seeing him on the Victor, seeing him on the Corki, seeing him on different roles that he had to achieve through the mid lane, being the facilitator on the Victor, creating space, being an all-in carry that scales into the late game onto the Corki. I think he's ever-growing as a talent.
Definitely, but it is also, as you mentioned yourself, it comes down to the members he's paired up with. The fact that he's allowed to now just take a role and sit back and relax a little more really just help a lot on the team. But on the other end of the coin, MNS to me has been the biggest surprise of a mid laner coming into the league. One thing was we didn't know enough about him. He's once again also Korean, like a few other Korean imports we already have in the league here. But he's been showing up not only on the likes of Syndra, as we saw earlier today, but also on the likes of the Zoe into the Akali matchup against none other than Tempt himself. It speaks to the talent we have in the league. It speaks to the matchup we're going to be watching, because we're watching one of the solidified mid laners later in Fury, and he's now coming up against the newcomer we have here in Eminence, trying to take over the spot as one of the best mid laners here in the North.
I think something that is really cool to mention, as well as the incredible graphic that they have right here, is that Eminence has 5 solo kills. The entire league combined has only 12, and he has 5 of these 12 solo kills, which is absolutely insane to think about. And also, I'm just really surprised to see Fury again #1 of the damage per minute.
That's the thing.
For his team.
Because you're when you said facilitate, I was like, that is great in Fury, but actually in practice, Fury is actually dealing so much damage. He's not only just a facilitator, even still as the mid laner, the one having the highest damage per minute. Eminence coming up close third, but it just shows the impact these two mid laners have on their team. There are a lot of damage coming out for them. So if you can keep one of them down, then you're shutting down a big resource for one of your teams.
Also, I really like how Eminence is first in kill participation for his team. Usually you would see someone like the jungler or maybe the support being first in kill participation, but this shows you how JDXL do play around that mid lane a lot, and maybe this is something we can keep our eyes on when we go into the first game.
There's going to be a beautiful game because we can talk the talk, but to walk the walk, we have the teams almost ready to kick it off into the Champion Select. I also want to know what sort of bans and picks are going to come out, because we saw on the top side GP being picked constantly, and that is one of the reasons why Cryz is so important to this team, to bring that global pressure. Can he adapt if they remove that GP?
So what I'm expecting this time around is not just one lane getting heavily targeted. Like, I still think we'll get the blue one Caitlyn that's going to be taken, or the red Caitlyn that's going to be taken away. I can imagine we will see a few jungle bans to come through as well, especially C-Boy's Lee Sin is something that he's shown a lot of prowess on. And then obviously you're talking top lane, but I also think some control mages in the mid lane probably will get removed. Eminence Syndra is something I could easily see be something that was taken away, just because the Victor, the Corki, they are two champions that can struggle in the early laning phase against this Syndra.
It is time to jump into that Champion Select. It is time to see what the players are going to bring into the Summoner's Rift. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you guys at home are ready as well. Spam the chat and give happy birthday to this guy as well as we go into the first game of Week 2, Day 1. Kick it off. And we are back into the Champion Select of the first game of this day. Week 2, Day 1 is going to be a beautiful one. Bifrost versus JDXL. Let's see what we're going to have on this banning phase, which is so important on this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think something that we didn't talk about is also the presence of the Twisted Fate that we saw over in the LEC, and it was very instrumental on a lot of the victors and a lot of the plays that are being made. And knowing that these two top laners want to go head-to-head probably in this game, I would definitely move it out of the game.
And there we go. This is very interesting. In the beginning, the Leona ban coming through was something that JDXL favored a lot. They second picked it last time they were playing against, or not against each other, but last time JDXL played. So you can clearly see that Bifrost, they acknowledge this fact and they just want to take it off the table immediately. Joel's been doing amazing on the Thresh as well, something that facilitates the hyper carries, so it just alleviates some of the, what do you say, priority on some of the champions you would pick, like in the not in the Caitlyn, but in the Jinx or in the Aphelios on the first few rotations.
And it's also something because Odie so far only played with the Jinx. If we remove that B1 Jinx to take him in, tell me.
There's also the Twisted Fate, and I see the LeBlanc being banned, and LeBlanc makes life of Twisted Fate really hard in the early game, but they decided to instead give the Twisted Fate over to Fury.
First time it comes through.
Exactly, it's the first time that it hasn't been banned here, but...
So I will say we have had full ban rotations where Twisted Fate has not been banned in the first ban rotation, but has then later been banned in second ban rotation.
Yeah.
But I will already say, with LeBlanc off the table, like blind picking Twisted Fate really isn't that much of a big issue unless you're scared of one of the assassins to come through instead. But Renekton is a champion that we've seen a lot, both from Shikari, but also other top laners. It is just one of these bruisers you can easily play for. Often we see it paired up with an AP jungler. Diana also left open, a jungler we completely also forgotten about. So there's still a lot of options in this draft to pick up from power picks.
So I'm thinking here, if I'm seeing the Varus being locked, that means that JDXL will probably want to create some space between them and Bifrost. I like the Zinzao here. I'm expecting maybe Eminence's Zoe to possibly come through as well. I think it pairs up really well, especially if you're playing more of a poke Varus. But this is perfect as well. The Renekton with the Yasuo and the Diana. We saw Mad Lions play the exact same comp over in the LEC as well. It's very easy, right? It's like I press R, you press your R, someone dies.
I'm actually quite surprised that they would just allow that rotation, because surely you know it's coming in the beginning, and now
it also makes Zoe really hard to pick in the mid lane with the windfall.
Definitely, and you can see when you're left on that pick 3 there, either you say, I will counter pick with the top laner, or I'll counter pick with the mid laner. The one you don't choose is the one that's going to suffer in the next ban rotation, because there's still a counter pick open for either the, I'm assuming JDXL will forfeit the support, so I'm assuming that they won't ban supports because they can get the counter pick themselves. So it's going to be interesting to see what Bifrost will try to take away from the mid lane champion pool against the Yasuo.
You guys think we'll have like a bot lane for both teams more utility-wise in get the focus on the top side, mid side?
So I'm assuming definitely Varus is going to need someone to protect him over there, but I'm thinking Vex right here. I'm thinking Vex has to get out of the table. She makes Yasuo's life miserable.
Terrible, yeah.
I don't necessarily think that Bifrost cared too much about the likes of a Zoe coming through, because Windwall makes it really hard for Zoe to function in the later stages of the game. But I'm thinking here, I'm like Varus, Poke. Yes, you create a lot of space with the Gwen, you create a lot of space with the Zinza. We could potentially see something like the Nautilus coming through as well for the side of JDXL, but I'm thinking mid lane, mid lane, mid lane. The only thing I'm thinking about right now is probably Victor. He does quite all right versus the Yasuo. He can harass the Yasuo with Q, he can push in the wave with E, and you can also create more space when the time comes and all that engage comes through.
So those ways, those are going to be terrible fights for Bifrost if they want to engage, if they have so much zoning potential.
You can already see the idea of JDXL ban. Not only is the Rail one of Joel's champions he picked early in week 1, but also you see the Nautilus once again wish to take it back to your call, Matt Lyons. When Kaiser played it, it was the Nautilus they were playing as well. It is just one of these champions that does super well together with the Yasuo, but also when you're playing against an immobile AD carry like the Varus. And right now, when looking at the support position, I'm looking at maybe it's something that can disengage or peel this Varus as well, because he is quite immobile. He's going to need someone that can help him out, or else he will just get shut down by the backline accent. But no, they're actually going to save the support pick. They value the bot lane so much at JDXL that they are just going to be like, you know, we already know what you're playing in the mid lane, so we're just going to be picking out lane ourselves here.
But I love this. This works sort of like a cannon minus the CC that the cannon provides with the ultimate, right? Because the second they dive in, you've got the Gwen, she's immune, she can only hurt you, you can't hurt her. Vladimir can also pile up, because everyone's going to be piling, right? The Diana piles in, the Yasuo piles in, the Renekton piles in. So the ultimate is going to do immense damage from the Vladimir. Yes, you might lose a Varus in the process. Oh, you'll definitely lose a Varus in the process, but hopefully you can turn it around.
So this is engage, engage, engage. We need to go to the back line.
Identity is quite clear right now from the side of Bifrost. It's all about diving in. Even your AD carry can dive in on that front, and you still have the opportunity of going AP Kaiser if you want to allow a little bit of poke in there, just because you only have one AP right now, and that is the Diana. So double AD, double AP. I mean, the different adaptive force looks good, very good right here. And JDXL coming in with a Galio to finish off their own composition.
I love the Galio. I love the Galio. I think this is a... Yes, we know we're going to have to sacrifice our ADC. Sorry, Zamulek, in advance from Champ Select. But I feel like if that Varus is able to put down poke beforehand on the engage, and people are already hurt from the side of Bifrost, then them engaging half HP into a Zinzao, Gwen, Vladimir, Galio combo, I think it could be very easily turned around, because the 4 champions that I just mentioned are so beefy. I don't see any of them going down in just one simple wombo combo. Sorry, Zamulek, you drew the short end of the stick.
I was going to say, he's definitely the one that's going to have a rough time for that one. But I think it's very much, this game is going to be very much about the solo laners, both the mid lane. How can they alleviate that pressure? Well, you have to pull, as you mentioned, up towards the top side. Gwen is immune, so how you can try and punish your mid laners or top laners when they're overextended is going to be the pressure of the junglers that we now have in this game.
One team wants to get away from the action, the other team just wants to go in and get team fights. This is Bifrost versus XL. This is the first game of week 2, day 1, and now we send it over to the casters. How are you guys feeling? This is an action-packed game.
This is going to be such an exciting game. The drafts are pretty crazy. I just want to get into it, honestly. Henning, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, the same here. I just really want to get in and see this action, because when I was preparing for this, like looking at the strong champions in different regions, I was a bit worried that we might be seeing more of the passive scaling style, like Corki versus Victor in the mid lane, just sitting back, and then they just pick, like Bifrost just throwing in the Renekton, Diana, Yasuo as the first 3 picks. I mean, I love this.
I mean, there might be some of that scaling nonsense later on. We have seen that a little bit, but we are into game for the first game of week 2. Bifrost versus coming up against JTXL. Really, really hyped, exciting. Is there a composition that you prefer? We know what the desk thinks, but what do you think, Henning?
I think the Galio pick rounds it out really well for XL. They've got some really like nice abilities to neuter the engage that Bifrost can throw in with the Galio, with the Vladimir pool, the Gwen is immune. So they do have all those tools. What I'm a bit worried about for XL is that they're lacking sort of the pressure early on. they can go toe-to-toe in the lanes, but if there's some aggressive early game plays for Bifrost, like roaming around, looking for the big dives after level 6, it might be hard for Excel to keep up. Kreis will have a tough time as the Gwen versus the Renekton. Vladimir not putting out much pressure early either way, so that's the big worry I have for Excel. But if they get through that, perhaps the rough early game, they should be in a better position.
I mean, having a lot of talent on their roster as well, we're going to have to keep our eyes on how they want to play these lane phases, because I think the Desk put it really well when they were saying they were kind of struggling to find a matchup to highlight, because they're all matchups that you can highlight. Shikari gets
yeah, and look
a
at
little
this.
bit, but Duel looking, double knockup. Zamalek takes the Ignite, has to flash over the wall. Kickers being followed up, should be able to wander away, but that's heal and flash burn from Varus, who's already the sacrificial lamb in this comp.
Oh, is he going to be forced to recall? I don't think so. He's going to be... Oh, he actually chose to go for the recall there, so... I thought maybe he was going to be staying, but he's going to be missing a lot of CS here, and if he gets behind, there's no summoner spells. I mean, Diana, not the strongest early game gankers, but after level 6, they could definitely look for some dives here, and a Varus that's far behind could be rough for him.
It's likely to be difficult, and actually Fury needs to be a little bit careful himself, taking a unfortunate trade in the mid lane against Emnes, who's a player who we've seen play so well in week 1. Yes, there's a one-on-one, but getting so many solo kills and having such a strong performance now on the Vladimir, which is something we don't see super often. But as you say, if he can survive through this lane against Fury, which early doors suggests it looks pretty good, that he could be a massive fulcrum for this team moving forward.
Yeah, I said something about him not having too much pressure early on, but maybe I should add that's based on old Vladimir, on how Vladimir used to work, because we've not been seeing him that much in competitive. And that old Vladimir, we're looking at sort of level 7, level 9, when you're really getting your Q cooldown pretty low. That's when you can go for the big lane pressure and then sustain up the harass that you're taking. But as it's looking so far, level 2 Vladimir sort of chunking out this Yasuo, and Emnes is looking really comfortable right now. But Dan might be looking for something here. Not spotted on any wards, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like he's coming in secret. Odie and Duel going to be in a lot of trouble. The Galio gets the engage. Double taunt on is really nice, and this should just be fish in a barrel. Odie burning. Odie goes down. First blood going over to Zamalek.
Yeah, it's just a solid gank from Dan there, able to path around really well, not being spotted out by any wards on the bottom side of the map. Also, Odie, having used the cleanse, chose not to flash. Not sure if he would have been able to flash away from some part of the combination of skills, but look at this. Dan coming in completely out of vision, and there's a beautiful CC chain. I think if Odie flashes immediately, he's still dead, so it's probably a good choice not to use that summoner spell and instead save it for any rainy days that could be coming up.
Yeah, saving it up. Good discipline just to hold on to that one, not using it.
Ooh, kick it.
Excessively.
Level 2 roam.
He's thinking about coming in towards Shikari on the top side, the unkillable top laner right now, but Shikari, level 4 on Renekton, shouldn't be in too much worry if Kikis is going to come in at level 2. Hasn't got the ultimate, hasn't really got that many tools, and maybe just protected for a dive.
Yeah, could be expecting that to come in, leaving the Varus alone in the bottom lane. Looks to be quite fine here. I mean, Varus can farm from long range with those Qs, being able to throw that out. So Zamalek looks to be fine here, and yes, Kikis is missing a lot of XP, so he will be behind on that, but that also means that Zamalek is able to pick up solo XP for quite a while, so he's catching up from that CS that he missed after the level 1 play. It's also even CS with Odie, even though he was forced to recall at level 1, so Zamalek is back in the game. Kikis is slightly behind, but I don't think that's going to matter too much.
No, it shouldn't be too much of a problem on the Galio, and of course, dying Odie had to walk back to lane as well, which is why things are looking pretty nice, but Duel and Odie are thinking about trying to get an engage on a little bit of poke onto Kikis, but couldn't find Zamalek overextending, which is probably the target that they wanted, but 5 minutes into this one, things have been looking pretty good for JDXL, but that being said, is the fact that the solo lanes have been a little bit quieter good for JDXL? Because we mentioned how they kind of just want to survive through it, and it seems they're doing quite a good job of that. As actually in the top lane, bit of a scuffle, but nothing too much.
Yeah, for sure. Kreis doing better than I was expecting here in this matchup. Seems to be quite confident here with the early steel caps, able to go toe-to-toe with Shikari, and as you mentioned, they're fine with the lanes going even here, but C-Boy looking for the top lane here. Gets spotted out by a ward though, so this Diana won't be able to find too much. 2 camps ahead of the Xin Zhao, so he's definitely pretty happy. Wants to farm for that level 6 and then go for some sort of big play with his first ultimate, I believe. That's what I would have done as the Diana, at least.
And when you've got the Yasuo in the mid lane, you've got Renekton in the top lane, you've got decent lanes to gank for if you've got the ultimate available. But now the top lane's both ultimate available. Shikari's just holding on, getting the damage and getting the solo kill into Cry. He's going to try and catch up with Mnez. 1 to the good.
Oh, that's a bit weird. I mean, I was honestly expecting more from Kreis. You're such an experienced, strong top laner. You should be able to know the damage points in these really common matchups. I mean, you are the one choosing to play Gwen into the Renekton. You can pick any champion that you want, with Renekton being first picked. Goes for the Gwen, goes for the big all-in, and just isn't even really close to winning it. So Kreis with a bit of a mistake there. Hopefully he can bounce back from that.
Fury not interested in being caught out by Kikis and just hanging around the top side. Doesn't have great vision on the bot side. It's actually completely owned by JDXL. All of the river is lit up by them, but Duel's going to look towards Zamalek, forcing the flash out of the forest, and actually going to take a little bit of poke on the way out as well, but should be okay just to survive. Guardian taking up the rest of the damage, and Seaboy going to be moving in, looking potentially to get a gank off. He has that level 6 that we talked about, so if there's an engaged follow-up from Duel, this could be pretty nice. Seaboy thinking about trying to look for something, but Zamalek might be a little bit too far away, and Galio puts up the wall, and they both walk out.
Yeah, what we've been seeing the junglers here is some different priorities. With Dan prioritizing the Ocean Dragon and securing that early objective for his team, while Seaboy's been farming to get a faster level 6 and then looking for plays with the ulti, but not able to find a play. Will Dan be able to?
Ooh, he's got the ultimate available. He could try and dive in and get the 2v1, but Shikari is just going to slice, doesn't need the dice, and then the bot side taunt landing onto Duel. Odie going to be poking back a little bit, not too much damage flying either way, but with no junglers in sight, the fight bot dissipates.
Yeah, and sort of passive so far, and especially with the early Ocean Dragon going over to JDXL, I'm liking their position right now. I mean, the early Ocean Dragon is going to help so much. It's for sure the best early game dragon to get if you're able to get it really early, and I think Dan was level 5 when he secured it, so that's going to give his laners actually so much more security and sustain. And speaking of sustain, this Vladimir is going to, especially with the Ocean Dragon, I mean, he's going to be full HP all the time, pretty much.
And he's having such a great time in that mid lane. We've got Bifrost starting up the Rift Herald, but both teams have numbers around the area, so Shikari and Seaboy need to be a little bit careful. Cry's coming in for the collapse. They might be caught between a rock and a hard place. The engage coming through, the ultimate will land. Yasuo getting some decent damage down, and they get the first kill of the fight. Kikis will fall as well as Cry's trying to run, trying to get away, but now looks to turn it around. Seaboy going low, has the shield, but will get deleted by the Vladimir. It's going to be 2 kills to 1. Rift Herald went down in there as well.
Oh, Shikari's looking for it?
Oh no, he's still looking for it, but it's actually Fury who picked up the objective. 2 for 1 on kills and objective secured.
Yeah, that was a really nice wombo combo for Bifrost, getting this big engage with Renekton and Diana Yasuo on top of each other. So as we'll take a look at the replay, we can see that everyone is coming in for this fight, but JDXL is slower. Varus is catching mid, and for some reason Vladimir runs towards the fight, then runs back towards the mid lane, and then goes to the fight again. So he's here far too late. And while JDXL are pretty much as strong as Bifrost, just looking at the 5v5 champions, it was not a 5v5 fight. I mean, Bifrost was able to use all of their strong team fighting abilities before everyone from JDXL was there, so pretty much a 5v3 in the early stages there, and Bifrost gets rewarded with the Herald. As you pointed out, it is on Fury though, so it's not as easy for them to choose where to put down the pressure with the Herald, since it is on the mid laner.
Absolutely, and this is what we see a little bit in NLC, where teams will give the Herald to a solo laner so that they can have the value out of it fully themselves, not sharing it with their junglers. This time around, it was just a case of someone needs to pick this up before we all get murdered by JDXL. So Fury happy to secure that one, but whether he'll just drop it down his own lane or will try and get a robe going. He has ultimate available, so does Seaboy. They could look to try and do a nasty gank bot on top if they're looking at it, but this is the power of what we saw from that combination. You mentioned it yourself, Renekton, Diana, Yasuo, such a lethal triple in that last fight, and hopefully for Bifrost, they'll be able to pick up a couple more like that. And getting a couple of kills on your Yasuo, has this made things look a little bit brighter for Bifrost?
Yeah, for sure. Getting this early couple of kills, 1,000 gold lead. They have bought themselves a bit of a lead, getting themselves a bit more time. But I mean, if I'm in Bifrost's shoes, I'm thinking that we should keep the pressure up. We should try to make plays with C-Boy and Duel, and that's exactly what's happening.
C-Boy getting played onto. There's the ultimate coming on through, and Rakan trying to follow up. Dan is in trouble. Everyone's getting into his area of effect, and there is the kill. C-Boy picking up his first of the game.
Are they going to be able to transition into something, though? They got the kill there, but, Vladimir defending his own tower really well right there. Might be looking to keep fighting on the bottom side as well as the top side. Crazy!
He's going low. Shikari still unkilled, but will he go down now? No, he won't. He survives with the dominance, picks up the kill as well. You can't take this man down.
Oh, the last second heal, or was it even a level up? I'm not entirely sure, but Shikari just living with a sliver of HP, and this is really painful for my countryman up in the top lane there. Crazy 0 and 2, getting solo killed twice in 11 minutes. Here's the Hex Flash from Kickers, though.
Ooh, nice talk coming off you. Fury might not be so lucky to survive. He will not. Kickers wanders away. It's as simple as that.
Really well executed from JDXL. They knew that Bifrost had just recalled with their jungle and support duo, so they were not on the map, and Kickers knows, okay, I have a short timing window, I can go for setting up a play, and with the Galio, with the CC chain, there's a lot of just keeping Fury stuck pretty much, and then comes the damage from the Vladimir. Here's the earlier play, though, where you can see C-Boy is actually pretty hard to take down with all of the shields coming in, and then the combo with the Diana and Yasuo ulti getting the kill right there. In the top lane, though, Crazy and Shikari, I mean, I gotta admit that I'm not too big of an expert in this matchup, but it just seems like Shikari is slicing him down. I mean, and there's not too much to say. The Renekton is just playing it well. He's utilizing all of the heals and some nice combinations with the CC and all of the healing coming in from the ulti as well. And a third replay. Wow, our observers are really smurfing it right now. 3 replays in a row, and this is just a solid. All the CC coming in from Kickers and then all the damage from MNS. A bit weird that MNS was not the one tanking, since you can just drop the aggro with the Vladimir W, but did not end up mattering because Fury did not have the backup from his teammates there.
We saw the second dragon go over to Bifrost during those replays, and it's an Infernal Rift to start us up in week 2. But I'm really excited. This game has looked really, really fun so far, and all of the teams are playing, both teams are playing well, right? It's not a case of there's been big mistakes from one side or another. There have been little things that haven't been optimal, but by and large, all the proactive plays are coming off for the two teams. So it's a question of who's going to make the next big proactive play. It could be Kickers actually, as Duel misses the engage, as Galio moving back towards the bottom side.
I think that's a really good point you just made. Both of these teams are looking to set up plays, looking to make things happen. They're not just passively farming. They want to see the action because they think they'll benefit from that, and I think that is good decisions from them. We can see Fury here having used the Herald, I presume, in the mid lane to pick up a couple of plates. They're still quite behind here on the CS compared to MNS, so he's going to be scaling up. And the reason that it's really important to be watching the solo laners here and how strong they are compared to each other is that I think both of these teams are looking for the 1-3-1 going into the mid game. Throwing the Yasuo and Renekton in the side lanes if you're Bifrost, and then if you're JDXL, you want Vladimir and Gwen in the sides. The question is who's going to be matching up with who, and who's going to be winning those 1v1 scenarios, and what factor is the Galio ulti going to play, because that's the semi-global. Speaking of the Galio ulti, here we have a fight.
Yes, just come in. Kickers needs to be a little bit careful. Zamalek's turned up, gets the root down. C-Boy will fall, and they managed to lock up Shikari, chasing him down as well, but he will be able to get away this time around. Now support is coming on through. Duel misses the knock-up onto everyone, though, and he's going to go down for the double kill. Odie has to flash away, though, as this is a complete and utter rout. Odie running to the wind down river. Shikari's made his way out, still unkilled, but Bifrost, they lose 3 members in a nightmarish manner, and they're going to lose Rift Tower as well. Odie might still make it 4, though. Running towards the tower, will be able to hold away, but still get taunted up. And there's MNS to pick up the kill. JDXL turn on the style and pick up a big lead.
What a fight! 4 kills, or maybe 3 kills actually going over to Zamalek, so he's really big on the Varus right now. 4-0 on him, 3-0 onto MNS in the mid lane. But look at this Galio. This is why this pick is so brilliant. Kick is forcing them all to run away, which means that Dan can survive through all that fight. And then it's just Zamalek cleaning this up. And with the Varus passive, it's not a reset, but when you get a kill, you get a lot of increased attack speed, which means that once you've gotten one kill, you can just keep shooting your bow and arrow, getting all of those kills. So 3 going over to him, 1 going over to MNS, and JDXL are looking to be in a solid position right now. I do like where they're at the moment.
Yeah, they put themselves into a nice stance from a little bit behind to a little bit ahead, about 1,000 as we hit the 16-minute mark. Bifrost need to find a solution because their re-engage in that fight was pretty poor, to be honest. Duel missing absolutely everyone with the knock-up and not really being on the same page with the rest of the team that were in full retreat at the time. Bifrost might have just given themselves a much harder challenge with Eminez. 3 kills, 4 kills on Zamalek, 3 of them picked up in that last fight. Members coming online. Look at the items as well. Things could be a little bit rough in the next couple of minutes.
I think Bifrost, there is the Chain of Corruption looking for the play, almost gets it. Cute combination there with the Gale Force together with the Varus ulti, trying to set up the plays. Now, but speaking of the fights that we've been seeing, Bifrost has a lot of burst damage and CC with a Rakan engage followed up by a Diana ulti on several people and then a Yasuo ult. That is what we define as a wombo combo. But other than that, they don't have that. Oh, well, might have to hold my tongue here.
Shikari grabs the Dominus, is looking to try and get back towards his tower, but could this be his first death? Dan is looking to take him down. Eminez with the ultimate should be enough to pop the crocodile, and there he goes. 3rd game in and Shikari falls.
Lot of healing there with the Gore Drinker and the Q when you've stacked up the Fury, but not enough to live through Eminez. And this Vladimir pick is really working out well. I mean, he's been pressuring Yasuo like the entire laning phase. I'm not sure how much this is Eminez being the stronger player. If he even is the stronger player, or if it's just Vladimir being a really good champion in this matchup. But this is a pick we've not been seeing that much. But after seeing Eminez piloting the Vladimir here, I mean, I'm expecting to see more of it. It looks really strong.
It looks like a very, very strong matchup in the mid lane. You can see why they were so comfortable picking this one up and leaving the support as their counter going into it, because they said, we already saw your mid laner, we know the solution to it, we know how Eminez can run this matchup, and he's definitely doing so right now. Infernal Dragon has flown down onto the Rift, Duel hanging on the side, though we can see a full fight as JDXL feel confident in taking this one. Teleport coming on through from Shikari, so it will be a 5v5 when he's in the mix. Going over the back a bit though, they've managed to catch out the jungler, and the damage coming on through. Seaboy has to jump away, his ult's no longer available either, as Bifrost might have to look to make their excuses and leave towards the bot side. The Dragon's been picked up, Seaboy's moving in, but he's got in a little bit too early. Will be able to steal the Dragon, but will fall for his sins. It's 1 for Dragon, and Bifrost get away.
Yeah, that was them. I mean, they're getting away with robbery right there. Seaboy being able to jump back into the pit. Actually, I think he flashed back into the pit and then got the smite fight there, winning the 50-50. Fight continuing, though.
I don't know if this is a good one that Bifrost wanted. I think they've agreed with me, backing away, trying to get the brush bait, but really don't want to catch anything.
Okay, so looking at the fight before there, I mean, I've been criticizing Cryzy quite a bit in this game. I mean, he wasn't playing too well in the laning phase, but that was a really nice TP. He was TPing on the ward where Dan is right now. Oh, this is the dive, though.
Oh, Shikari goes low. Where's the snipe? There it is. Zamalek picks up another 6 kills on the Varus, and they can continue the siege.
Wow, he's looking so strong right now. Zamalek's the carry. There's nothing that's too threatening for him to deal with in the enemy front line. The Renekton is going to be sort of tanky with a Styrax Gore Drinker, but you can tear through that if you're a 6-0 Varus with a lethal tempo, this sort of auto-attack based build. Not the lethality one, you're able to kill tanks pretty dang well, and Zamalek is going to be having a field day this game. I think if Bifrost are to win these fights, it's got to come down to somehow Duel, I think, finding Zamalek. Oh!
Eminez, the
That's
king of the solo kill, does it again.
Bolo.
Does it again. He's just so great at knowing the damage limits.
For sure, when you're stacking up that 3rd Q on Vladimir that deals extra damage, and then he's just used that entire no, he didn't even use the ultimate, I think. I think that was EQ Ignite. No Ignite, no Proto Belt. That was EQ Proto Belt, pretty much. Just one-shot the Kai'Sa. Looks pretty strong.
No.
And now he's got the Sonius as well.
That's definitely
for sure.
the problem. Because Odie was a player who played really, really well in week number 1 on the Jinx, and now he's on the Kai'Sa, and 0-3-3, 40 farm down. It's not been the most fun interactive gameplay experience for him. Gonna have to try and find his way back in. Of course, Bifrost want to be playing off these big ultimates and these big teamfight combinations, and Kai'Sa's kind of the standout, not really involved, but can still bundle forward choice. What do you want to see Bifrost do in this situation? Because right now it feels like they're just hemorrhaging advantages and hemorrhaging ground.
They're trying to throw out the 1-3-1 here with Yasuo and Renekton in the side lanes. Not sure how well that's going to work. I think the play to go for is just to try to find a pick. You have the opportunities, like you have all the tools in the toolbox to be able to make that happen, but it's going to be down to Jewel on this Rakan and the entire team to control vision in their own jungle, sweeping it out, and then maybe waiting for JDXL to overcommit. Speaking of an overcommit, though, might be Bifrost who got too deep.
Fury trying to try and get away. The shield has been popped. He's taking so much damage, but we'll be able to stumble away for now. At least dive forward from Dan, but he can't get the kill either. C-Boy is going to be waited on so that they can both get away. Shikari dives on the Cries to try to stop him getting involved, and they will be able to do so. C-Boy gets the shield and has to dash away, but Kickers goes low. He's actually going to go down. They overextended just a tad, and Bifrost actually win out on that fight.
Did they, though?
Eminence goes in. Side. He's going to try and go in for it, but there's the combo. There's the shutdown. Going in onto Fury. Dan going to be chased away. But he's looking like there's high health bar. Zamalek going to snipe back, but it looks like Bifrost happy with the 2 they've gained, and they're going to back off.
And something I thought about the team comp from JDXL earlier on is that they can't really engage, like, ever. They don't have the tools to make a pick of their own and try to, like, set up the fight themselves. They just have to be calm and collected in this 1-3-1. Since they're winning the side lanes, I mean, that's going to be fine. And then you have all the disengage and dodging abilities in the world when Bifrost engages on you. But instead they try to go for the engage themselves. Kikis channels the taunt in a bush, I think. That's how they started the fight. And in the end, sort of gets a little bit punished at least. Not too bad for them, but definitely good for Bifrost coming back a bit in this game.
Getting themselves out of a small amount of the hole. They're still behind a couple of 1,000 gold at 23-24 minute mark, but if they can turn fights like that and they can force overextensions, then maybe they've got a chance. Now, Shikari, half a health up against Cries. It's a 1v1, but Shikari now doesn't feel so confident in the matchup. Going to be backing away. And, of course, Gwen, we talked about getting a couple of items coming online, is almost at that 2-item mark. And C-Boy going to be roosted up, goes golden, duel using that ultimate. Look for the engage, finds Zamalek and follows through Odie, but now Zamalek's the statue as C-Boy moves on forward, misses the ultimate onto the right. Varus, who will be able to move away. Odie gets the first kill in the fight. C-Boy in the backline will be able to assassinate Zamalek before going down as Shikari teleports in. Dragon on the map. Both teams can fight over it, but again, Bifrost win the fight 2-1. Eminez looking like he wants to re-engage. Dan on the side could look to do the same thing. Cries picking up the blue buff, as it looks like Dan is going to be the one to pull the trigger. Duel diving on forward, but now Fury's left alone with Eminez in the mid lane, and Bifrost needs to back away. Fury diving on through, taking a lot of damage. The ultimate has popped. He needs to try and get some sustain, some healing, but he will not be able to as Eminez picks up the kill. Now Cries on the other side is pushing members of Bifrost away. The objective is theirs as JDXL take the fight.
Able to get it here since there's no jungler on Bifrost who could steal this away, but Bifrost, what a weird fight. What actually happened to your team right there? You were in a 4 versus 3 scenario where you had all the control, you had the vision control in the bushes, you were able to play that out a lot better than what happened with Fury going down, I believe. But this might be the Baron. JDXL is going to be starting that out with C-Boy actually making his way in here, so could be this might fight if they want to challenge it, but I'm not sure if they do.
I think it's going to go down too quickly. Kikis is being the bouncer and doing an excellent job at it. Is Galio not going to be able to let anyone through, and that's the secure from JDXL. Duel tries in vain to go in, but now he's going to try and get away, speeding up C-Boy and himself to try and escape. Will be able to do so, so Bifrost don't lose any members, but JDXL have Baron on 5.
Yeah, and Baron with a 1-3-1 comp that's ahead. That's really, really hard to deal with. I mean, I think you just throw the Vlad and the Gwen in the side lanes right here to buff up all of those minions in all 3 lanes. And what can Bifrost really do? It's going to be really hard for them to play against that, if that is the play that JDXL wants to set up here. I think that's what they should go for.
See if they follow your advice or if they go for something a little bit different. Fury and Seaboy on the bot side. Odie coming down as well. Bifrost just wanting to start forcing in some objectives. Pushing where Baron is not will allow them to take a couple of bricks down. But things feeling pretty tense from them right now as JDXL look to have control over the whole map. Sending members back. Bifrost looking to get into that inner tower. And actually if they can grab 2 here, that's quite a nice return.
Yeah, for sure. I think Bifrost is just going to be giving up all the towers up until their own base and say that we're going to make our last stand at our inhibitor tower. And if you're able to pick up 2 towers for free before that, I mean, it's just a lot of gold going into your pockets. And there have been some big items coming in right now. Kai'Sa's build just unlocked with the finishing of the Muramana and the Nashor's Tooth. And we also had the Infinity Edge for Fury. So a couple of big items just came in for Bifrost. They are still behind, but they could definitely win a fight here if they played well, and especially if they're able to catch out Samolek, who does have the Sonias though, so it might be a bit hard to catch him because of that.
Yeah, Samolek knows that he's the target, and it's like, I'm just gonna grab myself a defensive AP item, don't mind me, it kind of works with my kit, and it's going to be impossible for them to lock him down immediately if he can get his hand on the draw fast enough, so making himself a much less appealing target. Eminez, of course, 6-1, also has the W to turn into a pool of blood and avoid a lot of the damage being thrown his way. So Bifrost might have the tools to engage, but they haven't really got great targets. As Fury's going to dive into this bot side to try and clear out these minions, but with the Baron empowering them, it looks like Yasuo might have to just back away.
Yeah, so all of the outer towers are going to be going down here. I think the big question is what's going to happen at the base, at the inhibitors. Will JDXL go for a dive? Will Bifrost be able to defend? Will they actually look for a pick in the jungle, which they did here with Jewel popping the quickness, but did not get anything out of it except for the pool from Eminez, and that's that going to mean mid lane tower going down, perhaps?
Kikis was thinking about it. Shikari was able to dive away. He only one taking the taunt and does manage to survive, but looks like JDXL have moved all their members mid, keeping this cannon alive and chipping down towards this mid tower. The wave clear is not super long range from Bifrost, so they might struggle to break this one unless they go for an all-in engage. Seaboy throwing it through, but there's the Baron falling off. They keep their towers for a second longer, but Kryze is going there. There's the engage coming off through. They know that a member isn't there, and the damage is coming thick and fast, but no kills just yet. There's the first one of the fight. It's Odie dives in to try and get involved, but Vladimir takes him out of the fight effectively, and Bifrost are just melted through. Gwen and Vladimir finally online. Duel is the last one standing, but he gets cut to ribbons, and it's gonna be JDXL taking themselves to a positive win rate and taking down Bifrost.
JDXL really making this comp work, playing it really, really well. I mean, I don't think you can see my cam right now, but I'm taking my imaginary hat off for Bifrost. I think that was a great attempt, trying to defend their own base, getting the flash engage with the Diana and Yasuo ulti on 3 people. That is pretty much as good of a fight as you can realistically be hoping for when trying to defend your own base. But in the end, JDXL too dang strong.
They have shown that, and now members are coming out to defend, so Bifrost looking to try and put some damage in, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do so. There's 3 members there, but JDXL, they're going to be piled onto by Bifrost. The Nexus is certainly low, but Seaboy's going to be able to get another. Eminez is still alive. Can they take him down before he takes the Nexus? Yes, they can! Bifrost hold on! Odie grabs a triple. We thought they were down and out, but they're still in the game.
Wow, what is this, Viperoon? I was sure the game was about to end. I mean, the first thing that comes into my mind, which is maybe why I'm not actually playing in these sort of big stake tournaments, is, okay, how could JDXL do a cheesy backdoor and finish off the Nexus? But I don't think they have any really good ways of doing so. There is a TP on Kryze. Look at this. There is the engage from Bifrost, which is pretty much like the best they can hope for. They're layering everything on top of each other, with Odie jumping in on the Kai'Sa as well. But in the end, JDXL are just too tanky. Kryze, Eminez, I mean, they are not going to be going down here. There's no great tank killing on the side of Bifrost either. Look at the towers here. This is got to be really, really close towards the end here. Oh, Eminez going for the pool, survives for a while, but that is really close. I think that's like 500 HP or maybe even less on that Nexus. Wow. There is a ward. Yeah, for sure. There is a ward on the Nexus, and Kryze has the teleport, but you have to see all members of Bifrost outside of the base in order to go for that, and I don't think Bifrost is gonna let that happen.
Now, keep my eyes on the minimap, though, because you talked about cheesy ways of backdooring. That would certainly equate to one of those. And if they commit, Bifrost commit all 5 members, as you say, the Gwen does a decent amount of damage in quite a rapid succession. Could look to take the Nexus down, but Bifrost are committing members forward. Shikari moving back towards the base, maybe smelling something is up with that long. Oh, there's the teleport coming on through. Keep your eyes on the Christ. He's going to the base. Will anyone be able to get back and stop him? Shikari is running, but it's just going to be the Gwen cutting the Nexus to shreds. And that's the win for JDXL.
Wow, the modern day Expeke Crazy on the Gwen being able to finish that off in style. I like it. You can also blame Bifrost for showing 5 people on the map outside of their own base, which you're not really supposed to do, but in the end, really well played from JDXL from start to finish, and gotta say you love the style that game ended in.
You say that the reason you're not playing in these tournaments is because you go for the cheesy backdoors, but I mean, if JDXL want to do it, maybe there's still a chance, but they just look so great. And Bifrost, fair play to them. I think they had a decent performance. A couple of them did really well. Seaboy, I think, had a very good game. Fury, I think, was very good. But we're going to have to throw to a break now. When we come back, it's going to be the analyst desk breaking down that game and grabbing a couple of interviews. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the NLC after the first game of week 2, day 1. It was JDXL versus Bifrost, where XL actually took the game, and now on the standings are above Bifrost for the first time in the league. And without further ado, I know I have someone with me. It is Dan. Are you there, Dan?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you for
How are
having
you
me
doing,
again.
man?
I'm good.
A smile on your face. Obviously, this was a good game. Like, your team prepared themselves with the champion select. And I would like to talk to you about the disengage you guys brought into this game. Why did you brought a lot of disengage?
I mean, we weren't 100% sure if they were going to play Yasuo or Diana, so we kind of flipped that they weren't going to. But yeah, we kind of pivoted like halfway through the draft to try and make it as difficult as possible for them to one-shot us. And obviously we played a few fights in the early game a bit too grouped and got blown up for it. But honestly, like, we adapted pretty well through the game and found how to play a bit more with space, and yeah, eventually won the game off of it.
And I love the idea that you guys prepared something to deal with Diana, with Yasuo. A lot of people in the competitive scene are having like some struggles, but you guys were able to adapt really, really fast. And also, you gave a lot of attention to the bot lane. On the Champion Select, we were looking into the team and we thought, okay, Varus is going to be the sacrificial lamb, but you gave a lot of attention in order to actually have your AD carry ahead of the enemy bot lane. What was your mind process through that decision?
Well, honestly, I thought we had two scaling solo laners, so I didn't think they needed too much help. And Gwen is quite hard for Diana to gank since she can't use Q or E outside of Gwen's W. And then I saw there was like this cheese in a bot bush level 1, so I just wanted to go there and punish a volatile lane because their wave state was not so good. And we saw Diana did a bit of like old school pathing where we do like starting raptors and then path down. So I knew Diana couldn't really be there for counter gank with good health. So yeah, it was a free gank.
And also, that was an idea to distract the mid lane when you guys brought in Vladimir, a champion we don't get to see a lot of the times. Can you tell me if it was like your mid laner asking for Vladimir as an answer towards Yasuo, or was this like a team decision to bring someone that could bypass the wind wall with the ultimate, empowering all the damage of the team? Who decided on a Vladimir?
No, Eminence just asked for it. Like, he saw it was a good position to pick it, because obviously Vlad avoids the wombo and scales pretty well. So he just asked for it, and we trusted him. Honestly, I didn't expect to pick Vlad today, but yeah, it worked out.
That was a good idea and worked out so far. This way you can actually be on the top of the standings above a Bifrost at this point. Also, I want to ask you something that is not related to the game. I know one of your favorite memories in League of Legends was in 2019. Can you talk me like what happened in 2019, that experience you had?
Oh, well, I got promoted to the NLC side of Fnatic, and obviously I got to scrim with them and play with them and have like pretty good experience. I went to Rift Rivals and played there, but my highlight in 2019 was going to Worlds and experiencing like the atmosphere of being in like football stadium like crowd. Just to feel the atmosphere and to experience that was really, really good.
Like getting to see the big stage. Is this something that you wish for? Like, is this one of your goals competitively? Is this what you want to achieve in the future? And you think this team will probably get that stage one day? Tell me about it.
Yeah, I do want to play. Like, obviously, I didn't get to play on the world stage. I only got to experience what it was like. So for me to play on a stage of that kind of size, and obviously with like the amount of attention on like EU Masters now, I think it's more than achievable with this roster to play in front of a live audience like that. I think it'd be like a really insane experience.
Makes a lot of sense, like step by step, stone by stone. I love the idea. Thank you so much for being with us today. Good job on this victory. I would like to see you on the next day, week 2, day 2, what you guys are going to bring in. Good job so far.
Thank you.
There we go. This is the end of the interview. On the winning side, obviously, we have to take a peek on what happened on the other side. Bifrost came in so strong and they had the composition to just dive on the backline, but apparently it didn't work out due to the fact that XL had a lot of disengage and they played accordingly to that. Getting that Varus with attack speed, something none of us were actually expecting. We all thought he was going with that really far away pawn composition, trying to get the lethality, trying to get the ability haste. Even if Yasuo brought in the wind wall, well, that's one arrow that is going to be blocked. The other ones can actually come in for free, but it was attack speed, and it worked out. The score at the end of it, the KDA spoke for itself, and even Vladimir just running away with the score. And the top lane, though, was quite different from what at least I expected. So that's why I wanted to talk with the other side to see what Bifrost have to say. I don't know. I have C-Boy right now with me. Are you there, C-Boy?
I'm here. Hello.
There we go. Nice smile on the face. I love to see it. So this was a tough game. Can you walk me through it? Like to begin with, you guys brought a lot of dive, Diana, Yasuo. On paper, everything worked out. What happened?
Yeah, we basically got the draft we wanted. We wanted the B1 Renekton with the Yasuo Diana. So it was like, it went really good for the Herald fight. And then we wanted a bit more at the top lane Golems fight. And we were just not coordinated enough in that one. And they just, I mean, I think they just snowballed really well after that. And they figured out that they just need to zone me in the fights. And if I can't get a flank onto the Varus or Vladimir, it's very hard for us to engage on them.
So that is one aspect that I really want to talk about, and I'm really happy that you brought it in, the vision, the control of the map. Do you guys think that you lost the control of the map vision-wise way too soon to make this Yasuo Diana alongside with Renekton to work?
Yeah, I think after the top fight, they had 2 lane priors, I think, with the Varus and the Vladimir. So they basically decided what side on the map they wanted to play. And it was very hard for me to go in because Galio was always the first one, like basically just looking at me, and I don't really want to go on him. So it was hard for me to go on Varus without flash. And yeah, they played it really well around the vision.
As a jungler, as a Diana, you're looking into this game, you see Jin Zhao looking for the bot lane, you see Vladimir killing in the mid lane. What is your thought process of what do I need to do to help my team run away with the score? What did you think that would work?
Basically, when we play Yasuo Diana, I just need to get to 6 as soon as possible. And with our laners, we had Yasuo mid against Vlad, so it's not really easy to gank. And I'm pathing bot to top. We could have looked for the Gwen maybe, but our goal was just for me to reach 6 as soon as possible and then try and sync up with the Yasuo and look for the wombo combo.
Okay, but you guys still have a long road ahead. You guys know you have it top of the standing still. So this is only one game. It happens. Are you at least excited? Are you ecstatic? The team is still comfortable?
Yeah, we're still very comfortable. We believe we got what it takes.
There we go, C-Boy. That's what I want to listen to. Thank you so much for being with me on the interview. I wish you luck for the second day of week 2.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Obviously, this is amazing. He's still happy, and that smile brings a lot into the team. As long as you feel comfortable, as long as you're feeling confident, obviously your team can work around what happened on a single game, because this is a best of 1. Who knows what would happen on the best of 3? But we need to go further. We have the second game line ready up. After this little break, I'll see you soon. Welcome back to the studio. There we go. It's going to be Singularity versus Riddle, the game that everybody's talking about on social media. I got slapped by Riddle. Like, what are you telling Akaram? What do you mean?
Say, this is probably the matchup where I did not expect the opinions to be this divided. Just because, yes, I guess, or I get where some of you are coming from. To play the devil's advocate on Singularity, like, you have a solid pillar in the mid lane with Muta, definitely one of the guys that's been stable. But I think that's the thing with Singularity. A lot of them are stable or unstable. I don't see that guy who's consistently very good that's driving this team forward. If you can hold on for a good amount of time with a decent, easy to execute draft, then maybe I can see it. But I just think on the side of Riddle, the top side of the map, it's so heavily stacked that it's making it super difficult.
Yeah, and also we have to keep in consideration MC, right? This is kind of looks like his meta,
Yeah.
with the Diana being so prominent in the pick, bad rotation, and other AP junglers I've heard rumors that we might be seeing Rumble coming back, but I don't know about this. Maybe. It could be. Obviously, we're looking at... Obviously, we're still looking at like Zinzaos, the Viego, there's the Lee Sins. But again, looking at MC, I wouldn't be surprised like to see maybe a Nidalee respect ban.
And that's the thing, right? Because we've already seen one AP jungler. Diana is the kind of champion that has set its presence a lot in this meta. MC did this before it was cool anyway, so did the way Slow Q. They love to play the set in the mid lane, even last season. They love to have this AD bruiser, but they can also play the LeBlanc to have this facilitator, or not rather than a facilitator, more like a catalyst in the mid lane as well. So I think from the side of Riddle, they have incredibly scary solo lanes, and that's probably the thing you need to shut down. But if we want to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Muta into slow Q, if you can stabilize it and get a little bit of priority there from the side of Singularity, maybe you're slowing down the tempo of Riddle a little bit. But I have to put my eyes onto the top lane as well. Kex versus Tatooine, that's a matchup for sure to highlight.
Oh, I love this one. And honestly, Kex to me comes in mind as the weak side top laner. He's like the Odoamne of the NLC, if you will, right? He will play the Orns, he will play mostly weak side, he will play towards, we've also seen him play Poppy a bunch of times as well, which is really strong into jump and gates champions. And on the other side, Tatooine, for me, has to be the carry for Singularity. He has been one of the more aggressive top side laners that we have seen, and I can't wait to see him on something like this. I don't think this is an actual surprise MC respect ban.
And then again, and immediately over on the other side, if you don't already know, Muta basically for the majority of 2021 was a Seraphine one-trick pony. Then obviously control mages would have to be picked up by his arsenal. And what's the next control mage Muta had in line? Well, it was the Orianna. So you can clearly see that Riddle is targeting and singling out a single member.
Are we going to have 6 AP champions? Go. Yes or no?
Do it. Yeah, I want
no?
it. Yes, yes. No, give it to me. Now, come on. No, you can't build like a with MP. Yeah, I don't...
His Caitlyn is still up. Well, Caitlyn, Twisted Fate, once again, is one of the champions still up as well here. It's actually quite curious. It's actually quite curious to see what they prioritize, and I don't expect a first big Riven to come through. I would expect the Caitlyn to come through here, just because it is one of the AD carries left open. The thing is with Caitlyn is that she's the kind of AD carry that draws the entirety of the attention of the map down towards the bottom lane, because of how strong she is getting one of these lanes ahead.
See, that is scary. That gives the signal for Singularity that they want to play towards the bottom
That's the thing,
map.
right?
And for me, Tatooine is the big focal point for Team Singularity on who has the most carry potential in this team. So now I would love to see how this shift is going to work in likes of Singularity and what Tatooine is going to choose to play on the top side, because that gives Kex the R5, since their bot lane is a little bit more of a passive bot lane.
And brilliant pickup if they lock in this Karma as well. In LCK, this has been the response pick to Caitlyn. Every time she comes through, you either match it with an Ezreal or Jhin, and then you pair it up with a Karma as well. Just because she is one of these supports to deal well with the pressure that comes through from a Caitlyn. She has a lot of damage in her kit to kind of force the Caitlyn back, and especially because we've seen Caitlyn so often with her Lux. Well, Lux is having a harder time trying to hit that binding once you get the shield from Karma to come through. So I have to say, while letting the Caitlyn power pick go open, I can definitely see what Riddle's plan is right now, and as we can see from the picks, Singularity is playing into it.
So the one thing that usually ruins plans for a Caitlyn down the bot lane is Gangplank. We've seen it before from Dusty Viking Talkers. She was like, I will be seeing barrels, for the next month to come. So I'm thinking right here, if Singularity don't want to grab it away and possibly put it on their top side of the map to be able to assist the Caitlyn Lux, it could potentially be taken away by Riddle. or Bandaway.
Oh.
I don't necessarily see here the Gangplank picked for Kects unless they also want to go for the weak side top lane, which then it means that maybe we're playing towards Loki, so I don't see that happening necessarily.
Oh, it's interesting now with the Graves because this creates an interesting dynamic in the team as well on the side of Singularity. We're no longer looking at, per se, dives in the early game because it's a bit more difficult to set up a dive with this team roster now because you don't have this immediate engage to come through. Instead, it's more like, okay, we have priority in the bot lane. Let's try and use this priority to play for the Graves. So it's creating a different dynamic like that between them.
And on one side, you see Riddle building up a lot of range to outrange that Caitlyn. On the other side, you have range champions, but with not so much range aside from Lux. So and also they're really, really squishy. So the player you want to give those hyper carries, or at least carries on the top lane, now has to play a tank.
Yeah, that is true. And also the Gangplank, I think it is very clever from Singularity to stop any shenanigans from stopping the Caitlyn Lux advancing into the bot side of the map. I do like the fact that we have the Jhin, the Kama, and the Koki. All three champions can poke later on. But so is the same for the side of Singularity, right? Because if you hit a binding and then you Lux Caitlyn Graves combo, someone absolutely dies. Now, the thing that's really crucial here is where's the Graves going?
Yeah.
Because I see Pop playing Graves. He's played the Karthus before. He likes the more scaling sort of neutral junglers, but then I'm looking towards Tatui. Maybe Tatui wants to pick it up top if it fits the draft. Maybe we can also have Muta play Graves. I mean, Muta doesn't really strike me as a guy who plays Graves, but we could potentially see it. It's a triple flex. I'm most likely seeing ending up in the jungle. I'm not gonna lie here, but it is a triple flex, and that is something that Riddle should keep in mind here.
The thing is, at least Riddle can use this to hold on to the flex because they have the last pick themselves. So if you're clever here on Riddle, what you want to do is you want to pick your jungler instead. So the scenarios Trouble just have been explaining, no matter what, Singularity will have to show their hand at some point once they move on to pick 4 and pick 5. So what they need right now on Riddle really is like either disengage or frontliner for these pokey champions that Trouble is mentioning, because it is going to be a pokey battle all in all. As you can already see, there's a lot of range and they come in with a flex pick of their own. You mentioned this this Rumble, Trouble, so take it away.
2000 IQ? What happened? You're so smiley, I
I don't
know.
know, man. I took a gamble.
Oh,
I'm just gonna be honest. I've seen MC play a bunch of Rumble in the previous season, obviously because it was also flavor of the month, right? It was played fully internationally. But again, honing it down to an ERL, I think it's a champion that still makes sense. The long-range equalizer into the Jhin ult, into the Karma and Koki harassment from far away. To me personally, it makes a ton of sense, especially if Kex goes for something like a Poppy, something like an Ornn to fix the composition in the bot side. We just need a little bit of frontline for Riddle at this point.
Yeah, but you can already see the team composition from Singularity is actually pretty good at playing around with spacing too. There's a lot of ground between abilities you'll have to dodge.
Ornn yoinked.
Yeah, that too, but you get the binding from the Lux, you get the stun potential from the Syndra, you have the long range of the Caitlyn now you have a frontline and on. The only thing I find a bit interesting obviously will be the Graves, but he's got priority now to play around with. So the last pick for Riddle will have to come through here, and you can either say, right, our bot lane's on weak side, let's play a carry now on the top side into Tatooine instead.
So, okay, so far it looked like a Brahmin. I'm like, maybe they're swapping Karma up top, but I do really like the Camille right here because Camille together with Rumble can create a flaming hot carpet that no one can evade. If they're locking the Grace, they're locking the Caitlyn, all the luck, someone absolutely dies. And I really like that long range engage that Riddle have in their composition. I feel like both teams have created something beautiful, and also you have a bunch of scaling from the side of Singularity, but also on the other hand from Riddle, you have the big potential.
I think that's going to be even more important in this series right now. It's already your reset timer into your objective setup, because if you get to be the first team on the objectives here, you get to use your poke a bit more beneficial, because one team will have to run into you. It's easier to kite back than it is to kite forward. So for these two teams, objective control, definitely the name of the game, this one.
And on the first day, we actually saw Singularity playing with the big range, but now they have to deal with it today on the other side. What will happen, we don't know, but as soon as we jump into the Summoner's Rift, we will. Casters, how are you doing?
Rumble, baby!
Rumble baby, indeed. I mean, Singularity, and they're coming in. They need to get a win. Riddle coming in hot with some spicy pickups. Heading. What are we going to see in this matchup? Because I've no clue. Honestly, I'm lost.
Oh, I thought you were gonna have a good idea about this because I'm
no.
sort of lost as well. No, okay. Then I'll have to make something up. Oh, shit. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it is a bit weird. I mean, we were seeing champions like Orm, like Rumble, but it's also like this just speaks to the early season, how the meta is not really that refined yet, how you can play sort of your own play style, adapted towards your own preference and what you like to play, and I think that's really fun to see as well. That little guy that we just saw on the screen is the big thing to me. Quirky, probably the strongest champion in the game right now, at least like top 3 strongest champions, and I think any team with a Quirky that has good setup, and I think with a Jin Karma on his team, I think that's a good combination together with a Quirky. I like that combination of champions. For Riddle, this Rumble though, I have no idea what's going to happen, and he's going to be forced out of his jungle slightly, or at least there's going to be some deep vision here for Pop on this Graves.
Yeah, Singularity just getting in a bit of vision. Pop has been a underperformer so far in the NLC, to put it lightly. Hasn't had some particularly strong performances in his first 2 showings. Whether he'll be able to go into the jungle and get some action going early against MC on the Rumble is a case to be seen. Of course, Riddle 1-1. As you can see, Singularity 0-2 looking for their first win. Riddle, of course, should be noted, their only loss so far has been against X7, which, you know, X7 tax has started to pop up a little bit in our parlance in recent times. But excited to see where we're going to see action in the early stages of this game, if we are to see any action, and whether Singularity are going to be able to play around with the composition that they built with their little bit of extra range and a bit of aggression coming out in the bot lane.
Definitely a lot of attention going to be looking towards the bottom side here. Caitlyn Lux always, like, it needs to be played around, whether it's on your team or on the enemy team. So if you've got the Caitlyn Lux on your team, you want to be putting down vision for them. You want to be tracking the enemy jungler with deep vision in the enemy jungle, just to make sure that the Caitlyn Lux can play aggressive, can play far up without getting punished. But if you're against it, you want to punish them because they're going to be pushing up far. They're going to be making themselves vulnerable. Speaking of pushing, when you've got the minions at the enemy tower, you can walk into the enemy jungle, get some control, and harass this Rumble a little bit.
A little bit of vision. Nukes is going to throw some down, but not going to be getting too much damage on there. But something that we should also note is that Muta is someone to keep our eyes on massively. On the Syndra into Corki, you said Corki is one of the strongest, if not the strongest champion in the meta right now. Slowq, an exceptional player, but Muta has been the standout for Singularity. He has been the player who's been putting in the work and has actually looked like a very, very strong contender in this mid lane on a team that hasn't yet hit that cruise control speed that they're going to want to be happy with. So with this Syndra, if he can start popping off and start moving around the map and making stuff happen, not only is that shutting down Slowq, but it could also be the way that Singularity get into this game.
That's a good point. I think the Syndra is a strong pick here as well. I mean, you can pretty much go for a combo onto any of the 5 enemy champions and be able to do a lot of damage to them. Tate pushing up quite far though. Does Kex have the hookshot wall dive to get the CC here? MC flashes forward.
That was an interesting decision from MC, flashing forward. The slow obviously missed, but the Camille was not in range, and Tattoo actually just gonna be able to walk away. Did have to flash himself, but trading jungle for top flash potentially maybe worth it if MC can make something happen in that top lane moving forward, but if not, interesting decision.
Yeah, speaking of interesting decisions, we got the Dark Harvest on both of the junglers. We saw it proc there for MC, so he's got the one stack there on the Dark Harvest on the Rumble, which is going to be giving you a bit of extra damage. It is on the Graves as well, though, which is not something I've really seen. I mean, I'm looking on the different websites to see what sort of builds that pros have been using on the Graves, and I can't really see any Dark Harvest plays, but I guess this is just going to be the burst damage choice. I mean, you're sacrificing a little bit of sustain, a little bit of utility, just for the raw burst damage later on in the game.
I mean, having that burst damage alongside someone like the Syndra, the Lux obviously brings a lot of burst to the party as well, so you're going to be able to take 100 to 0, and if you can remove the Corki or the Jin from the fight very, very early on, then you're making that fight go forward much, much easier for your team, because, yeah, you've got people like Camille and Rumble who are going to be able to put that down, but if you're able to just snipe through, grab one, grab even 2 kills, then the fight's won before it's even started. And with this range that Singularity want to really be playing at, having that decisive final blow from someone like the Graves could be the difference maker.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're going to be getting these really nice combos with the Lux Snare, the Syndra Stun to set up, and then all of the follow-up Caitlyn Trap, and then just a full combination of spells from the Caitlyn, from the Graves, from the Syndra. That's a lot of burst, and as we spoke about earlier, not really any big tanks on Riddle. I mean, Kext on the Caitlyn is going to be sort of tanky if he goes for something like a Sterak's, can dodge away things. This ultimate does have the passive, but I mean, if you're tanking up several spells from like a Caitlyn and a Syndra, when you're stunned up by a Syndra or rooted by a Lux, you're going to be dead anyway. So there's a lot of good pick potential. And you talked about Muta being a key player. I think he definitely has the potential to make things happen in this game.
Whether he's the one hitting that initial stun like he has just on Corki, thank you for showing my point, Muta. Appreciate that. Or whether he's going to be following up with the stun and ultimate from a slightly longer range if he's got someone like Lux there already. Remains to be seen in these kind of plays because it's been a pretty slow opener to this game. MC might be looking towards Muta, who's overextended just a tad, does have Flash, does have Ghost, and will be popping that Ghost to try and get away. MC putting the damage down, no ultimate to lay out the red carpet. So no kill this time around. Yepe gonna miss out on the snare and gonna take a lot of damage in return. And just like that, it's Vatican taking down First Blood.
Oh, really? Yepe playing very aggressively going forward there, but misses the binding. And I think, I mean, even if you hit the binding, you're probably dead anyway. Maybe you could have hoped for a 1-for-1, but that's just the Lux going down, as well as using 3 summoners. There's the Flash Ignite on Yepe and the heal from Spike for only the Ignite onto nukes. So that's a big misstep for Singularity in the bottom lane, and that means that this aggressive lane that wants to push up really far, to play up at the enemy tower, it's going to be really easy to punish them now when they're missing 3 crucial summoner spells.
Bot lane's going to be much harder for Singularity, and we said that bot lane might be the area they want to play around with this Lux Caitlyn. Of course, with Caitlyn being able to have pressure, it does open up the map a little bit for Singularity to try and potentially play elsewhere if they wanted to, but so far they haven't really tried to make anything happen. It's been pretty slow. Port just happy to farm up as Kex maybe trying to get some damage down onto the Ornn, but it's Ornn, it's not necessarily going to happen. But it's been a slow one from Singularity. Are they able to sit back and try and play it a little bit slower, do you think?
I definitely think that they, looking at the champions, that's something that they can do. Try to slow it down a bit. You are giving up the early game potential of the Caitlyn Lux lane if that's the case, but it might be the best choice not to take any big risks here. You're not scaling poorly by any means. I think, especially with the Ornn, with all of the Ornn items, it's something people tend to underrate how strong those actually are. It's a very large injection of gold that you're getting onto all of your champions once he levels up towards that level 18. So if you're able to get to that point, oh, here's the all in top lane though.
Ooh. The ultimatum might have been a little bit too early for Kex, not able to dodge away from the ult, but he will be able to step away from the fight. Vatican needs to be careful though, as there's 3 versus 2 in the pot side as Pop's made his first gank attempt. Nuke's able to sidestep the snare. And the damage actually returned is pretty big on the Jhin. He's going to call the curtain though as MC moves in. He's got the red carpet. It's a real film premiere here, but the only kill on the menu is going to Riddle.
Once again, a misstep from Singularity's bottom lane. Oh, that's a nice Syndra all in the mid lane. Slowky able to get out of there though, but yeah, in the bottom lane we've seen Yepe now miss 2 crucial bindings, and both times he got punished. So 0 and 2 right now. Small goal lead for Riddle, and it's all about the bottom lane. In that respect, Muta putting a lot of pressure here though, but Slowky's gonna be fine.
It's unfortunate that Vatican hasn't been able to grab himself a kill himself. It's been going over, 1 went to Karma, 1 went to MC, who's actually going to be called out in the river with Singularity, the first ones to move. You've got Pop, Yepe, and Muta. Tattoo actually could get in onto the rumble before Ket's there to respond. It was actually pretty low, but the flashes are traded, and everyone gets away. Now members of Riddle are moving forward. You've got the package on Slowky as well to keep your eyes on, but Rift Herald going to be started up by Singularity, potentially trying to make this one their first objective of the game, but Nukes and Slowky coming in towards them from the bottom side. We'll actually get the root down. Yepe gonna put some damage and some CC as the objective goes pretty low. The package is still running though, and this could really break up the fight. It could be a smite versus MC. Thinking about moving towards him, isn't quite in range just yet. Actually, the game's gonna come through. Luke's goes low, but it's a steal from MC. The irons have been picked up as Luke walks away. MC thinking about it, he wonders, is it worth going in? Slow Q has the package, remember, still in the back of it, goes on through, grabs the objective. The red carpet is used to disengage, and members of Singularity, they burn low. They're forced back, and Riddle secure the Herald.
What a play from Riddle. I mean, the only thing I was thinking going into that is, Riddle, don't do this. This is stupid. You're gonna get punished. Because they kept the Jhin in the bottom lane through all that fight, while Spike was rotating up towards the Herald. So it would have essentially been a 4v5 if it would have had a big fight, when Caitlyn and Rumble were already low before that, but able to get the steal really nicely there, and then stealing away the eye with the package as well. Top lane though, Kex.
Careful, gonna be knocked up, going low. Has the ultimatum and flash away. Will he be able to survive for a second longer? He will, but Porp secures the kill.
And the first Dark Harvest proc for the Graves as well. 11 minutes in, stacking the Dark Harvest.
Oh yeah.
Nah, but jokes aside, that was just some nice combination of skills right there. And Kex not able to dodge away with the Hextech ultimatum or the flash. Would have been better to just save those abilities, but again, hindsight is always 20/20. So did what he could to survive, not enough though. It's going to go for the Divine Sunderer build here, of course, when you're going up against a big tank. That's what you want to be able to shoot through his HP, and eventually, I'm pretty sure the Kex will be able to do so, but then we're talking, at least in the mid game, we're talking like 2.5 to 3 items before he's going to be starting to winning these big 1v1 fights with the Ornn. Up until that point, Ornn is going to be able to hold up really well in the 1v1, which is what we've been seeing so far as well.
Of course, I'm going to be really happy just to hold up and build some items for his team, get some value. Spike not going to be super happy standing where he is, and Ultimate's burnt once again, but Riddle grab another kill. It's really simple for them. Singularity trying to be cheeky, making the play on the Dragon as the players made on the bot lane. Will they be able to secure it? MC going to go blinded, takes a decent amount of damage and won't be able to get the steal this time around as Porp slides away, and the Chemtech Soul, we're going to get the fog this game.
Ooh, that's pretty nice to be able to go for those plays with the invisibility there. Bit weird for Riddle there in the bottom lane, actually just going for, like, using all of your big ultimates, the Rumble and Jhin ones mainly, or perhaps even the Karma, to pick up the kill on towards the Caitlyn and then giving up the Dragon. Perhaps they thought that they could get the kill on the Caitlyn and then go for the Dragon as well, but not able to do that quick enough. So in the end, I think Singularity is pretty happy with that. I mean, they'll sacrifice their Caitlyn for a Mountain Dragon and getting a bit closer towards the Chemtech Soul.
Ooh, damage is actually coming off through this Loki. I must admit, I trod a little bit. I thought a Dragon had been taken much sooner. That was actually first in the game. So we haven't actually got the Chemtech Soul. It's just the Chemtech Dragon. Unfortunate, but we're still holding out for a Hextech Soul. We haven't seen one yet in the NLC, so we're holding out for that one as Muta puts the pain down onto Slowkey. Damage.
Oh,
done
10
very,
games,
well
no Hextech Soul?
No Hextech Soul.
I'm not a mathematician, but that seems pretty unlikely.
Statistically, it is. I mean, the first day we had Hit Parade on and he didn't see a single new soul. In the second day, I think we had 2 or 3 Chemtech souls, but no Hextech, so that was always fun to watch. But it could, I mean, it's a 1 in 4 chance. This game, we've got 3 more games after this one to see if we can finally spot those teleportation pads. But as it stands in this game right now, we're coming up to 14 minutes. A play is maybe going to be made into or by Slow Q. The red carpet is going to be thrown down. The Equalizer Muta takes a decent chunk, but the Charger is going to invest a little bit of gold into Slow Q. Not even going to be able to get the third plate down. And it's not the best Rift Herald, but remember, it was denied from Singularity.
And that's just looking at the timer in the top of the 13:45 or something when the Herald charges. Yeah, you're just putting it down before the plates expire, so you're able to pick up the gold. And getting 2 plates onto a Corki, that's pretty good. I mean, if you're getting the Corki, some extra gold, that's just going to be accelerating him towards those big item points. And that's when Corki is really going to be unlocked. And as I said, perhaps the strongest champion in the game. So that's really what you're looking for if you're a Riddle fanboy right here. Does have the Hex Drinker in his inventory though, which is pretty much only going to be useful against the Syndra, as well as the Lux a little bit, but Lux is not going to be a huge threat this game. So goes for the itemization in the 1v1, wants to play safe, doesn't want to take any big risks, which I think is a decent choice here.
Yepe going to be marched out by Porp, escorted to safety from the Jhin ultimate. Riddle this time not able to use their ultimates to grab themselves an assassination or a kill. But Muta actually might catch the Rumble here. He goes very low. Remember, this guy is not tanky. He's going to be hit by the ace in the hole and the ultimate. Unleash power from Syndra. Grabs Singularity, another kill. And now in the bot side, you need to be a little bit careful. Yepe is very low.
Wow.
Hello, there's the damage from Jhin.
The Gale Force outplay right there. Farikan making work, and they're going to be picking up the tower here right near as well. We talked about Singularity wanting to play around the bottom lane, having this Lux Caitlyn duo wanting to put on pressure, but they're 0 and 4 at 15 minutes. They're losing their tower. I'm not sure about the exact HP on the enemy tower, but it's pretty high, as we can see on the minimap. So Jeppe and Spike really not having fun right here.
I mean, this is good in terms of, this is exactly what you said is going to happen. When you've got a Caitlyn Lux, it's going to warp the game for both teams. And it looks like Riddle have really strode into that and said, we're going to prioritize down bot side. We're going to start these fights. And yes, it's been full kill participation to both Riddle bot laners. They're the ones who are doing a lot of work. Nukes especially has been crucial in that. But then you've got MC, he's making his way down bot lane. He's trying to get work done and maybe leaving the topside Kex a little bit on an island. Slowq now has the package that could look to get something working. But Riddle adapting to the game, they understand what they need to be doing, and currently it looks like they're doing it.
I think Riddle's been in the nice place at a nice time here, and they're gonna go for Taddy here.
Yeah, it's the Orn. He finally gets burned through. Yes, the damage might not be there from Camille, but when 3 members of Riddle show up, it's simple as.
Yeah, just the burst damage coming out there, or not have had the time to itemize cinematic resist so far, and then Karma Orn Karma Rumble just throwing out all of their damage onto Orn. He went down right there, and I think Riddle, they're just at the right place at the right time, securing the Herald right here. Gonna be looking towards a dragon quite soon. Want to see Riddle contest the dragon when it spawns. Not sure if they will be in position in time though.
Slowq taking a lot of damage, ace in the hole, not quite enough, but this just means that Dragon will go over to Singularity. Of course, this is our prayer to the observers, blessed observers. We all know you choose the dragons. If we could have a hex deck, that would be great. In it? Thank you, observers.
It is.
We appreciate you around these parts.
Wow.
We're going to get our first look at the hex gates as they activate, but Rift Herald did go the other way.
Yeah, Herald at this point in the game not usually going to be too useful, not going to do so much unless you're able to get some sort of a base race scenario where that can really make work, so we'll see if Riddle can make that happen. 2 dragons over to Singularity, really decent for them right now. Starting to go towards setting up perhaps a bit of a dragon win condition here. With 2 dragons at 17 minutes, that means you can secure the soul quite early. So they have set up themselves for quite a strong continuation of the dragons, but other than that, Riddle is definitely in control of this game, and they're going to be putting pressure towards mid lane right here.
Riddle pushing forward. That's going to be the second Rift Herald drop. As you said, maybe not looking to use it to grab massive amounts of gold, but they're going to try and break down the tower, open up the map, and make things a little bit easier moving forward. That's exactly what they've just done. Riddle securing the mid tower could potentially get a charge. Farikan is wanting to make it happen, and it will. In the end, Spike is second late on the auto to stop the eye. But that's a decent little second Rift Herald for Riddle, and now they are still attempting to push forward a little.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I was not sure that this Herald was going to get a second charge right there, but getting mid lane tier 2 quite low right there, that is good for them, because if they're able to keep sieging, keep the pressure up and get that mid lane tier 2, that's huge control of the entire enemy jungle if you play that well, and I think Riddle is a strong enough team to make that happen. Taddy really laid down the hurt of the Kex here.
Although, this time around the ultimatum was used correctly. Kex in trouble though. Porp's going to be the first responder diving over the wall, but Kex will be able to slide away. The ultimate collateral damage isn't marking the end of the line. Here though is the curtain called on to Spike. Yepe going to move in and try and block out, but all the shots are missing. Last one takes half of Lux's health bar as the tower goes similarly low. Slowq over the wall takes Muta out of the fight, and Riddle don't grab any kills, but keep the pressure on.
Yeah, they're really putting down the pressure. You have so much poke from so long range, and as soon as they saw Graves on the bottom side of the map trying to punish the Caitlyn. Everyone just converged on the mid lane and tried to go for that objective, because that is where Riddle's eyes should be right now, looking at that mid lane tier 2. Because as I said, if they get that tower, they get so much pressure on the map, so much vision control, so much control over the Baron, which will be spawning quite soon. So as soon as they get an opportunity, like Graves showing on the bottom side, they were looking for the tier 2, which shows that Riddle really, I think they're macroing pretty well. They are in the right place at the right time, and they just seem to be playing pretty smart.
And smart play is what we want to see from these NLC teams. Of course, still early days. This is only the 3rd game in the league for each of these teams. If Riddle win here, then they're going to keep themselves tied up with JDXL on a 2-1 scoreline, which is something that they'll definitely be happy with moving into the 2nd day of week 2. Of course, Singularity losing this one would go 0-3, but they grab their first win. The game is not over yet. 20 minutes on the clock, 6,000 gold to the good for Riddle, though. And as you mentioned, they're in the right place, right time, and Spike is definitely the opposite of that right now. But every single time they throw these ultimates, not long cooldown ultimates, it must be said, they're able to make something happen, and the bot side Kex enjoying this one-on-one a bit more. And that is until Porp shows up.
A lot of damage from the Caitlyn, though, from the Camille, sorry. Will she be able to get out of this?
Ultimatum has been burnt. Kex is going to be able to get out of this one. MC is here. Remember, Equilibrium not quite up, but burning through. He doesn't need his ultimate to take down 1. Kex kicks down for the 2, finishing the 1v1. And Riddle, again, right place, right time. You said it yourself.
Wow, the Rumble damage. I mean, we've not been seeing Rumble in the jungle pretty much at all in quite a while. Kex does a good job at just buying time right here with his shields, with his ulti, with his E. And he's somehow missing that E. It looked like it was going to hit right there. But then the MC, look at the damage here. Flashing forward, and then just like 1 rotation of Flamethrower with 2 overheated auto attacks. Just 1 hits this Graves, which is quite a tanky champion with his passive, mind you. So that just goes to show the power of this Rumble jungle. And I love this day so far, Viper. I mean, we've been seeing first game the Vladimir really surprising me, and now the 2nd game, the Rumble jungle just coming out here as a surprise pick and really working out really well.
I mean, surprised us. It turns out Trouble might just be a genius, because this Rumble has come in and been a difference maker. Asterisk, Vatican and Nukes are playing exceptionally well in this game as well, and Slowq would be, but he hasn't had to do anything yet on the Corki. So, you know, but we're moving in onto the 3rd dragon of the game. The 1st Hextech dragon of the NLC 2022 spring season is secured by Riddle. Write that one down for your pub quiz answers later on. And Slowq holding on to their package around Baron, just making sure that Singularity don't look for a cross-map trade.
Yes, Slowq, as we talk about him, he's now finished his 2 core items. There's the Muramana and the Lunan Sekko. Really getting this Rocketman build, as I like to call it, going here. No Ravenous Hydra yet, but I'm sure that's going to be coming in as the 3rd item to round out the trio of items that gives his rockets so much power. And with the Jhin as well on his team, there's going to be so much setup to be able to get that out. And also uses the package to clear the wave, which is really cheeky. Package does a lot of damage if you're standing in it. But speaking of a lot of damage, that's the rocket.
MC's here, remember. Damage coming out through, actually. Riddle gonna land a lot of it, and there's the Equilibrium, there's the damage, there's the kill. The Equalizer used by MC once again, and this time it is the Jhin securing the kill.
I mean, whenever MC's been using the ultimate, someone's been dying on Singularity pretty much. 7 kills and assists so far. I would not be surprised if he's running Ultimate Hunter even on this build, because it just seems like he's ulting so frequently and doing it really well.
Ooh, the curling call onto Yepe. He needs to be careful. Dodges 2, hits 3, hits 4, but the healer's enough to keep him alive for a second to allow Nukes to secure the kill.
And this Lux is just looking really weak, and to someone who's not been seeing a lot of Lux support and just tuning into this game, I'm going to say Lux is actually quite strong in the support role when you've got the right team come for it. But now, yeah, it's looking really weak, because once you're falling behind, if you're not been able to put down the pressure in the lane, you're not able to do too much. And this is just what's going to happen to Yepe in this situation. Getting caught out here, not able to do too much at all. Hex Gates! Yay!
Woo! Teleporting to behind the Baron and then gonna recall. Cool. I mean, it's good to see them getting some use. You don't want to let them cool down too much. Need to get some repairs and stuff going on the Hex Gates. But for me, Singularity, again, it's just kind of a slow game for them. They haven't really been able to get anything going, and this is what we've been seeing from them since day one. Day one, of course, that 15-minute game against Veneer, they looked pretty decent, were able to capitalize on Veneer's weak mid-game. But when they're playing against opponents that aren't giving them an opening at all, Riddle haven't really given them a good opening just yet. They seem unable to get anything practically done, which obviously is not what you're looking for from your team in the NLC, but we can't come out just yet. There's a lot of gold against them, but they still have some tools. And again, Muta, he's turned up and he's performed pretty well.
Yeah, I gotta agree. He's been the strong point for his team so far, able to put down some pressure wherever he's been going. Gotta say, though, that Pop on the Graves not able to do too much so far, really been playing very reactively. In this game so far, just reacted to, okay, there is a fight in the lane going on, then, I mean, you're going there and trying to help that out, but not really setting up plays proactively. Kex getting targeted here, though.
Kex getting targeted a lot. 3 members turn up for him, and he's able to just hook shot away. We're on Ornament Watch right now, and there's been one picked up. I believe the Eclipse upgrade is called Synergy or It's not a word. Gigi. It's not close to being a real word.
It's a word in some language, not in English though.
Outrageous, right? Come on.
It's something that has to do with like space and gravity. It's in Greek, I think. Okay, I think Greek? As I have the Wikipedia page open, but yeah, it's in ancient Greek according to Wikipedia, which I think is a source that we should trust at this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Wikipedia. I trust Wikipedia more than I trust our desk. So, I'm gonna leave it with you and hope that it is correct. But Riddle just slowed the game down a little bit, looking for the push in towards the enemy base. Most of the towers, in fact, all of the towers outside of the base have been felled by Riddle so far. Baron hasn't been taken by either team just yet. Another Dragon's in on 35 seconds. If they could grab this one, so if Singularity can grab this one and then stall it out, they might find their way back into this game.
I mean, the more time they're buying for themselves, I would say that they are getting towards a stronger position. You are playing against the Corki, who scales extremely well, but other than that, Riddle is not scaling super well, while you on Singularity have Grave, Syndra, Caitlyn with Ornn items. That's going to be a lot of damage coming out for them. Interesting to see where the second Ornn item upgrade is going to be. I'm not entirely sure if the Gale Force or the Lunan Secco is the stronger upgrade for Caitlyn or Syndra, so I'm going to be learning as well here to see the next decision from Tatoy. Speaking a bit about builds, though, Pop going for the full Athena the Graves is not really a standard choice. We usually see the crit lifesteal version. Speaking of Graves, though, can he go for the steal? Pretty close there.
Was pretty close. MC managed to secure it, and now Riddle looking to move forward. The current call being used. Jin looking to maybe slow down a couple of members. Only really hitting Ornn, though, and the fourth shot is too short range. Kex able to dive away from the damage. MC takes it to the face, but they're all able to back away. People go low, but no one goes down.
Pretty much the first time in the game I've seen a Rumble ulti and no one on Singularity dying. Might have happened once before, but I think that might have been the first time we've seen it on stream at least. Oh, in the base though, Kex is on the Nexus, what?
Kex, what are you haven't taken any of the towers yet, buddy, and he's going to try and get away, won't be able to do so. Shutdown going in onto Ornn, and they're going to be able to save this tower as well, buying some time potentially to start up this Baron, but Riddle don't seem super confident in being able to burst this one down. They're still keeping it going, MC and Nukes, but Nukes is going low. MC's not a tank, and Vatican just looking for port, will be able to do it, so the bait does work. And gets a double! The flourish of Vatican is definitely deadly.
What a sniper right there. Vatican there with the Jin W for the kill. Really nice set of plays from Riddle, and I think that goes to show you once more their good understanding of where to be on the map. Kex here failing the flash E, and that's why the play did not work out. I think if he would have landed the stun there onto Muta, that would have been the kill, but missing that ability means he goes down. Does buy a lot of time for his team though, but they choose not to risk flipping the Baron, because if you would have been staying on the Baron, that would pretty much have been a 50-50. There's also some long-range abilities like a Lux ult or a Caitlyn Q that could have come in to burst the Baron, so going for the secure kill on the Graves and the sort of lucky kill on Jeppe as well towards the end there.
and then grabbing the Baron after the fact. So they still have the objective, but now they have it, I believe, on 5. I think Camille was alive to secure that one as well, and Riddle are going to be pretty happy with the game. Thank you very much, observers, just proving that everyone on Riddle does have that buff. The split push is going to be even more potent, and Riddle's team fighting ability is going to be absolutely insane. Singularity in a deep, deep hole, 12,000 gold down at the 30-minute mark, and Riddle going from strength to strength may well have enough to close out on this buff if they get a good fight in.
Singularity's going to go for something here. They want to go for... Oh, the Rocket Man!
Is going to be burned to try and get slows down, but again, it's just going to poke. Needs to be careful. Slowkey taking low as well, but the push into the mid tower. They didn't manage to kill anyone, but they did manage to buy some time. Do need to be a little bit careful about taking too much. Poker's Tattoo might look to get an engaged 4v5, cutting up the team, but not locking anyone up. Riddle moving backwards respectfully. The collateral damage only going to hit onto Nukes. Meanwhile, in the bot side, we saw that tower was low before, and it's going to be secured by Camille. This time, Kex isn't looking for the hero play. It's just going to back off and allow his team to move back in on the mid side. Vatican is doing so much damage. It's disgusting with the poke. Gorky takes another port burst from 100 to 0 in very quick time. And Riddle may well be able to take down the second inhibitor tower. Inhibitor bot side is the next focus for Camille. But this could just be the game. Riddle looking to break open the base in a big way. Will be able to grab one inhibitor. Still poking down heavily, using the red carpet to try and get damage as much as possible. But they're going to turn their attention to that mid lane inhibitor as well. Kex is not convinced, and the rest of Riddle follow. They don't take the game, but they take a lot.
Really hard to push in versus the Lux and the Syndra, even though you have some insane damage now on the Corki. And that fight going into picking off the Caitlyn there is why I really love Corki together with the Jhin. Those sort of combination of champion. You can have the Karma as well, just for a bit of extra damage from really long range, but you're pretty much getting killed from an entire speed away by the Corki Rockets, followed up by Jhin W, Jhin ulti Corki Rockets once more. I mean, you're going to be having a rough time, and nice to see some Hextech Gates as well here. Can even be used to get the pick onto Muta here.
Yeah, Muta is done, so damage coming through from Riddle, and they weren't expecting Riddle to be able to move around the map that quickly. That is the power of these Hex Gates, because you can get back onto the map exceptionally fast, move across it exceptionally quickly from one side to another, and with that big pick onto the Syndra, actually Muta's first death of the game, it should be noted. Riddle losing out on Baron buff, but will be able to push forward, getting damage down. Port's going to be cut down, taken low, but does manage to escape in the end. Actually, Kex trying to escape, but gets hit by too much damage and will be the victim. Nice snipe angle coming through, though, as Vatican makes them pay, and this will be the third inhibitor tower falling for Riddle, securing that one and pushing forward into Team Singularity's base. Don't know if they'll be able to end up just yet, though. They're still trying to take down that inhibitor and make sure that it's a lot for their second win of the NLC season. Week 2, day 1. They should be able to break down these towers in quick succession, but are turning their attention to members of Singularity. Spike gets the snipe coming through from Yepe, but won't be able to land it onto anyone. Riddle dancing around these Nexus towers, waiting for their minions to come in, throwing down ultimates just to keep members of Singularity at bay. And it's just going to be as simple as that. Vatican dives away from Muta's ultimate. They're going to try and defend, but there's too much damage coming in from Riddle. They're not going to let this Nexus stand. You've got to imagine Slowkey putting damage down. Nukes is there. Vatican still has a bullet in the chamber, and with it, he secures Riddle's second win of the season.
And a great way to finish there, Vatican. For me, the big player here, the big MVP on this Jhin, finishing up the game level 17 versus a level 15 Caitlyn. He's been just putting out so much pressure on this pick, playing it really well. I mean, you're in a tough matchup. You're in up against the Caitlyn Lux, but you just win fight after fight, and then you just put on so much pressure in every fight, killing people from a screen away. I swear that last curtain call, I mean, those shots killing the Graves, they were curved around the enemy team. Like, he's playing this Jhin so well.
It was, those shots were insane, and Vatican played exceptionally well. Everyone on Riddle actually had a very stand-up performance. The Camille, there were a couple of question marks on, but when it came, push comes to shove, he was definitely winning out in those 1v1s as you'd expect against the Ornn in the later stages. But for Singularity, I just want to get your opinion as someone who didn't necessarily watch all of week 1, hasn't been with the NLC as a guest in. Singularity, they definitely struggled in this game. Can you pick up anything that they really need to be working on moving forward?
I mean, it's pretty hard. I think the comp that they were playing did not really make sense with the strengths that they have as a team, because they were putting so much pressure on the bottom lane to make things happen and play aggressively, but instead they got punished and outplayed over and over. So if you have your bottom lane as sort of a weak point, maybe you should draft differently, try to put pressure on the top lane as well, play around that, try to get the top lane rolling or the mid lane. I mean, the draft and your team strengths have to be on the same page.
Well, we've got Akarob and interviews. Name a better duo. I'll wait. But you'll have to wait a couple of minutes because we've got a break. But don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the studio after this game between Riddle and Singularity. Well, Singularity didn't got it today. They're still trying to fetch that first victory. Meanwhile, Riddle jump in the standing with a 2-1 score at this point. Beautiful gameplay coming in with people shooting from outside of the map, not allowing the enemy team to go any closer. But I know I have someone with me. It is Nukes. Are you there, Nukes?
Yeah, hello, I'm here.
How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. I'm happy that we got the win.
There we go. That's the smile I was looking for. I know Riddle flamed me on Twitter because I picked Singularity. I had to do it, Nukes. I had to do it, you know?
It's okay, it's okay. Many of you will doubt us, but soon you won't.
I love it. So, Rumble in the jungle. What?
I mean, I don't want to talk about too much about it because I will be in big trouble. But yeah, it's a good
worked.
secret weapon that we have.
Okay, so it's the spicy things you guys are cooking up on the real composition. Okay, looking into the bot lane now, you guys gave away Caitlyn. You allowed Caitlyn to go through the banning phase because you guys had something prepared for it, didn't you?
Yeah, sort of. But I mean, the lane was at the start. I was shaking a bit. I misplayed pretty hard, but then enemy Lux was shaking even more, and it worked out for us.
So I was talking with Trouble about this, and she was really vocal about the idea of Caitlyn with Lux, and there's a way to counter it. There's a way to deal with it. The Karma and the Jhin, like playing from really far. As a support, how do you feel like playing Karma versus the Lux and Caitlyn? Do you feel safe playing into that matchup? Do you think you can bring actually pressure to outpush that composition?
My Karma is not that good, so I don't feel safe at all. And secondly, when enemy has Caitlyn or Jinx, and I don't, then they will get the push. So it's really hard lane. But in terms of counters, I think Varus is one of the best counters, but I haven't seen it in solo queue or anywhere.
On the top side, though, you guys had Ornn versus Camille. Camille was like something that your top laner wanted to pick, or was like a decision from the manager, the coach, or was it the entire team to bring the Camille to try and get that split push and also be relevant on the team fights?
Yeah, we had one more champion, but then they locked in Ornn, and we decided that Camille was really good, and it worked out really well. Kicked almost 1v2'd enemy mid and top.
So what do you think happened throughout the game that even though they had Caitlyn and they had a solid composition, what do you think that happened throughout the game that led you guys to the victory that you had today?
From my point of view, enemy support was kind of running it down. They just ganked us, and then Lux walked up and died like 2 or 3 times. And then, I mean, our team comp was really, really nice to play, like Rumble Jhin, Rumble ults, Jhin snares, and someone dies. And this happened over and over again, and game felt pretty easy to me.
And by the mid-game, you felt comfortable playing with that Karma, didn't you?
Yeah, sure. Like we had wards everywhere. The map was so clear. I was chilling, like no pressure.
So you start week 2 with the victory. How are you feeling? Tell me.
Well, I'm feeling a lot better compared to week 1 because we had that one game where we gave Nash, and that was a long game. But this game, it felt way cleaner, so I'm really happy about that.
It was a clean game. Thank you so much for this interview, Nukes. You're amazing, and I'll see you on the next day, if possible.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. So there we go. This is the first interview to get Riddle on the spot. They're feeling comfortable as a team. The communication is coming in as well. Rumble in the jungle. This is something that we need to take a deeper look into. I'll talk with Treble because she seems to have some sort of strategical information or hidden information. I don't know. She has a lot of info or probably just spoke out of nothing. But I'll try to see if I get more info about that Rumble in the jungle because it does seem to work a lot, like getting that distance, coming in with the equalizer, setting up a few ganks. You have the harpoons as well, and that is a good gank. As long as your lanes are capable of providing something to help along the line, that's one of the reasons that we didn't see a lot of ganks coming in from the Rumble into the mid lane because Corki wouldn't be able to help during those ganks. And obviously Rumble preferred coming into the top side where you have Camille that can come in with the stun. You can go into the bot side as well. Jhin along with the root and Karma coming in with the slow and the roots as well with the shielding to get more movement speeds. I love that idea, but I also love to talk with Muta. Are you there, man?
Yes. Hello.
How you doing? Well, that was a tough game. I believed in you guys. What happened?
I mean, I think the problem comes down to we have played Kate Lux, right, which we want to accelerate in the game. So we picked the Syndra, and I create Prior, but we don't really get a lot out of it, I think. So their comp just scales better even though we have the Ornn, and since we are not winning on bot side, we can't really play for the Ornn either because he's going to lose side lane eventually. So, I mean, the game just becomes really hard to play, I think, and then we just didn't really do anything with the Prior we had. So, yeah, we got to get back to the desk and work on some, I don't know.
I like it. Work on it. Don't give up, man. The Syndra versus Corki matchup, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because you don't feel the kill pressure from the other side until the late game when he starts poking you with rockets from afar. But like early to mid game, it's really hard for the Syndra to get any kill, isn't it?
I mean, I wouldn't say so. Like the thing is, most of the corgis nowadays they go like first item Hexdringer right after the tier, but I still think it's very killable. I almost like one shot him when I go for the flash. If I land the Q, he's dead. But the thing is, like Syndra is like in the meta right now. You need something to facilitate her in the mid lane, right? Like you want to be able to gank her, and since they banned like 4 of my mages out, it's like there's not much left for me to go there. It could be like Vex, but Vex is just like really bad into enemy teams, so. It was like the only option, and we had to like play for the early game and accelerate bot lane. We didn't do that, and then they can just slowly sit and scale. And after it gets to like 20-25 minute mark, I mean, the game is unplayable. You know, they can just take corgi package and every objective, and by then it's there's not much you can do, I think.
And you guys got Caitlyn Lux as well, which is really hard to get through on the champion select. And it seemed like you guys wanted to play for the bot lane, but that's left the top lane, which is one of your highest and most powerful carries, to play with Ornn. That decision process, like the thought process, who decided that to bring Tatooine to the Ornn?
I mean, I think we decided together. I'm not quite sure. You know, the draft happened as it happened. The problem is we're also playing blue side, right? So getting counter pick on top lane is rather hard. So playing Bruiser like that is like you won't get the counter pick anyways, right? So playing for top lane, it's not too easy on blue side, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. We felt like we needed something to engage as soon as they showed that draft. They're playing like Jin, Karma, Corki, right? Like if we don't get into their face, like they're just gonna sit us, poke us out. So we had to pick like whatever we can go in with, and I don't know what that was. I mean, I don't think there's a Bruiser that can just like easily go in besides Camille. But then again, she would just get kited, you know. So I think Ornn was like the only pick to go, but. Yeah, I think Ornn would have been fine if we accelerated bot lane and really got ahead through that way, but we didn't, you know, so... I feel like it's kind of awkward for Tatooine to play as well then on and on.
I like the idea that you guys still are comfortable. Every single time that I talk with the team, everybody is happy. I know you guys are talking and trying to work things out on the Singularity roster. But I want to, last question. It's a quick one. What is that T-shirt? Who's on the chest? Do you want to show us? What is that? What is that?
I can show you guys, sure. Okay, so when I was in gymnasium in Denmark, I had a good friend called Lasse, and all the boys from our gymnasium class was like, let's make a shirt of him, you know? So this is Lasse wearing a shirt of Lasse. Yeah, it's like my chill shirt.
I just wanted to see what that was. That is amazing, man. Thank you so much for being here on the interview. You guys, keep with the smile and keep improving. I know you guys will get a victory out of this.
Yeah, hopefully. Have a good day, mate.
You too, man. Lovely shirt, and there we go. The interviews are done for the second game. And now it is time to cook it up for the third one. I don't know if you're ready or not. By the way, believe in the predictions you are making on the chat. Believe in your teams and let us know who you're rooting for on this week 2, day 1. We'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere. And we are back to the third game of week 2, day 1. I still believe in them. I still believe in them. I don't care, but we're moving on. X7 versus Nuriki. Don't judge me.
Wanna try?
Okay.
Make it sound as interesting as possible. I challenge you.
In a world
Go.
where every hope is lost, and you're facing the giants of X7, Nuriki stands for an impossible task ahead of themselves. They will have to be. I don't know how. Like, it's okay. Okay, let's be serious.
Scared me.
It's a very difficult conversation to have in terms of how they actually beat them, because you take a look at the individuals that you have on X7, you pair that up against the likes of Nuriki, and even take a look at the team play, and X7 is just vastly superior. Now, what we have seen from Nuriki is still a few individual moments where they still shine. We see that they have a potential in their top laner to play for, with Riven, with Darius, whatever the like is. Even the Victor from AO in the mid lane has been something that they've been able to show off. The problem with me is that every time they have one piece shining on Nuriki, the rest of them just completely struggles to convert how their puzzle pieces fit together with the shining piece. It seems like it's a very disjointed team. So even when they finally get ahead, it just becomes even tougher for them.
I just struggle to find a lane where I'm like, right, you need somewhere to put all your eggs into that basket, because X7 has seemed volatile, let's say that. And I'm looking at all of them and I'm like, nah, it's been nowhere so far. Like, top side of the map is solid, bot side of the map is solid. Even when they play weak side on one lane, you see them getting like the 2v2 like solo kills. So I'm just excited to see maybe Nuriki bringing something that X7 doesn't expect. You know, like MC did with the Rumble in the previous game. Just bring some spice. Maybe get in the one tricks.
But the problem is already, right? You can see they know that.
The one tricks.
That's like, we know that this is something that you're comfortable at. This is not something that we're scrimming against. How often are you scrimming a Riven? Never.
Right.
So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's not a ban you would usually see in the meta, but we know we beat you at the meta gameplay, so why bother with that? Let's just take away your comfort picks instead.
Right, so Caitlyn, once again, has been open. Diana is also open. I mean, Haru loves all the all-in champions, the Hecarims, whatever can create engage, and he has been absolutely fantastic at facilitating for his team on these engages and finding the openings. Now, the question is, how do you reply? Because usually
That's the
against
thing.
Diana, you could go heavy poke. We've seen it work, or you can create a really strong front line. Here, something like probably likes like a Caitlyn Lux could also work to try and choke the bot side, right?
Is that something they're going for here themselves? No, do they feel like, okay, let's get the Caitlyn Lux on our side. Let's try and play for a lane here specifically. Now, this is very scary. You know why it's scary? Because you take a look to the
That
left.
is very scary.
Thresh is banned. Take a look to the right. Lulu is banned.
That is very
The two best
scary.
champions you pair Jinx up with has been taking off the table. So that means that you already know they're going to be backline down the next 7. It's a Diana, right? We probably know it's going to be a Yasuo as well come through.
Here's my thought process. I think X7 are going to go for Jhin here.
Yeah.
Because Jhin works great with frontline engage, with champions that want to go all in, and then he just facilitates by opening his ultimate and just creating space for his team to create that engage, right? Jinx is inferior technically to Jhin.
But it is
Still
Nata as
no
well.
Lulu and Thresh, sure, but like now, who do you pick right here? Because we could see a Nautilus come in.
Surely not.
As no way.
No
Let's
way!
go.
No shot they've done that. Okay. So this is not some...
The Twitch laugh.
Is this... Wait, is this...
Oh, Tom and Jerry in action.
Oh, let's go. This is so beautiful.
They brought Tom and Jerry in action.
They didn't have to do this. I guarantee you that this has made it more volatile for the composition, because this is less safe. This is something you can pile down
Wait.
to. So I think...
Bring the singed. Bring the singed.
Oh, I mean...
Do the singed. Diana? Yumi? Come on, you gotta do it.
Oh no.
No, don't bring sushi. There we go.
It's like you're building a very squishy backline at the moment.
Yeah.
And,
So, like,
go on.
technically, like, pick an enchanter that will save your ADC from a very sticky situation. Now, I don't know who's going to be running away from who, because I feel like if Nami gets anywhere near the sides of a Diana, she's instantly dead, which means that relatively she's not helping at all in the team fights to come, and the Jinx is going to be all alone. Now, there is a huge problem here. that Yumi has huge openings in the backline, whether that is a flank from Twitch, so you can't see her, or whether that's jumping in together with Diana, right? And there could be like also other champions that dive in. We still haven't seen, I was about to say the likes of Set, but thankfully that one is out of the picture. But we could be able to see like maybe some sort of assassins in the mid lane, like something like a Zed, you know? It's all in.
There's so many options for you to take here. You can still create space with other champions in the mid lane if that's what you want to. But yeah, certainly I think AD will be the name of the game.
Got it.
What's up?
It's a Yone.
It's a Yone angle. It's not a bad shout, but it's definitely not something you want. Well, I mean, Yone is actually decently blind pickable as well for the mid lane if that's what you're looking for. So, okay, so Niriki, I expect the top laner for them to come out here, but no. Okay, they actually prioritize top lane for themselves here.
Yone as well.
Yeah, I find this very interesting, but because usually when you have a backline you want to play for with a Jinx and a Nami, you usually want a frontliner, right? So that means you're not playing for a carry in the top lane, but they actually lock in the Vex here for themselves. So now let's have the puzzle pieces revealed from the side of X7. So
Okay.
Jace, I think that's top.
That is top.
Yeah, that is top.
But what I'm seeing is squishiness from the side of
A lot.
X7. And you're diving into a Vex, like an insta-failure. And if that Nami does survive, she can create a lot of space together with the Zinza. So now it's starting to become quite scary, unless that Jay snowballs completely out of control, which then means who's gonna be keeping the Twitch plus Yumi safe in the bot side, because Twitch versus Jinx, Jinx has the range on him.
Well, there you go.
Plays mid lane. Okay, I love that much more. I love that
Yeah,
much
I
more.
think that adaptation does, the more I think about it as well, it does ring a bit more true, just because if you were going to take a melee matchup into the Vex, I think Vex was just going to get a lot of priority here. So the fact that you know that they have the blind pick or they have the counter pick on their side, just take the on for yourself. You already have a backline to play for. You already have Poke. You already have engaged with the Diana, together with the Yumi as well. Now on is there to pile it on top, and here we go. I think that's the front liner we were expecting to see as well in the top lane, but yeah, it's definitely two compositions right now, at least with a clear identity. From Niriki, you can see that, you know what, the Jinx is the primary carry. We're not going to be playing for the Gragas.
This is where it's a little bit disjointed with a Diana for me, because I'm like,
I agree.
Diana goes in with who?
Doesn't provide much.
Maybe a
does it?
Twitch flank. I think they're going to rely heavily on Twitch flanks together with the Yumi and the Diana when the Jace poke has been set down and the own horn has been sung. Yes, but I feel like if anyone could pull off a hard composition that has been drafted, that could possibly be X7. I don't like Nuriki's draft. Minus the Nami, I really do like Nuriki's draft. They create a lot of space for their Jinx. They have the Vex Phase. They've got the Gragas casks.
I actually still think they have to peel there with the Gragas as well from the cast. And I think that's what's gonna be key moments. If you can keep your Jinx safe
Wonder
there,
Gragas?
that's great. Yeah, that's what you need. Because if you can peel the Diana off, then as you're saying, the composition does become a little bit awkward because she comes in with dashes. Once that's
She's
offset,
alone.
once that she's alone, that becomes very difficult. But if you snowball on X7, it's very difficult to play the game from the side of it.
I just want to see the rat. I just want to see what he's going to do with the rat, honestly.
And it is time. Nuriki on one side have to fight it out versus a giant on the other side. Kasing got his wish come true. He is a cat. Casters, what do you think about that?
Meow, meow.
Meow.
It's the dream. We talked about it in week 1 in the interview. Kasing wants to be a cat, and now he is. And we've got the Twitch alongside. There's an army on the other side. Cats love fish. So surely just on that merit, X7 have already won, right, Henning?
Yeah, but if you're talking about that aspect as well, I think cats and rats don't really go that well together, like on the same team cooperation-wise. Like I'm not an expert on, I'm not a zoologist, but I don't think that's how that works.
I mean, it's an interesting team composition they've built as we make our way onto the Rift for our third game of the day. Third game for both these teams as well. X7 undefeated, Nuriki yet to find a win. And as the desk was saying, I want to see what your opinion is on this. Ease of execution versus whatever X7 have been drinking this evening. What are your thoughts on these two compositions?
I honestly don't think that X7's comp is that hard to play. You have the layers of engage. I mean, any Ornn comp, like Ornn engage comps, are pretty easy to play. Then you have the Twitch Yumi, which is really weird. But I mean, you do have good layers of engage, like Ornn ulti to open up, and then you have a Diana with a Yumi on top of her that's been sped up by a Jace gate jumping in, and that's going to create all the chaos and confusion in the world for Jace and Twitch to just stand at long range doing all of their damage. I mean, it's not an easy comp to execute, but might not be that difficult. I mean, also you also have to think about the aspect that X7 might be thinking that this should be an easy matchup against Niriki, so they can sort of afford to try out some stuff that might not be the strongest picks that they've got, just to see like, okay, does this work in a competitive environment? Sort of looking at it that way as well.
Potentially, but I mean, the Riki have given themselves a lot of disengage. The Krags was one the Des touched on a lot. Also, with the Xin and the Nami, they are potentially able to force back people like Diana, who's trying to get into the backline and cause all kinds of issues. But those team fights are a long way away. We've still got laning phase, and if X7 can want to win this game in a fashion that befits the composition, the way that they're building, they might want to try and do so a little bit earlier. So they'll have to be making some things happen sooner rather than later.
Bottom lane should be a place of strength for Niriki with a Jinx together with the Nami. Having so much sustain, push, range, like, I mean, you should be able to have a lot of pressure in this lane. But as we saw last game, just because you have pressure early on in bottom lane doesn't mean that you win. You can still get punished. So I think Niriki have to look at this lane sort of like the Lux Caitlyn lane that we saw in last game, that you need to give them space. Give them vision, give them control on the bottom side of the map so that they are able to push in this Twitch Yumi and punish them early on.
It's safety first rather than necessarily trying to play around it massively in order to get it ahead with the jungler. But damage coming down to X7, they're putting the burn with the poison. But the Nasty needs to be a little bit careful, and the top side Potoska also needs to keep himself clean. But Gragas is not something we've necessarily seen Potoska on or think of him when we're looking at champion pool. Although Abignale needs to be a little bit careful. Damage coming through, forcing the flash away. The exhaust is down. Nata goes low, but will he be able to get the shield? He gets the shield, gets the heal. Haru is here, but isn't going to be able to secure a kill or any kind of play, as the Cedar also moves in to make sure that everything peters out properly.
That was pretty close. Chunking down the Twitch here is really good for them. I mean, you do have the Yumi heals, and you also had 2 potions because it did start with a Doran's ring. But the Sidra have been able to make his way in here. Could even go for the dive. Don't think that's going to be working out for them, though. So we'll just be recalling. Speaking a bit more about Nada here on this Twitch, we do have with a combination of summoner spells, runes, and starting item. I'm pretty confident to say that this is going to be an AP Twitch, which I think is a standard choice here, so nothing too unexpected. With a Crown of the Shattered Queen being such a strong item later on, I mean, you can open up with your ultimate. With Hail of Blades, you have so much attack speed, get all the burst damage onto the enemy team, and then pretty much unkillable for the first few seconds with that Crown.
With the AP Twitch being the build potentially that is going to be looked towards, as you said, puts a lot more onus on Tempt on the Jace being the only real form of AD damage that the team is going to have. Abignale in the mid lane trying to keep the Jace down, but he has got support in the wings if things go too wrong, with Haru just recalling off in that bush, thinking about going in potentially. Iro is manaless, and is actually going to be the victim of Haru if he can get the catch on. Going for the recall. Does Haru know? Yes, he does. Diving on forward. Doesn't get too much damage in, though, as the Vex is going to be ran down. Flash available. Dive available. Doesn't even need to flash as Haru picks up first blood.
Well played by Haru, getting a lot of burst damage down there with the Diana, picking up first blood in the mid lane. Not that crucial because Aero's been going for the teleport, so I can just TP back, but this might be very important though.
Abignale taking a decent amount of damage. The Chompers saved the life for a second longer, but the flash from Nata gets the kill. But now Nata needs to be careful. Goes invisible, but Astor is keeping on top of him. One more auto might be enough for the shield, the heal. Can a Twitch escape? He's running round the houses. Kasing dives off to give him another target, jumping in front. Nata needs to survive. One more auto. Will he be able to? No, he won't. And now Astor's excited, but the cat helps grab the kill. And in the bot lane, big fight comes down. It's just Kasing left.
Ooh, just catching out Abignale here at the start of the fight. I thought they were going to have enough burst damage to just one-shot him really early. Do have to invest the flash, and then in the end, I think X7 plays this really well. Kasing in particular, I mean, standing in front and utilizing the bushes and everything here to deny the vision of Azator. Really close to be able to survive there, or even Nada, but in the end, he goes down and also buys the AD item, so I have to be embarrassed by myself thinking it was AP Twitch, but I was wrong. Oh.
Sometimes Jaeger just does that. Don't worry about it. It happens to the best of us, but that's a nice solo kill coming in for Ornn. Remember, even though he's a tank, does a surprisingly large amount of damage early. So X7, as we maybe expect a little bit from just what we've seen from them so far, taking themselves a couple of leads across the map, and Haru looking a bit aggressively, potentially going for a dive, but actually going to look for Xin, who's hanging around him. Thinking about going in, will do just that. This is going to be a team fight as DSTY dives away, and it's actually going to be Haru who's taken now, because he needs to be careful on the Yuumi, doesn't have that much health. And the Ricky take the fight, following through. Vex goes in, has to leave immediately afterwards though, but Tempt is now in trouble. Nata putting some damage through, Yuumi dives on through, the flash is utilized. But Nariki, excellent fight, they turn the play around and grab themselves a kill.
Haru might have been biting up a bit more than he could chew right there. I thought he was going to have the fight because he was level 6 versus level 4. Huge difference there in the jungle. But DSTY had his team right there. So Nariki working together to protect their jungler, protect their own side of the map, and punishing Haru there. Quite a good pickup there. Still DSTY is quite far behind in this jungle matchup, but that definitely propelled him a bit forward in the experience and goal to try to catch up to Haru.
Yeah, it's not even just a case of grabbing loads for himself, but it's also a case of helping his team out and stopping Haru from getting further ahead. Now on the bot side again, Nata and Kasing have the priority for now, which is not something we necessarily expected in this matchup when it comes to champions. But Haru, once again, he hasn't been put off being aggressive and has moved into the jungle. Once again, DSTY will know what's going on. You've got to imagine, spots out the red buff, could look to get a smite away. Won't be able to, actually. It's going to be Haru who steals it and backs away with the buff in tow.
I'm a bit interested into Haru's decision-making right there, because Ocean Dragon is up. Ocean Dragon is a very strong, I mean, it's the strongest early game dragon. You help your laners so much if you secure it. And they also had full pressure in the bottom lane, and as well as the mid lane. So he had all the opportunities in the world to set up for a dragon, but instead went for the enemy red buff to go very deep into DSTY's jungle, try to harass him, wanting to get an advantage for himself, and is now on the Herald while DSTY is looking for bottom lane of X7 here, but won't be able to get it. So that's going to be a free Herald for Haru.
Haru's going to grab it, and while the decision-making might not be necessarily what you expect, Haru doesn't do what you expect. He does what he wants and grabs himself the objectives. He grabs himself the buff and the Rift Herald, and actually with the reset coming through, Nariki could look to just start this one up immediately, and giving themselves that Ocean Dragon will be a nice boon on the side. And with Diana still being on the top side of the map, this one should be freely taken, which is going to be a nice start for Nariki. But 9 minutes in, with the Rift Herald having just been taken very quickly, it's almost 2,000 in the lead for X7.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lead pretty much across the board. Bottom lane, quite behind in the CS, but you have one more kill, so that's a good thing. But the top lane is what I was thinking about. Good of the observers to show us here. 30 CS up for Jaeger right now. That's basically a 50% lead, 2 plates as well. And the most important thing, this is in a tank versus tank matchup. This is not where you're supposed to be getting solo kills to get 30 CS leads at 9 minutes to get free tower plates. But Jaeger is just outplaying Patoska here in the 1v1. And you have to remember that Patoska also chose this matchup. He knew he was up against an Ornn, picked the Gragas himself. Really, I mean, he chose this, and yet Jaeger is doing so well. Also going towards the bottom side right here. Might look for a play with the Call of the Forge God.
Yeah, moving in, you've got Haru as well, so it'll be a 4v2. They could potentially start up a dive, but Vex and Xin are on the bottom half of the map. Astor going to be forced to flash away, but he can't flash away from all the dots coming through. The healing potion is enough to keep Astor alive. Everything thrown onto him, but everything thrown by his own team as well. And in the end, no one falls.
Is the Herald going to be used here for X7? I'm not sure. Could go for a dive if they have the Herald with him as well, but Haru goes in.
He goes in super early, goes down, and now the disengage can come through. There's the ultimate from downtown. X7 in shambles in this team fight. Jaeger stumbles away, but they lose 4 members. Triple kill going on to Aero. And X7 have just hurled the game right back into Nariki's favor.
What was that? Gold lead now for Niriki. Triple kill for the Vex, getting multiple resets on the ulti and that tower dive. And X7 really playing far too confidently. Let's take a look at what actually happened here. I think if you dive this, you put down the Herald before you go in, but Haru just goes ASAP, gets comboed there by everything, and you can see now Area has the reset on the Vex, is able to ulti, I think, 3 times in this fight. So overall, very well played there for Niriki, but you also have to question X7. I think you have to say that wasn't necessarily a mistake to go for the dive, but the execution left a lot to be desired.
I mean, the execution was horrible. I think we don't have to sugarcoat it. Going in as the Diana, getting exhausted, stunned, and killed immediately before the rest of the team could come through. Let's see if X7... Actually, let's see how X7 can respond, because we haven't had to see them do a response to a necessarily awful play yet. They've moved Arthrinkising onto the top side, but multiple members of Niriki are here looking to potentially punish. A couple of minutes left on plates to get some more investment into their pockets. But as you say, Niriki have themselves a slender gold lead. And with this composition, with the champs like Jinx and Vex with a triple, things are looking good. Rifteld now drops on the top side just to get a bit of gold, but are they going to look to potentially make a play alongside it?
People are coming in here. There is TP on both of the bottom laners as well.
Engaging coming through. Nana needs to be a little bit careful. Goes low. Remembers are coming up, but Haru are going to be able to dodge away from that tidal wave. No one falling on this occasion, but Aero chasing Tempest back down the river. Both went to join the team, but neither was called on. And the fight will just peter out. But X7 maybe being a little bit more tentative now, seeing what Niriki can do in fighting situations, giving them a bit more space.
Yeah, for sure. Niriki is keeping up with the X7 right now, which is not what I was expecting to say here. I think this might be the most one-sided game today. I mean, that was my expectation, but looking at it right now, it's really neck and neck, very, very close at the 13-minute mark. I think both teams scale quite well, but I don't think Niriki are too sad with the game continuing, even though they're probably slightly weaker going up against the Ornn with the Ornn items. They do still have a Jinx with some good peeling on top of her, as well as the Vex, so not bad scaling at all.
Interesting as well that Jaeger has gone for the rush of the Fimbulwinter. I know it's called something else before it gets stacked up, but, you know, when it's stacked, it's called Fimbulwinter. So that's an interesting first buy from the Ornn. Keep your eyes on that one stacking up, because it's going to be a decent chunk of tankiness once it's completed. But Azito and Abagnale in the mid lane just trying to get a couple more plates, potentially. Going to be able to grab one before they fall off. 15 seconds left means that will probably be all she wrote in terms of that. But Niriki, they've lost the gold lead, but as you said, if they keep even, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, for sure. And with the second dragon spawning right now, we do, of course, have a slight dragon lead for Niriki here, securing the ocean, and it's going to be a Chemtech spawning right now. And the Sidra, not sure if he's started it, does not. Oh, he's actually going to go for it right here. And X7 are giving this up. They are far out of position, so this is going to be a free second break for Niriki as well. Not sure if X7 had to do that, but with the recall timings, they were not able to contest it.
And giving away the second dragon is going to give a bit more power into Niriki's pocket. Their ability to fight is once again increased, and X7 needs to be careful here. Giving away too much and allowing Niriki too much freedom in this game and respecting them to an extent is always going to be good, but they need to make something happen if they want to snowball this advantage that they had and have somehow managed to claw back through farming and just being slightly better in terms of getting in those side lanes and grabbing gold where they could. I'm a little bit concerned though. But that being said, we haven't seen much of Tempt yet. Nata going to be moving in now, getting the ultimate down onto Yuumi. That's the secret Yuumi ultimate, and there's going to be 2 quick kills. Just as I began to doubt them, Tempt dives in to try and take down Zinzao, but he puts up the ultimate, which may keep him alive. It will keep him alive for a couple of seconds longer. X7 grab themselves back on level playing field when it comes to kills and take the gold lead a little bit further.
Well played by X7. Look at this Twitch Yuumi, the invisible final chapter, and then using the Gale Force on the Twitch to reposition to get the second root there, and then Temp even going for the mini insect on the Jace, E-flashing in melee form to knock the Sidra back in towards his team. Perhaps a little bit too fancy. I mean, you weren't able to pick up the kill because of the Sensao ulti, how strong it is when he's just trying to run away from the enemy team, but still, very nice set of plays there from X7, really utilizing this Twitch and Yuumi well, and that's something that I really want to see. I mean, you have to, like, when you're picking Twitch Yuumi, it's because you want to be, it's not because you want to get bubbled as soon as you come out of invisibility, it's because you want to set up plays with the Yuumi ulti.
Which is what we saw in that last fight. It was a case of Nata running forward, grabbing the perfect angle for Kasing to go in with that Yuumi ultimate, and they picked up 2 kills on the back of it. Now it's a question of can they do that consistently, and other members of the team, are they going to be able to follow up the way that they did? But Nata going to be just hanging around mid, but he doesn't have support really. Needs to be careful as teleport actually going to come on through. The Rat-a-tat-tat has been thrown, but Nata's going to be engaged on, gets the kill first with Haru now here trying to keep the Cedar off the Twitch and will be able to do so quite effectively. But now Nariki re-exerting their efforts and managed to grab the kill on to the Twitch. The CJ will be the next victim though. Vex flying on through, trying to get that CC, get that AoE, and the fight is turning. Kasing needs to find a way onto Haru, won't be able to do so. But Nariki, it looked good for a while, but Agvanali, the only survivor, X7 take the fight.
Yeah, Haru really laying down the hurt there onto Nariki, winning the fight in the end there for X7. I think one other important factor is just look at the junglers right now, 85 CS to 130. The Sidra was really weak in that fight. He was alone up against the Twitch Yuumi in the backside, which we'll be seeing here in this replay. So it begins with Nada opening up. I think he doesn't really realize how many people on the enemy team are here, but look at the Sidra right now. He is free hitting onto the Twitch, using all of his abilities for a really long time, then goes back in, and he's still not able to kill the Twitch. So he keeps shooting for a while. There's a lot of AoE damage, and then Vex is not able to get any resets here. Instead gets shut down, and Haru auto-attacking through here with the Conqueror Diana. Really liking these sort of long fights. So even though Nariki looked to be keeping an even footing for a long time in the game, I'd say X7 have a solid lead at this moment.
Yeah, looking at that gold, 4,500, you definitely call that comfortable. And something that I must say is Nata's just about to unload once again. The spray and pray Avignale should survive. Burning low, but there's going to be some food poisoning in that sushi if anyone tries to take a bite. But Nariki definitely taking the fight to X7 in a way that, even with XL last time around, I don't think we've necessarily seen.
Yeah, pretty much so. I mean, they are just looking for so much with this Twitch. Being able to make plays as an AD carry is something that's pretty rare. I mean, you have, yeah, sure, you have the Ashe, but then you're more like setting up for your team, and then you have Jhin, maybe you can set up for your team also, but the Twitch can set up for himself. And Nada's doing a good job with it. Playing with the Ignite as well speaks to the levels of confidence that he has here. Picking up both mid lane towers also gives you a lot of space, but here's the fight.
Coming off through, Jaeger breaks on the backline though. Desidra is free hitting, but he's not really getting anyone important. And this time around, he'll be taken out. Excellent play by Jaeger, MVP of that one, just to keep the rest of Nariki at bay. And now this inner tower should be the focus. X7 able to grab that one up easily. And backing away. They stumbled for a couple of minutes there. But it looks like X7 are back on top. Vex going into the backline. Nobody jumped on the 2. Haru goes low. Has to go golden into stasis. But there's an excellent play from Batoska. Looks for the execution on the Haru. Has to shield away from the minions. But the rest of X7 are going to turn the fight around. Avignale goes low. Asdor has the Gale Force defensively. But Tempt is still chasing him. Yumi's still chasing him. And Kasing helps secure the kill. Batoska moving the other way. He had a perfect disengage a little bit earlier in this fight. Can he disengage himself? No, he can't. Nata makes sure of that one. Arrow under tower is a hard nut to crack, but members of X7 may well try. Jaeger taking up this tower actually will go down. Nice use of the stopwatch to keep the Vex alive, and now Kasing, no one to help him, is felled as well. We will be able to secure the objective as Haru wasn't there. X7 maybe getting a little bit too greedy.
Eerie on this Vex, doing it really well in that fight. You could see him opening up with the ulti there on like the re-engage after his jungler have died. At this point, this is a very confident play to go for, but together with the Jinx Rocket, you have so much burst damage. Haru's just able to survive with the stopwatch, and then just gets the shield up again to survive after getting Gragas cast. But yes, even though his bottom lane died, I mean, I like Aereo going for this sort of play. Niriki, you just don't want to sit back and get engaged on by Twitch over and over and getting picked up and killed for no reason. You want to go for these proactive plays, and I think they're doing it well. And then this dive as well, Aereo playing it really well, getting the CC chain down onto Jaeger, using that Everfrost and the Sonias at the perfect timing. So really a shining light for Niriki right now in the mid lane.
As all that we talked about in pre-show, actually, Aero being, oh, okay, thinking about the Death Rush, going to be putting up that tidal wave, but it doesn't hit anyone, because they're going to be able to dive away onto Nata, and X7 able to dodge away from that brush with Death on the top side. Aero and Jaeger just going to be hanging out. I don't know if Ornn's necessarily got the kill ability onto Aero, especially if he can't hit that second charge of ultimate because he was CC, but Haru moving in to try and make this one a little bit less fair. Jaeger somewhat careful, is being a bit cavalier with taking tower shots, and is going to be forced to back away.
I think the big problem for Niriki here is the Sidra. Look at the jungle, he's so far behind, he is so weak, and yes, he can survive for a long time with the Xin Zhao ulti. Well, actually, he lived through all of that, so good on him. But he is still really far behind in this matchup. Gordrinker and 2 Ruby Crystals versus 2.5 items on Diana. The Sidra is really not going to be a big threat in these fights.
No, he's able to dive through, and we were speaking so much of what happened well early for Niriki was about Decidra on this Xin Zhao. But in recent fights, X7 have been much more, they've changed their focus to, let's make sure that Xin Zhao is on his own. If he dives forward, that's fine, but let's make sure the rest of the team isn't able to follow up. And as you can see, Nata still trying to get things going. Needs to be a little careful because, again, maybe one too many members of the Finnish team here to really make it comfortable, but Haru's coming through, Tempt on the other side. This could be an X7 sandwich, and it's fish on the menu as they pick up the Nami. Decidra, again, he's on the backline, but he can't get very much done, and he's going to be deleted. Jaeger steps forward, but can't find a re-engage, and X7 move towards the Baron area.
Now, Niriki, you have to answer a difficult question. Are you going to contest this Baron? Are you going to be playing to try to fight this? I think the answer is yes. It looks like they will be going for it. If you get a Vex combo on several people with a Jinx Rocket, it's not impossible to get a reset and then get a lot of damage down on the enemy team. They are going to be trying for it.
The old horn has been blown. They're trying to keep people, but it's not going to hit anyone. The Baron is secured by X7, but people going low. Aero trying to escape, doesn't get snared up, will be rooted by the last tick though, as Haru is unstoppable. X7, strength to strength so far in this league, find their way back into the game.
X7 just looks so calm when they're playing. I mean, I would be panicking in that scenario. Oh, the enemy team, they're here, they have a Vex and a Jinx and a Gragas, they could try to steal this, they could try to go for the fight, but they're just like, it doesn't even look like they're caring. They just hit the Baron and then kill it and then win the fight. They're just a better team at the moment. They're playing with so much confidence.
And it's the experience these players are coming with, you know? You've got the likes of Tempt and Haru, who played on the biggest stage in Korea, in the world stage even. Kasig, of course, coming through, has had experience with ELCS and LEC. Jaeger has been out in LEC and NALCS, but don't tell trouble. So they've got so much experience that they know when to make these decisions and how to make these calls. And Haru, that was probably not the correct call, though, as he's been caught out diving on through. But it's Tempt to get the first kill of the fight, and Haru's still alive. He will finally be cut down as Niriki look to make their excuses and leave. One-on-one is the trade currently, but Jaeger might want to start more. They're going to move back towards Tosca, though, as the rest of X7 want to take down the Fat Man. Won't be able to do so. And actually, Niriki get the even trade.
Yeah, but Tempt in that fight, he's been sort of invisible on this Jace. He's not been doing too much in the fights. I mean, he's been doing some damage, but they're just one-shots the enemy AD carry before the fight even starts. And that's the reason that this fight has not been a lot worse for X7, and they're able to keep going here.
Yeah, Jaeger going very aggressively, Tempt following up, but have they gone a step too far? Damage on the Nami is big, but now Tempt is the focus for Niriki's anger. Looking to try and take down the tower, will be able to do so, so at least they're not finding under that one anymore. But Tosca is so healthy, and X7 is so not, as Jaeger will be the first victim. Can Niriki find another? Decidra goes low, and he's going to have to peel away. and Nuriki will likely go with him. Nada's here, Tempt is here, Kazin keeping people alive and wanting to fight. Moving forward, Jace wants to get some sniping down, some damage if he can, but won't be able to do so as Azador turns the pain back around. X7 unable to continue for now, but Haru is moving in.
The dragon is up, the cloud if they want to go for it. Niriki probably cannot contest, and they want to keep going for this perhaps. Yeah, they're just going to be turning towards the dragon. And the big thing standing out to me in that long fight is the Yuumi, how strong it is with all of the healing. But yeah, look at the one shot here from Temp. Jumping in, one hit, kills Azator, while Haru is able to buy a lot of time. So really showing the strength of the Jace here. But then, playing with a bit too much confidence perhaps, 6-7. Yes, Ornn is very tanky. You can tank the tower for a while, but without any minion wave even close, you're half HP before the fight even starts. And you don't have that much burst damage when the Twitch does not have ulti, because you're so far away, not able to do too much, and a good Gragas cast as well. Actually not able to let the E-Flash there on the Twitch, which I did not spot in the first time, so that could have been a completely different fight if Petoska would have landed that and been able to CC up Nada. If the Twitch goes down there, I think we're looking at a different fight.
Something that's to be noted, though, the difference between X7 in this game and the games they had last week has just struck me. The communication doesn't seem to be there to the same level. In that X7, a lot of the times where they've made mistakes or overextended, it hasn't been the whole team. In that last fight, we saw Jaeger peeling towards bot lane, flashing in that direction to try and get things going. The rest of the team had turned its attention towards mid lane and towards Petoska. So whether X7 are completely on the same hymn sheet right now has to be questioned. They're still playing exceptionally well individually, and when the team fights are forced to be 5v5, they're doing that correctly. But it's just the decisions leading up to those and when to cool in, when to dive out. It's not been the same X7 that we saw necessarily from week one.
I gotta agree with you. I've not been too impressed today by the way they've been playing together as a team. As I said in the pre-game, they have some very nice layers of engage, I think, with the Ornn ulti opening up and then a Jace sped up Diana with the Yuumi on top following that engage up. But they've not been able to pull that off even once this game. Instead, it's been these sort of scattered fights, Jaeger going really deep, Tempt going really deep a couple of times on the Jace. It's not to speak about Nada, who can just been engaging fights by himself. So the team coordination, I'm not too impressed. I am impressed by the balls and picking up a Magi Soul Stealer on an AD Twitch, though.
You know, 10 stacks, sometimes you got to... Oh, is that 10 or is that 0? I can't read. I think that's 10.
It's 10.
I mean, Nata has been playing exceptionally well. Of course, being the least experienced player on the team, having that confidence and being supported by the team is something that's going to be very important for this guy's development. And it's clearly a massive talent to have made it onto this X7 roster. And I believe Kazing spoke about it a little bit in week one when we had him on the interview, saying this guy, he just needs the support structure around him. He just needs a good team to foster his development. And that's what X7 seems to be providing him, because third game on the NLC stage, picking up a Medjai's, picking up a Twitch, of all things, and then having a very strong performance on it and getting things going for yourself. That's not kind of a rookie move that you necessarily expect.
And he's been starting the fights by himself. I mean, he's not been sitting back for others to engage. He's been opening up like alone here in these fights, or with Kazing on top of him. And it's mostly been working out, I'd say. He's been punished maybe once or twice, but usually the aggression has been paying off in this case.
Where's Azator gone? Tem just removes him from the face of the rift, and they can move towards this mid lane inhibitor tower. It gets melted through just as quickly. And just like that, the base is cracked open pre-30 minutes. X7 will not overstay their welcome this time around. And they're potentially looking towards the Baron area, clearing out vision as they go. Whether they'll take the objective, we'll have to wait and see.
They will be going for this. Niriki should probably look to try to contest it. I'm not sure about the vision situation, though. They have 3 blue trinkets, which is going to be very important, but Nada is looking for the play.
That Call of the Forge got hit onto Abagnale. He's already down. Niriki now with 3 members. It's going to be even harder to contest this objective. X7 make the bait work. Are they actually going to start the objective?
Well, actually, Acer is such low level, so he's been able to respawn and come back into this fight once more. Here we go.
Well, the Xin Zhao's already burning low. Will survive for a second longer. Nard gets pulled in and actually shut down. The reset on Avatar, they pick up a second, but there's the engage from Haru. That's what we wanted to see from X7. They pull off a combination and move towards the enemy base.
That's a wombo combo right there. Haru doing so much damage. I thought X7 might have gone too deep when Nara and Kasinga picked off really deep in the fight. Like frontline Twitch, what are you doing? But in the end it works out when Haru completely cleans up the fight. Will they be able to finish this game though?
I think they will be able to. Temp's going to be knocking back the fountain. Nami goes down. X7 are going to be able to secure an undefeated run. It will continue as they take down Nariki. But that was closer than I think a lot of people were expecting.
Yeah, X7 playing with a lot of confidence, perhaps getting a bit too cocky from time to time, getting punished by Nariki very heavily, in particular with the bottom lane dive early on, meaning that Nariki, even though you might have a lot of weaker laners, were head-to-head going quite far into that game. So Nariki, I think they should be happy with how the sort of early to mid game went, but then in the team fights, X7 just showed that they are the stronger team.
And individual performances from X7 shone through. I think everyone on their team had a good performance, but we did see cracks beginning to show. Nariki asked a lot of questions of X7, and there were a lot of questions that were answered very well, but a couple that X7 didn't have good answers for. Hopefully, they've got good answers for our interview, though, as we'll be talking to both teams after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
And we are back to the studio on NLC after this interesting game between X7 and Nuriki. On one side, Nuriki needed this victory. They actually needed to step up. On the other side, X7 seemed like they wanted to have fun. Probably a little bit too much. But that is a question I'm gonna have with Jaeger, who's waiting for me in the interview. There you are. How are you doing, my friend?
Hello. I'm doing great. Thank you.
Okay, big question. Why did you change your name?
I mean, I had a couple of, almost a year break or something.
Yeah.
And it would, I don't know, it didn't feel right to go into like LVP with the same name. But in the end, it was just like, I like this name. If I make LEC ever again, I might rename back. But other than that,
As long as you're happy with that name, that's what matters, man. As long as you're happy. And now the other question I have to you is, we're going to the Champion Select. We see everybody having fun with the picks. You see the Twitch, you see the Yuumi, Jace, the mid lane. Everybody's having a blast. And they force you to play Ornn on the top lane with TP locked in until 14 minutes. What is up with that? Why do they hate top laners?
I mean, I had some fun last week, but honestly, playing Ornn is not that bad. It's kind of fun because you do a lot of damage still. So, and our comp needed it, so I was like, yeah, sure.
So okay, as long as we are looking into the comp, what happened for your team to pick Twitch alongside with Yuumi? Is this like a fun thing? Is this like a plan you guys are working out? Are you guys cooking something?
It's a little bit of fun. I mean, for today's matchup, honestly, we kind of knew we were going to win no matter what we do, basically. So we decided to like show something different, maybe. And let them have some fun in the bot lane.
And you guys felt as soon as Twitch and Yuumi got the advantage, you could pick people out of position, and that was more than comfortable. Even though the game went to like 30 minutes plus, were you expecting to play that long into this game?
I mean, we didn't really play too serious. Like last two games were like very serious. Like no one really wanted to make a mistake, but this game we just like have some fun at bot lane and then all die randomly, and then the game's in a tougher spot than it should be. So it was just us like not having like the most clean game, I would say. Just having a bit more fun.
This is a cool topic, like the getting back into the game, because most of the times when you guys are playing scrims, when you see like a game that is not going accordingly to your composition or it's really hard to come back from, usually the scrim is over. Like, surrender, let's go. We go to the next one, we adapt, we improve, we overcome. But the reason why you're playing competitive on a competitive scene and you're playing from behind and you have to come back, this is a good practice, isn't it?
We never really felt behind, to be honest.
Okay.
Even after the bot dive, okay, my bot lane was 2 levels behind, but they didn't really have many tools to do anything. We always had control on side lane. We were outscaling them pretty hard, so we weren't really worried. But yeah, it just took us longer to finish than it should have.
You felt comfortable no matter what in that game, and that's what matters the most. Do you have any team you want to play against on the NLC? Is there one team that you want to face off and teach them a lesson?
I don't know. I would like to play versus Excel again. I felt like we should stomp them if we play this game better. So, judging that they are the strongest, I would like to play them again. Just for that reason. Just to see where we're at.
It was a really good show, I'm going to be honest. It was really fun to see that game. And this one as well. Like, I love chaos. When you see these things happening inside of the Rift, I'm really happy with it. Nobody knows what's going to happen. I really enjoyed it. And most of all, I enjoyed that you knew most of the time you guys were ahead, you guys were comfortable, and that shows that this super team, aside from the other ones in LEC and stuff like that, is actually working out. You guys are making it happen. I'm going to get flamed for that. So thank you so much for being on the interview.
Thank you,
Thank you, and I'll see you the next day.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm gonna get flamed. I don't care. I'm sold out to the NLC. I believe on the NLC. I believe way too much on the NLC that I even bet my hair that we would make European Masters and we would take European Masters. And I'm not gonna talk about that anymore. I want to know if we have the other player ready for the interview. We're getting a second. By the way, how are you feeling at home? Go to the social media, go to Twitter, and tell us how you're feeling. Tell us what teams would you like to see play out on the NLC, what matches would like to see, and what champions would you like to see on the Rift. The next player I'm going to have on the interview is DSTY on the team Nuriki as soon as he's capable of joining. This team now facing the 0-3, which is really confusing and really hard to come from. But I think he's ready. Are you there, DSTY?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Okay,
How do you
great.
pronounce your
Hi, guys.
name? DSTY?
It's Desidera.
DSTY.
It's in Latin. Yeah.
Oh, spicy. I like it. So, weird game, wasn't it?
It wasn't really a weird game. It was mostly just us not having the best of fundamentals and not being very comfortable to pushing the game when we have an advantage. So it was kind of like I think they played very disrespectfully and threw a couple of times, so the game was close. And I think if we work more on our fundamentals, games like this should be very easy wins.
Okay, I would like to go to the champion select again, but I want to touch on the subject you just pointed out, the fact that sometimes you felt that you had what was necessary to look them in the face and probably punish them from the way they played in the champion select that they brought in. So even though you guys lost, this is a really good VOD for you guys to go back and see where you could actually return, because this is X7. And if you guys can deal with X7, this is a really good VOD, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think most people don't expect us to do much because, like, from tier lists and things like that, people don't really have a high opinion of us and the players. But I think if we fix a couple of issues that we know we're having, I think we're going to be a very solid team.
I like that. I like that confidence as well. Going to the champion select now. Nami as a support. Was that like a last call to bring in the Nami? Or you guys felt comfortable with the Jinx Nami? No one to actually help the Nami that usually use an AD carry that has high mobility to juke around and use the E as well? Was that a little last minute call or was that something prepared?
The thing is, we don't really see Twitch that often in scrims, so it was kind of a curveball for us. Yeah, so we're trying to see something that Abagnale knew that worked for him, so we tried Nami. And it worked for us in scrims before, like to have a winning bot matchup, which we did. But the issue with our comp was we had too much disengage. We had a lot of disengage, which is good against Diana comps, but we didn't have tools to push the game and press our lead.
Okay, you playing as Shinzao and looking at the team that you have to go face tank, you have to deal with those champions, with the Twitch that was getting ahead as well. Everybody was getting ahead. How do you feel as a jungler when you see that, okay, it is my job to face tank these guys that you were not capable of dealing on the lanes? What was your mental process throughout this game?
I mean, this game, I kind of felt a bit stuck because the job was to, well, like when you're Xin Zhao, your main job is to create space and like make it easy for your team to play the team fight. But in this game, since we had really bad engage, I tried to maybe force some fights to. But yeah, the champion is not meant for that, so it's kind of more of like pushing towards desperation, like just so that we can do something. So even from the draft, I think the game is already hard. But yeah, I mean, from in-game, I'm glad that we played reactively on some plays very well. So I was happy about that, and I think if it keeps going like this, I think with every loss, like we keep improving in our drafts. We need to work on our drafts a lot, and when we fix that, I think we're gonna be a very good team.
It's the miracle run. It can happen.
Yeah.
One last
it can.
question, really, really fast on this one, and really tactical as well.
Yep.
Do you play the guitar?
I do a bit. I haven't played it in a while, but I used to a lot when I was younger.
We should play together, man. I'm a guitar player as well, so we got ourselves a deal. Thank you so much, and good luck looking into these VODs and coming back from that 0-3 to, who knows, 3-3 or even better than that. Wish you luck, man.
We can, for sure. Thank
There
you.
we go.
See you next time.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Confidence is the key if you want to improve, if you want to overcome your obstacles, and if you want to take the NLC. The teams are really, really tough, and the competition is even tougher. But now we're going to toss it to a break, and we'll come back to another game. See you soon. It's time to get that sweet game between Eminem and Astralis. So this is a cute game. Before I give it to you, Goldberg.
Ah! Take it back.
Trouble. Hello.
Hello.
What should we talk about this matchup?
Should we talk about Denmark?
Oh my god, did you just say Denmark?
I said Denmark.
Was I summoned?
You know that guy
about
who's like
Denmark.
sitting in class who's like, he's got his veins all popping in his head. He's
Yeah.
Like,
Is that Denmark reference?
Me when I haven't spoken about Denmark in 5 minutes.
All right, take it. Do it.
Alright,
Okay.
so, I mean, it's just like the other game we just had. I feel like it's a David Goliath once again, where Eminem really has to do a lot because Astralis has been looking like the kind of team that was slow on day one, built up momentum on day two, and they've kind of been on a very good trajectory at the moment. I think Carlson has been stellar. We've talked about him in the pre-show. Haven't died a single time.
Will he though? Because she carried
No,
did die.
no, he will not die. He will stay on
Immortal.
Exactly. But I also think it's the fact that you take a look at Tax on day one, super anonymous. Then towards day two, insane on the Lee Sin. I think it's the entirety of the map on Astralis that's just kind of elevating, and they're super versatile. Chrisberg on AP carry, Chrisberg on AD carry.
See, here's the thing. I feel like this is another team same as X7, where wherever you look on the map, you see carry potential, right? I think they can choose and pick whichever side they want to be their strong side. Looking towards the red side of the map, I'm thinking maybe it's time for Chadson to come back and maybe not die again. Oh yeah, Taxer Lee Sin is a no-go.
Yeah, I
Like,
was
this
gonna
guy on the
say-
Lee Sin is an absolute beast. I'm thinking possibly it's just the fate. Thankfully, Caitlyn is out.
But interestingly
Diana?
enough, blue side Caitlyn ban, which is something that does give you more room to play around with as a red side. As you mentioned yourself, Diana, is that a champion we don't want to play against? Hell yeah, we don't. So there we go, take that away. You don't have to worry about the Caitlyn ban yourself. Now you can trim out the AD carry pool if that's what you're looking for as well. You can make sure there's only a Felius up. You can ban away the Lulu right now if you want to stop them from first picking a Jinx without any kind of
Or you just not
survivability.
Jinx.
Yeah, obviously also a possibility, but that's what I kind of mean with having that red side up. It just leaves open a lot of room for you. So even if they go first pick Jinx now, if you want to match the Hyper AD carry, you can go for the Aphelios. But actually a first pick action, triple flex, so it doesn't give away too much on a first
Is it
pick.
gonna be better than Perks though?
I mean, it doesn't take too much to be better than Perks on that game, so hopefully yes.
Oof. Hot take right there. The Vex is gonna get locked in. I really like this champion. But,
Are you good?
Perks, are you good?
It's just so excited because I feel like Vex was picked straight into the action because whenever he jumps in, he has the fear, so it's a pretty good counter. But what we haven't seen so far is like the oh my god, the bot lane taking priority in the picks and bans. It was action for now, and Jinx, I'm thinking a reply to the Jinx will most likely be either a Jhin or an Aphelios Lulu.
Yeah, definitely. Or if you want to take the X7 path, you just go to Twitch, but I don't think that's what we're going to be seeing this time around. Canna, obviously, I say obviously, but if you don't know, Canna has played a lot of Hecarim in the past, has been one of his most played champions in solo queue and competitive, so that is just comfort for him as well. If you want to take away one of the good champions as well, you could pair up with Lulu, could be one of the enchanters, but they actually want to completely throw that away out the window. Say bot lane, we just want to neutralize that. We want to stay as anonymous as possible, just wave clear with the 6, and then possibly play for topside instead.
So I really like the Jinx right here, the Ziggs right here into the Jinx, because I feel there's like a lot of potential into leaving the two carries alone or leaving Ziggs alone underneath the tower. His wave play is pretty insane. He just needs the Lord's Chapter, and then you can leave him completely alone. So I'm thinking about playmaking towards the top side of the map, if that's what Eminem are thinking right now, or if they choose to bait and put action top and Ziggs in the mid lane, they can go towards that hyper carry that they want down bot, right? Especially if Lulu or Aphelios don't get banned, you could pull out the potential of it being your bot lane.
Now, moving into the second ban phase, you know, Astralis Talent third picking that jungler obviously means that your support pool is gonna probably take a big hit here. I'm expecting them to fourth pick their support, probably leave that last counter pick open for Carlson instead. Or maybe actually it's the opposite since they're banning out these top laners already. It's gonna be curious to see where they put a lot of their pressure because you could fourth pick Ornn and then try to go with the counter pick in the bot lane to just get as much priority as you can here down for Chrisberg.
See, here's what I think. I think what's happening here with the top lane bans is that Gangplank is a terrible, terrible pick to play against because he's extremely blind pickable. He does good into pretty much anything. He just scales into the late game, but he becomes such a nuisance in the bot lane. And since you want to pretty much push really hard with the Jinx into the Ziggs, I think that the Gangplank just needs to be taken out of the picture. I think this is going to be a Carlson strong side. We said it from the start because Astralis have the red side and obviously Eminem have chosen to prioritize, you know, mid and top. So you pretty much know what you're going to be getting here. I do like that approach. I'm just wondering what they're going to choose to put with Jinx. We've seen the Rel as well. We've seen the likes of Nautilus.
I wonder if they just feel like Carlson wants to just blind pick Renekton as well, if he doesn't feel like there's anything wrong with him on the top side, because you already have a Bruiser in the jungle here with the Xin Zhao. You have backline access as well with the Vex, or at least frontline access. You got possibilities to dive in, is what I'm trying to say. But they are actually just gonna blind pick this Rakan here, and it is a bit telling with the Leona ban as well. You want to avoid that, but there's still a lot of good CC champions up. We've seen Galio earlier today. Another pointer would be Nautilus, just for the point and click on the Jinx as well, would be something that could be super good for you.
Now, this is still a triple flex. The Galio could end up anywhere, the Ziggs could end up anywhere, and the Akshan could end up anywhere.
Hecarim can be a laner.
I'm just thinking that most likely we're going to have Bobista onto that Akshan towards the top side of the map. I mean, it is a ranged champion, so very rarely you see these get encounter pick towards the top side of the map. And then almost died. And then the Ziggs towards the bot side. It's not going to be the case. It's going to be Akshan mid and Camille top side. Camille top side.
This is very interesting because Renekton is open. It's Carlson most
That's why
played champion.
that's why I'm like scratching my head.
You just blind pick Camille, so I wonder if that's what they're looking for right now. They carry matchup.
Oh my god.
I mean, they're hovering through all the possibilities right now that you got into the
I could have played
Camille.
this.
I think
could have
that's quite telling.
But oh, that's the best. That's the best.
The challenge.
What you get here with the Camille is obviously the Camille together with the Galio combo they're looking for. You can also pair it up together with the Hecarim. So what they're looking for here looks like backline access as well. A little bit of it, at least, what we're seeing here in a teamfight scenario. They plot this right now. If this Camille gets put behind by the Fiora, that you all of a sudden has given a favorable laning phase, well, that can be a little bit problematic. But I'm not going to rule M&M Gaming out of this game just purely outside of that draft.
I like the combo, right? Because it's not necessarily somebody's going to have to dive in with the Camille, because you have the long range access with the Ziggs ultimate as well. Now, the thing here is it's very dangerous because every single lane has setup for Taxa. Wherever he chooses to go, whether it's top, mid, or bot, he has very easy ways and a lot of CC. So that means that the entire map is pretty much open for the Zinza to take over. I'm expecting to see a lot of action towards the top side of the map.
There's one thing where I can see this game go too slow, and that is if Astralis is not pushing their limits properly in the early game, because 6 just really have good wave clear. Even if Fiora gets going on the side lane, 1-6 ultimate, and that Fiora split push that she's trying to do will get demolished by the waves. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're dealing with some of these small finicky pointers you'll have to take care of.
The last team with the Immortal still alive. Let's see if the top lane will fall as well, or if we're going to keep another one until the end of this day. And do you know, casters, that if you say Denmark 3 times during the night, Goldberg will appear?
It's not false.
It's true.
I mean, casting from Sweden here, Stockholm, the capital of Scandinavia. I mean, I'm not going to go too hard on the Swedish-Denmark banter because, I mean, the Danish team, he clearly is the favorites here, so I might not want to take this fight, but not going to be saying Denmark.
I just might say it tonight because that's a trek for Goldberg to come out to the United Kingdom to get into my bedroom. But hey, we're going into our 4th game of the day. Astralis Talent obviously coming up against M&M. M&M is still searching for their first win, and I think that was actually something very poignant, and I like your opinion on this, because Astralis Talent have looked very good and have been able to control the games that they played effectively. But in their first game of the season, it was super slow. It was super controlled, and they didn't really do all that much except contain the Ricky for 20 minutes. Do you expect them to do the same here potentially against M&M Gaming, or do you think that they need to go for that aggression, as the desk said?
It's not the slowest level 1 here, though. Might be looking for something here. Going to go pretty deep here with the sweeping lens onto Taxer, but yeah, I think it's a good point that you make. This game, it's mostly going to be down to Wendell, I think. Looking at these bottom lanes, this is a Ziggs and a Jinx that's going to be perfectly fine just sitting there in a 1 versus 1, pushing and controlling the lanes by themselves, soaking up all of that solo XP and gold, while the supports really like to roam. Both the Galio and the Rakan can make things happen on the roam, so if Astralis is to play more aggressively, I think it's going to be down to Wendell to make things happen here. On the other hand, Wendell is not the strongest player in Astralis, in my opinion, so I'm not sure if he's the man to put all the eggs in the Wendell basket, so to say. But it's going to be up to him to make things happen.
Which would be interesting to see if he could do so better than Duel did in game number 1, because I wasn't super impressed with the Rakan performance we saw from the Bifrost support in the first game of the day. Of course, they ended up losing out on that one. Whether we'll see more success from Astralis Talent from the Rakan, or if we'll see more success from the Astralis Talent roster than we saw from the Bifrost one earlier in the day. Of course, as you mentioned, Astralis Talon, definitely the favored side in this matchup. M&M Gaming will need to be on form. They have tools in order to do so. Whether they'll be able to take the win or grab something early is another matter. But we're going to see a little bit of early aggression coming in onto Mission Goo, which is something that you maybe expect, but Wendell needs to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, it gets chunked out there. Procs the Guardian though, so can survive for a bit with that rune, but should have the pressure here in the lane with the Jinx. When the Caitlyn is banned away, which it was this time around, having the Jinx pretty much means that you will have pressure in the bottom lane and the push. So Astralis will be able to create that that pressure with Chrisberg and Wendell. Looking at the rest of the map though, the analyst desk mentioned that Taxer has good gank setup pretty much across the board, so I'm looking forward to him as well making something happen on this Sin Sao, because he can go to pretty much any lane, and I think that's an important point to make.
And Tax had a nice week one, so whether he'll be able to continue that one with all this setup remains to be seen, but in the meantime, we'll also have to keep an eye on Canna, who, as a performer, didn't necessarily have the same kind of level of impact in week one. Struggled a little bit to get things going, but now is on the comfortable Hecarim, a champion that is quite popular, nice into stuff like the Jinx, because you can get that full dive going. So junglers could be vital, and if Tax is going to be involved in a lot of plays, surely you want Canna there in support to make things a little bit more interesting. Finds out, actually, two junglers going to be going up against each other on that crab, but it will be M&M who come away the victors.
This is a really good feeling for Canna, because he was able to, as the observers pointed out, take the blue buff and the grump at the same time, meaning that he was one camp ahead of Taxer, so he was level 4 to level 3 in that play, and then his laners also helped him with the crab, so he's 2 camps ahead, able to go for the recall here. Perhaps going to go for, yeah, that's going to be the early Sheen, so that is a lot of early game damage for the Hecarim, and might be able to even secure the bottom lane crab as well, so small lead for him here.
Small lead so far, but it's early days, so small leads can spiral. But in the bot side, we're seeing Chrisberg having a decent time in the early stages, Wendell keeping the pressure up, and no zap going to land from Chrisberg to make the fight more likely. Canna in the side as well would have made it pretty deadly if Astralis had gone too aggressively, but it's been a slower start to the game than I was necessarily expecting. It does make some sense when you look at some of the champions, and the junglers now hitting 4 on both sides, you'd hope would allow for a little bit more aggression, a little bit more interaction with lanes, but for now Tax has been very comfortable just farming up, as has Canna, still about a farm ahead, or a camp ahead I should say. But yeah, things, you know, we're getting a little bit of respite, a little bit of a slow one, while these two teams just get themselves into a position they want to be in.
And I think with such a calm early game, seeing a 600 gold lead for Astralis when nothing's really happened speaks a lot to how strong laners they are. There's no huge leads in any lane, but there are small leads in every lane. And that translates into a bit of a... Now the gold lead is actually quite small, but it was 600 gold just a few seconds ago. So Astralis just slightly ahead in pretty much all of these lanes. And that's going to be important, because we do have once more team comps that wants to go for the split pushing. Camille and Akshan, both strong split pushers on towards the side lanes. Fiora, of course, maybe like the biggest split pushing champion in the league. So could be seeing that going towards the later stages. And in that scenario, something that could prove very important, looking forward to that, is the summoner spells. Ignite for Bobista and Royal Cannon. So no flash on Bobista here on this Camille, versus the TPs on Astralis. And those ignites could actually be what gives them the edge in those 1 versus 1s, if that's what we will be seeing in sort of the mid-game.
Champions are starting to come online with level 6s though. You can see it on both the mid laners. Jungler's level 5, and you can see Babista and Carlson are both grabbing their ultimates as well. Chrisberg might be overextended though, and with Dr. Chaos there, he's just thinking about trying to get that CC down. Nice talk coming up through. Flash is available for Chrisberg. When will he use it? He will use it now, which will help him get out of dodge. Going to be able to hold on to that heal as well. So a bit of action in the bot side, but not going to be leading to any kind of kills.
Yeah, and we could see Wendell had gone for the recall, so maybe not syncing up too well with Chrisberg, or Chrisberg being a bit too confident. He's of course a very experienced player in the Nordic scene. I've remembered casting him in games several years ago, so he is definitely a strong and experienced player, together with Wendelbo, who's also a veteran in the Scandinavian League of Legends scene. So a lot of years of competitive experience on this this bottom lane could prove to be useful here, as they have about a 15 CS lead.
Which is always nice to get on the Jinx, because you've got this hyper carry who will do so much work, and there's a reason why Jinx has been one of these pick ban champions for a long time. Maybe not so much today, but certainly in week 1 we were seeing a lot of priority on this pickup, and Chrisberg's still clearly respecting it enough to give it a run out against M&M Gaming. And up against the Ziggs, you're up against a lot of wave clear, but you're the one that's got the traditional hyper carry. You're the one who's going to be able to do so much work in the later stages. But now the engage is coming off. Remember, Chrisberg does not have flash, going to be caught up by the Galio. Wendell trying to keep Cannon off for as long as possible. But he's going to dive on through. The pony is here, and it's first blood going over to the Hecarim. Wendell going to be chased low. Can Cannon get the kill? Yes, he can. Cuts down for the double. And in the slower start to the game, 8 minutes in, and it's M&M Gaming who take it first.
Wow, really going hard in that bottom lane dive, and you can see Chrisberg without the flash from beforehand. And look at this Hecarim play, it's so nice. Kind of uses the E onto Wendell just to get forward, so like he taxis onto the Rakan just to get in the ult range, and then can use that onslaught of shadows to pick up the kill on towards Chrisberg, and then turn to get the second onto Wendell. So really nice set of plays there for M&M. Kana doing it well on the Hecarim, and now 2-0 on this jungler. Can they contest this Herald?
They can try, but they're not going to be able to grab it. Taxa picks up the eye, but it's a 3v3. Will this fight go their way? Astralis actually in a bit of trouble here, trying to take this fight, but Taxa goes low, will be removed, but Vex dives in to even the playing field. Royal Cannon now trying to put the damage down onto Crest, but he's able to dive away. M&M go low, but they're still looking to chase on Carlson, moving forward, but he will burn, he will bleed. And now M&M Gaming are in full chase. Raw Cannon takes Crest out of the action, and he's going to be caught up in the middle of M&M. Can actually chase him on, but there's the ultimate from Raw Cannon to make sure that they get the kill. Another triple going through to M&M Gaming, and it involves Carlson, the only other Immortal player. Not so Immortal anymore, but M&M, they're taking the early game here.
Yeah, Galio being so tanky here, and we're going to be seeing in a few seconds that this was a 5v4. Jinx was down in the bottom lane, not being able to contribute anything, while M&M are here with 5 members. Sure, the Super Mega Death Rocket did something, but not enough at all, and M&M able to finish this up with Royal Cannon here on the action, cashing in, and I believe that actually resurrected. I'm not entirely sure on that, but I think that was the resurrect coming in from Akshan right there. So Camille was able to TP to the bottom lane and stop the push from Chrisberg. Speaking of him pushing bottom lane though, there is them putting down the Herald, so still good chunk of gold going onto the Jinx.
But M&M Gaming definitely have the gold lead here, and while Jinx is getting a little bit funneled onto her, it's going to be difficult now without that Rift Herald to try and take down that last plate, because you've got the Ziggs and you've got the Galio. If they're not in town, then yeah, it melts through. But Ziggs is going to be able to so easily just clear out the way safely from the tower. And the dive possibility is there, but Astralis would need to put some resources into that play. It's been a different start. We worried that Astralis talent might be a little bit slow on the going, and it's definitely M&M Gaming who got there first when it came to being proactive. But it wasn't even like M&M were particularly fast on it. They were taking a while before the first successful ganks coming through, before the first big plays were coming in. But I mean, you look at this, Dragon hasn't even been taken yet.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the next objective here. They are, they do have a decent lead, about 1,000 gold, which is definitely less than you'd expect when you're 5 versus 1 in the kill department, but they are behind in a lot of farms. So I think they'll be looking for the Dragon here with Royal Cannon, pushing in the mid lane and then trying to secure that. Early Cloud not going to be doing too much though, but it's something. And you start also setting up for the scaling with the dragons.
Being able to pick up this first dragon does unlock the second one, of course, and you'd rather take it than not. M&M are going to be the ones who have moved in, as you said, with that priority in the mid lane. Bot lane is pretty even right now, but Ziggs is going to be able to clear out that wave when called upon, and it will be the Cloud going over to M&M. They've got the Infernal coming up in 5 minutes time as well. That'll be long after plates have fallen off. So a much slower paced game we've got here, even though the scoreline's 5-1. But it has all been about M&M Gaming, which is definitely not what the script had on offer when we were going into this one.
No, for sure. The bottom lane has been one of the keys here. Mishigu have been able to just sit alone here and do the farming, while Dr. K has been able to roam and put down a lot of pressure on the map. Well, Cannon now stealthed up here. Does he want to go for the 1v1 Cress? After Cress uses all of his abilities, he goes in.
Yeah, but he's going to have to dive out again because Taxa is there. The ultimate has been burned. Actually, they want to try and get on to Action and get as much damage done as they possibly can. Vex is burning, but should survive as Taxa secures the kill on the mid lane. Nice play from Astralis to grab themselves something as Canna has to come in to clear down the mid lane.
That's one of those plays that we're not quite sure if it's luck or skill from Taxer to just be in that right position, sort of sensing that Royal Cannon would go for that big outplay and then coming in at just the right time to be able to pick up the kill. I'm not sure, what do you think? Luck or skill?
I always say skill. It's all about skill in this League of Legends game, so we'll go with that one.
Sure, let's go for it.
It's always skill in this here NLC, but in the top side, not too much action to talk about. Fiora versus Camille. In the side lanes later on, this is going to be explosive, but right now, it looks like Vista's pretty happy just to try to stay on parity as much as possible, and by and large has been able to do so.
Yeah, it's a really interesting matchup with how the Camille hookshot wall dive works versus the Fiora riposte. Because as the Camille, you actually don't want to hit your E onto Fiora because then she can riposte, or you want to use it after she ripostes. So you can use the first part of your E, and then if Fiora uses the riposte, then you can use it to go in a different direction so you don't hit her. It's hard to explain, but it's a really interesting thing when you're playing this matchup. I wouldn't really say that it's super hardly favored for one side. I think Fiora has a slight advantage, but it's definitely a matchup where either one can win.
Vista is going to have a hard time winning against the entire Astralis talent lineup that's moving up towards this lane, minus Chris Berg, who's running down mid, but has just given the respect required, and letting Wendell take out his ward. Might throw enough one in there immediately afterwards to give himself an additional layer of safety, but it did allow Carlson to grab a little bit more gold before plates fell off. 14 minutes, let's take stock. Gold dead even. Kills in Eminem's pocket, though, as well as that first dragon. If you were on the Rift right now, which team would you be more happy to be?
It depends on if we're just talking about the champions or if we're actually talking about the players, because as we said in the analyst desk and earlier on, Astralis are the sort of heavy favorites. But if we disregard that, just look at the champions, it's a difficult call. I think M&M do have the stronger comp, both for team fighting and split pushing, honestly. I think Action Camille on the side lanes are really strong, and then you have two semi-global ultimates in the Galio and the Sigs that can both affect the side lanes when you have those fights, and you also have a very strong team fight with Camille Hecarim diving in and then Galio old 6 ulti on top of that. I like the setup that M&M have both for team fights and for the side lanes.
Whether they can make that work, or whether Astralis are going to be able to get enough of a lead to prevent any kind of proactivity from Astralis, allowing them to call the shots and decide what the macro gameplay is going to look like. These are the questions that we're going to discover the answers to throughout the rest of this game. But gold remains dead even, but Beaster on the top side is going to try and cut down this tower, and Carlson's giving him a lot of space to do so. They managed to get the tower bot in return. Astralis, with Chris Berg able to mow that one down. So now that the side lanes are being opened up a little bit more pressure will start to be placed on this mid lane, opening up the map and allowing for objectives like Baron, like Dragon to be contested a little bit more freely is super important for both of these teams. With the second Dragon on our map in 30 seconds, and now it's time to start thinking about it.
Yeah, that's going to be the important objective, and that is why Mishigu just used TP back to the mid lane to be able to set up for that. We do have everyone, all 10 players, going to be making their way over towards that objective, and I think we're going to be seeing a big 5v5 fight here. I do like the comp from M&M if they can find the engage, but if Astralis can find the engage first, perhaps with Wendelbow and Taxer, I think they have the advantage. So look for, I mean, the team that finds the initiate first is going to have the advantage here, in my opinion.
Well, Fiora has to turn up first. Astralis will be at full force when she does. And now M&M Gaming, they're looking for it. You can see Barista going in, but it's actually Taxa who gets the engaged press on the side. They're looking for an opportunity. Will dive forward, but there's the heroic entrance breaking up the fight. Astralis needs to be careful. Nice double knock up by Carlson with the re-engage. Dr. Chaos has to stride back. M&M, they're low, but they've got all 5 members. 2 have been taken from Astralis talent already. And as you said, first one to pull the trigger, first one to win the fight. And M&M, while they didn't get the perfect engage, were the ones to try and start it up.
Let's see if there's going to be some recalls and teleports coming back. There are TPs on both Crest, Carlson, and Babista, but no, they are staying around. Royal Cannon as well going to go for the ulti just to stop the recall of Crest because he wants to TP back into this fight. But with Royal Cannon denying that, the Dragon is going to go over to M&M. So 2 Dragons right now with an Ocean Rift as well. Ocean Soul, very important. It's going to be very strong when it comes to the split pushing. And those extended lanes really want that. But here we can see Taxa going for the engage and as well with Swendelbow. But both Royal Cannon and Mishigu, which are the targets that you want to hit, are able to dodge away from the entire engage combo. So they can just free hit through all this time. Chrisberg and Crest can also free hit for a while, but M&M just surviving the initial engage there with the Sensei Rakan, then you're going to be in a good spot.
But still, the gold looks even. It's 1,000 in the lead for M&M, with Astralis taking that top tower, closing the gap even further. These fights have been fascinating to watch because there's so much going on, but M&M, their team fighting has just been better this game, plain and simple. And you've got players who are doing their jobs. Everyone on Astralis talent is doing their jobs reasonably well. But the combination of what M&M are doing and how they're communicating and moving seemingly has just been the difference maker so far. Whether they can keep that up or whether they're going to fall behind to Astralis, who, again, it's a similar-ish story to what we saw in the Nariki X7 game, where Nariki just looks to be more on the same page in the middle stages of the game, which is where X7 struggled. But M&M seemed to be a little bit further ahead than Nariki were, and I don't know whether Astralis talent have the same level of individual excellence that X7 have shown so far.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen so yet from Astralis here. X7 were clearly stronger in a lot of respects, clearly had the stronger draft. I think M&M have the stronger draft. I think Astralis probably are stronger individually, have had some stronger laning phases, but definitely not the big skill gap we saw last game around. And I'm impressed by M&M so far. Talking about this game before it started, both when we discussed it and the analyst desk, we thought that this was clearly a top 4, top 3 team versus maybe a middle of the pack, maybe towards the lower places in the league here. But the M&M are really showing up today.
They've had an excellent start to this game. That being said, they haven't found themselves a huge gold lead or a huge lead in terms of territory. Yes, they've got those couple of dragons, but they're struggling to really pressure their advantage. But now you can start to see this is where the side lanes are being played. Camille versus Fiora. This is where we think the game might start opening up, and this is where the difference will be made. Hannah maybe looking for an engage here on the Hecarim, but isn't able to find anything.
Yeah, I think Wendell and Tax are looking for it as well, but versus the very tanky members of Kana and Dr. Chaos, that's going to be difficult. In the side lane here, we do have the heal reduction getting finished here for Carlson with Executioner's Calling, and that's going to be very important as we have Grasp and Conqueror and as well as the Gourd Drinker and the Divine Sunderer, all healing runes and healing items, so being able to reduce that healing is going to be pretty big. And speaking of healing, that's why I'm saying that Ocean Soul is going to be very important in this game. I mean, Ocean Soul is always important because it's a strong soul, but in the side lanes here, in this extended 1v1s like Fiora versus Camille or Akshan versus Vex off in a long side lane, having Ocean Soul is going to be really, really big.
Being able to just put out more poke and survive your opponent's poke if they can't go for the all-in is going to be crucial. So it's interesting that you mentioned that, and we'll have to see which one of these teams can try and force the issue. Of course, M&M Gaming 2 dragons up already, much closer to that soul. But Astralis talent, if they want to win this game, contesting these next couple of dragons may well prove vital. Baron is also on the menu if both of these teams want to start looking towards it. You've got to imagine with the gold being so even, though, it will be a very, very close fight if either of these teams try to take up any of these big objectives, and it's going to have to be a case of getting a pick or knowing where the enemy team is before you start anything.
Yeah, it's looking pretty calm. Still 45 seconds until the Ocean Dragon, so the teams are just jockeying for position right now, trying to secure the vision and around the Baron pit, the Dragon pit. Babista's right now in the top lane with the TP, while Carlsen is actually going towards the bottom lane to catch that wave, so Babista could perhaps keep going top and then have the TP to come in for the dragon fight, but instead chooses to walk towards the dragon, not going to be wasting or at least utilizing that TP, instead going to be looking for the dragon. But at the same time, Astralis are setting up towards the top side. Might they want to threaten the Baron if M&M chooses to go for the dragon? I don't... Like, it sounds like a stupid move in my head, but if Astralis go for it, we'll see if it's stupid in practice as well.
Well, Canna's moving down towards this dragon. Remember, it's not a big objective that's going to be hard to take down. It's just the situation that is created. With Astralis posturing topside and being matched by M&M, they're able to move down and quickly take down this dragon. The Baron hasn't been started, so it seems that they agreed that it's not necessarily the correct call. But this does set us up for Soul Point. M&M Gaming. Keep your eyes 5 minutes time. The ultimate from Jinx does not land.
It's not land, and I'm a bit surprised that Astralis didn't really choose to either contest it or to go for some other play on the other side of the map. They just really didn't do anything. I mean, there wasn't really a ton of things for them to do, so good free objective going over to M&M right there. And with the game sort of calming down a bit, or perhaps it's not calming down, might have an engage here. Wendell is looking for it.
Oh, he's going to be able to find Michigo on the side, and so many ultimates being blown onto him. The heroic entrance will not save him this time around as the fight kicks off. You can see Babista in the bot lane, not even interested in getting involved just yet. No teleport being used, and all 5 members of Astralis Talent are here. The tower will be the focus, and it should be melted through. It will crumble as the fight re-engages. They manage to catch onto someone, and Canna isn't going to be able to ride out this one as Chris Berg gets excited. They take down multiple members of M&M Gaming and can now move towards the Baron.
That is pretty huge for Astralis. There's no TP on the Ziggs once he respawns, so this could be a 5 versus 3 fight on this Baron. Teleport coming in for Babista. M&M are gonna go for the contest here, but it's gonna be difficult in a 3v5.
3v5 no jungler. This is going to be exceptionally challenging if Astralis Talent play this one correctly. They've got health bars to play with to tank out the Baron, so that one's not going to be a big threat. Diving on through, Mr. Dr. Chaos wants to start the fight off and gets a decent amount of damage through. People are actually going low. Baron's still standing at 2.5k. That's a nice ultimate from Ziggs, but it will be Astralis Talent who secure themselves the objective. It's on 3 members as it stands, but Royal Cannon and Michigo might look to take down a couple of the squishier members. They will be able to grab one as Carlsen goes down. Cannon will chase on towards Cress, mid versus mid in the top lane, trying to throw down some damage, but Vex has a decent amount of burst. Will be able to get the fear, and the damage is nasty. Cannon needs to be a little bit careful, taking the ultimate to the face. The satchel does not save him, as the Ziggs now is going up against his Yordle comrade. The damage is big. Cress grabs a double. Can he get a triple against Canna? I'm not sure that he can, but he's wasting as much time as possible. After all that, it's a melee minion who finally takes down Astralis' mid laner.
A lot of things just went down there, Viper Rune, but here we have the 3v5 contest for M&M. Babista's really strong at the moment, but they're not really able to go in at the same time. Well played from Wendelbo, first keeping Babista away with the CC and then blocking the E, just standing in the way for the Camille, so he can't jump in at the same time as the Galio, because if he would have done that with the Ziggs ulti coming in on top as well, could have been really good for them. And then Royal Cannon just uses Flash smartly, is able to get away. And if you're just able to clean this up, this is still pretty good for M&M because there's only one Baron alive. But I think this is just a miscommunication here because Michigo is on the minion wave next to him. So if he just goes in together with Royal Cannon, I think they just get an easy kill onto Cress, but instead they go in one by one. Cress gets the reset on his ulti and then gets a really nice double kill. So well played by him for sure.
Absolutely. The question mark pings from an Akshan walking into melee range of a Vex in a bush. There's some thinking emojis there, but Baron's only on 1 member of Astralis Talent now. Taxa's the only one who holds that buff, so it's going to have to be a 1 root siege if they want to be getting that advantage. Canada are getting slowed up by the Zap. Wendell will be forced out for a second longer, but he's diving on through, looking for the engage. Vertical will be able to find it on the Dr. Chaos. The other from Michigan is landing. It doesn't do that much damage, though, and it will be Taxer on the killing spree, taking down the Galio, taking down Dr. Chaos. Astralis Talent make one pay, but can't find anything else.
For a long time in this game, Eminem was in the driving seat, but after Astralis was able to find the pick onto Michigu, where Wendell ulted and then flashed and used a W, made a really nice Rakan play, caught him out. Since then, Astralis have been in the driving seat the entire game, and now they are for sure in a good position, able to find these picks. Rakan Sinsao going in, and at this point in the game, Dr. Chaos is sort of falling off in his tankiness. It's not that hard to kill anymore. Kana as well with this item build. It is the standard Hecarim build, but he gets sort of tanky, but he can still get taken down pretty quickly. So Astralis at this point can pretty much look to catch anyone out of position and burst them down before their team can save them.
He's dropped to the side, thinking about whether he wants to split push or go for a flank. You can see Carlson is moving in the same direction, actually teleporting directly on top of the Camille. So Babista is going to have to be careful, hanging around. Dragon has spawned. This will be sold for Eminem if they can grab it. Astralis currently have run over the river. Babista on a ward, so isn't going to be able to get the secret flank going on. Wendell on the other side. Taxa looking potentially for an engage, but is quick to move back again. As Poke
There's
comes
no
on
Hecarim ult.
through.
They want a delay for Hecarim ult. It's like 5-10 seconds. It's really big.
They're waiting for Canna to have that ability available, but the Dragon has been started up. No delay for Astralis Talent, as this one should go down pretty quickly. Who's going to be the one to pull the trigger? You've got to imagine Eminem Gaming want to grab this objective if they can. As the poke comes on through. Dragon actually resetting here as Wendell tries to get the engagement, but actually going to have to disengage. Jumping all in, that's big onto two as Crest comes forward. Here's the damage. The heroic entrance this time around, though. No one goes down just yet as Babista in the backline holding people at bay. Eminem Gaming, they're low, but they're still fighting. They're still kicking. Crest on the side. Will they be able to get Carlson? Not with the taunt, but with the knockoff as Astralis Talent are forced to back away. Crest and Wendell are still there, but they're not interested in contesting. Carlson is deleted. And it will be Eminem Gaming grabbing themselves Ocean Dragon Soul. How big is this?
This is pretty big. I mean, we've not been seeing that much split pushing, which I was expecting that these teams would go for with these team comps. But if you do go for the long fights and the long lanes with the split push, it's a really strong Dragon. If you're fighting sort of these big bursty 5v5 team fights where someone gets caught out and then the fight's over in 3 seconds, sort of like what we've been seeing, it's not that important. It's still good to have Soul, of course, but not that important. I think look at Babista here. He basically keeps 3 members busy all by himself and survives for a really long time here on this Camille. Also lands the E onto Chrisberg when Chrisberg has flash. Sort of can question the Jinx play right there, or it's just Babista playing really, really well onto this champion. Because hitting your E's on a Jinx with flash when you don't have flash is not the easiest thing, and made it really, really easy for them to be able to control that team fight.
Now the question is, how much of a change does this Dragon Soul have? Because Astralis Talent still have a little bit of a gold lead. They're still the team that is in the driving seat, you've got to say, just with where their champions are currently at. But Eminem Gaming, they've got themselves this region. They've got a little bit more sustain in these fights. And when you've got Poke coming on through, Astralis are not going to be able to utilize theirs. And it's going to be even harder to survive through. Babista might be looking for an engage, finds Carlson on the flank and gets the ultimatum, but really nice parry from Carlson. It's not going to matter as he's still deleted, as it looks like Eminem wants to take this fight. Chrisberg has been engaged onto, but dodged away from the ultimate with the flash, they say, from the last team fight. Eminem grab one. Are they going to continue the fight, though? Are they looking for who they can find? Wendell in the bush, but Baron's on the map. They could look to start up the objective. It would be risky as Babista's caught behind the pit. The satchel charge will mean that the Rakan's actually the one caught out and is going to go down. A little bit less risky to start up the play now. No top laner and no support coming through from Astralis Talent. Eminem do need to be a little bit careful because Cress is still a massive threat. Chrisberg still has the ultimate. Taxa still has the smite. And we all know that NLC junglers love stealing Baron. Babista in the backline dives on through, looking for Chrisberg. Will be able to find him. Heroic entrance keeps Taxa away as Canna gets the kill. Crest is going to be chased down. This time it's 2 members together at last. and it will be the damage coming on through onto the Vex. Taxus managed to stay alive, but actually so has Crest for the time being. Canna, one more auto should be enough. The Zhonyu's used to waste some time, and actually Crest, he's waddling away, but he's only got small legs. Good shield though. Crest, can you do this? Can you make... No, I believed. You made me believe for a second, Crest. But in the end of the day, Tax is going to have to steal this Baron buff. But he's got Carlton in support now, so Eminem going to have to take down the jungler. Will be able to put members on top of him. Cannon just holding the Baron for a couple of seconds longer, as this fight is actually looking a bit better for Astralis talent. They're chased away, but they don't lose a member. And now you can see the Baron. It's on 2k health. Astralis still have their jungler. They still have opportunities, but Michigu makes sure that that's not a fact. They're going to get the kill. They're going to get the Baron. And finally, Eminem Gaming take the play.
Eminem now in the driving seat once more, getting a substantial lead. And with that sort of fight that we just saw, that's when Ocean Dragon really shines. People say Ocean Dragon isn't as strong as the other ones anymore. People sometimes rank it as even the worst dragon. And yes, it's true, if the fights are like 5 seconds, it's like a big burst play and then everything is over, it's not that good. But in that fight, I want to see how much Ocean Soul healed them for, because that was going on for such a long time. I mean, people were pretty much, who got caught out early on, was respawning and then were able to come back into the fight before it was over. It was going on for such a long time, and Eminem's health bars were kept really high, partly thanks to the Ocean Soul, and now they have a substantial lead. Can they push it further, though, with the Sigs and be able to siege the enemy base? That's the big question right now.
They want to be grabbing as many objectives as they can, as many turrets and potentially inhibitors as they can, but Babista has been caught out on the side. It's 1v3, 1v4. Royal Cannon diving on through to try and give a little bit of assistance, and actually Babista survives for a second longer. One more auto, and there's the ultimate from downtown. Crest takes down the kill. Now Carlson needs to be careful. That's a big ultimate coming in from Michigu. Crest will be sniped out. Chrisberg, the one grabbing the only kill of the fight for Astralis talent so far. M&M Gaming have picked themselves one up as well. They're going to continue to siege down on this bot side. Don't have a minion wave. But just think if they can stop Astralis from recalling. See if they can grab anything else on a dive potentially. But M&M just look like they're going to poke in and try and siege.
That's still a smart play from Astralis. I mean, they realize that they want to delay this as much as possible, and they're able to do so by trading 1-for-1, killing Babista right there, sacrificing Crest for it. Definitely not a bad play. Babista does have the TP to come back if they want to go for some sort of a big siege here. He is up in 9 seconds. Here
the fight. Engage, but he's going to go down. Crestberg on the side, though. Keep an eye on those rockets coming up through. The Heroic Engines will break things up as Canna in the backline. The tower's doing a little bit of work, but Crestberg goes low, has to dive away. The ultimate takes down 2 from Michigu, and that might be the play. M&M Gaming, they cut down another. They've still got Baron buff rolling. No minions just yet, but the base could be cracked.
This is going to be the base open. Crest has to make some sort of a huge play to save this game.
Nice stun. Royal Cannon diving on through. First Nexus Tower goes down. Second Nexus Tower goes down. And I think this might be it. The first huge upset of the NLC season as M&M Gaming dismantle Astralis talent.
Wow, and Sweden greater than Denmark. That is, of course, what we can take away from that game. The team with the most Swedish players.
M&M Gaming is a UK organization
with 2 Swedish players. Okay, I think we can agree. UK and Sweden greater than Denmark,
combined,
right?
Greater than Denmark.
Yes,
I don't think that anyone on the talent roster would have any complaints about that. I think everyone would be in full agreement.
So either.
Someone check on Goldberg, because he might be. He's probably not going to be very happy next time we see him on screen. But M&M Gaming, it was touch and go in the mid game. It was big Veneer vibes. But we'll have to see what the players made of it, because we're going to jump to a short break. When we come back, we're going to be having a couple of interviews, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
And we are back after this amazing twist. Nobody expected this. Every single talent prediction was on Astralis, and M&M got the better of them. I know I have together with me for the interview the coach of M&M, Ikin. Are you there?
Yes, hello.
Where's that smile? Where's that smile? You got it. So, okay, Astralis versus M&M. M&M coming in with an 0-2, which is like a really bad show for you guys because I know this team has a lot to provide, and you actually kick it off versus Astralis, the only team taking a win out of them. How do you feel?
I mean, obviously it feels good to get that first win, especially after a bit of a difficult week one.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a good, wasn't the cleanest, but win is a win, and we'll take those and move on from that.
So this is a tactical game because ever since the beginning of the game, Dragon Control was the priority and you guys took it over constantly. As a coach, you must be really happy with the performance of the players in the map.
Yeah, of course. I feel like getting most objectives, I think we gave up the Nash and the first hero, but other than that, it was good. We did the things we've been practicing, and that's, the biggest thing for me as well to see.
Okay, now looking into the champion select, because you guys had Hecarim, you guys had Ziggs on the bot lane to counter that Jinx who got picked really early into the game. Everything was going accordingly to you guys, as well as the Camille, even though if it was versus a Fiora. The Ziggs pick, what was the idea behind the team alongside with the Hecarim? Was it like to poke Jinx from afar and then get to the back line and demolish that hyper carry?
Yeah, it's a nice matchup because Jinx obviously has low range, so you can just poke from very far. Mishi is obviously an excellent mage player, Seraphine, Ziggs, whatever. And it fits, especially with having Akshan already in the draft to lock in at least some kind of AP for sure, so we're not going to screw ourselves later on in the draft.
So, Michigo, playing Ziggs, almost like shotgun Ziggs. I was actually hoping he would be like a Lich Bane because he was facing everybody, just slapping them with the bombs. He was not throwing them, he was slapping with the bombs, Bomberman mode. Like, how do you feel when your AD carry is just providing this sort of gameplay? Because he surpasses the limits. He went plus ultra on that one. It was amazing to see that Ziggs. What can you take from this VOD as a coach to provide more info to the team? Because this is almost a perfect-ish game. I know you said you have a lot of flaws during the game, especially on the Baron, obviously. But aside from that, it was clean.
Clean.
You got the victory.
Yeah, we got the victory. Of course, we got caught a couple of times, so that's something we're going to be working on for sure. But in general, it's a good feeling, and I think everyone performed really well. We had good comms and good focus, and today was a good day for us. But it's just one of many to come, and now we just learn from this what we can and make sure we're better next time as well.
To finish it off, as a coach, you got the good start on a week 2. What is the objective now of the team? Because I think, like, communication-wise, there's always room for improvement, execution as well. In terms of macro for the team, there's always improvement. But what is your objective as a coach in terms of next game, next week as well? Because M&M, this is the beginning of, like, showing what the roster is capable, right?
Yeah, we'll just take it game by game, day by day. It's 18 games for the whole split, so we don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
Just make sure we're ready to fight Riddle on Wednesday, and then get ready for next week. But there's we are happy for tonight, and then tomorrow we can get back to work, make sure we are as well prepared as we can be for Wednesday.
Love the idea, day by day, and obviously I will be here to watch this team shine. Thank you so much for the interview, man. Good luck on the next one.
Thank you very much.
There we go. This is a good start for week 2 for M&M. On the other side, though, Astralis 2-0 comes out with a 2-1, which is not what almost anybody expected. But I know I have Krez with me on the interview. Are you there, Krez? Oh, he's not there yet, but we need to talk with him. We have a lot of things that we need to talk about. For instance, the Jinx. Jinx building in with the Hurricane. Like, what was the mentality of the Hurricane? Trying to get assist on every single kill? Why didn't she went for like focus shots? Are you there, Chris? Now I know you're with
Hello?
me. There you are. What happened?
Disaster.
So, okay, this start was kind of confusing. You guys lost all the dragons. What was the mentality of the game?
I mean, to be honest, I don't remember. I think the first kind of drakes we gave up for free, and later on in the game we should have been able to fight, especially the last one. I remember after we came back around mid and got the Nash, but I think we misplayed some setup, and yeah, I mean, I guess today was just not our day.
Do you think like the Ziggs pick actually countered the bot lane and you guys couldn't provide what you wanted with the Jinx, alongside with you, for instance, playing with Vex, going to the back line, trying to remove Akshan or other priority picks? Do you think it was the Ziggs, or what do you think that didn't connect on this Astralis Champion Select?
I mean, they had a heavy dive comp, but I think we could have played a lot better, so I don't think it was like draft only. Especially that last fight was like really important for us. Like when they got solo, it's really hard to play the game. So yeah, I mean, sure, the draft could maybe have been optimized a bit from our side, but overall, I just think we misplayed a bit.
I would like to point out, though, it's not all bad due to the fact that I was watching, like paying close attention to the play you did with the Vex on the top side. You go in, put the control ward, get the control out of that bush, you walk around a little bit, get that fear, get the 1v1, and then you transition to the Ziggs. So even though I like to focus on what could be better, you did an amazing play, like one of the best of the week, alone versus 3, and you actually got a lot of that. So you know that, don't you?
I mean, it was good. I think obviously I got a bit lucky that they split up. They probably thought that I was dead already, but yeah, I'll take it.
Hey, it's a small victory, let's call it this way. Also, do you know that Goldberg is now running away in the studio? Nobody knows where he is. How can you call in a Danish player now, a Danish folk? How can you say
I mean, it's okay. He just has to believe, man. It's the process. It's still early in the season.
Yeah, it's too early in the season. Now looking into the next day, how do you guys feel? Feel comfortable? It's like only a slump?
I mean, I feel comfortable that we're going to fix it. Like, we still have tomorrow to work on it. So, yeah, I think we'll come back stronger on Wednesday.
Okay. Also, last question. What is the team that you really want to play against? That team that tickles you? Like, I want to face them off.
I'm not sure, but I don't have one specific team, I'd say both Excel and X7 looks pretty strong. So, yeah, I would like to face those.
I like the enthusiasm. So, it didn't happen today. This is a 2-1. It's not a bad score nonetheless. And then just as you said, it's the beginning of the split. So you still have a long way to go. I want to see more of those plays just like you did with Vex. And best of luck, man.
Thank you.
So this is it. The game that everybody was hoping to go to Astralis goes to M&M, and that's because M&M played really, really well. And this goes to show that not a single game is won just because of the Champion Select, or even before that. Predictions are predictions for a reason. We're going to take a quick break. I'll be searching for Goldberg to see if I can find him on the studio. If not, I think we lost an analyst. I'll see you soon. And we are back for the last game, Me, Trouble, and... Guys, production, we're missing out. Score!
Hey guys, sorry I'm late.
Yes.
Nothing in particular just happened. We're ready for
Nah,
our
don't
game
worry
4 of the
about
day,
it. Don't
right?
worry about it. Yeah.
Just a time skip, something like that.
No upsets, no.
Oh,
nothing.
cool.
No, the normal stuff. And
Oh,
we're
Denmark.
on to Vanir versus Dusty. It's going to be the last game of the day.
Did you know Dusty, they're from Iceland? Did you know Iceland once belonged to Denmark? Oh, it didn't, but it was a partnership between the two countries. So, you know, there is a sense of me that
So
still has a way
basically-
to get pride in today's
Dusty
games.
has not necessarily showed us really strong points in their gameplay, even though they have tried multiple playstyles. No, they have tried multiple playstyles. They've tried to play heavy bot lane focus. They've tried to play heavy top lane focus. They haven't necessarily succeeded in any of the two. Vanir, on the other hand,
Okay.
not Denmark.
No.
Vanir,
Yeah.
yes.
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 Vanir, on the other hand,
Are you throwing it to me? Am I?
They got a really good
have
start.
strong
yeah.
strengths, right? They have a pretty crisp, really clean early game. And then somewhere in the mid game, they always lose it. It's about 4,000 gold in the lead, 3,000 gold in the lead, and then it always breaks even. And then suddenly, when they've hit their item breakpoints and it's late game and they know exactly how to team fight, they bring the game back.
And this is where I think Dusty can be one of those teams where you can't give this lead. And the reason for that is also because I see Venza down in the bottom lane. And I think he's a man that cannot be underestimated. Honestly, I don't think we've seen the true potential of Venza yet. We saw what he could do at LVP. We saw what he's been capable of doing at European Masters. This is still a very strong roster on paper on Dusty. I think the issues they had in week 1 is something that maybe should have been fairly easy to fix. A bit of it is drafting issues. A bit of it is just like a bit of miscohesion as a team. But I think if you are given a free mid game by Vanya, then all of a sudden you suddenly have a lot more room to play with. Now, that is also to say Vanya has also had a week like everyone else to fix out their issues. And Vanya's issue was also really good, easy to fix, because it's like, we get ahead in the early game. Let's not throw.
Let's not throw.
That's kind of the issues that we have here, right? So I think this is actually one of the games that can be super close. I think Vanya might have a little bit of an edge here, but that haven't stopped me from putting my prediction on Dusty.
You know, I like the idea that today we came into the studio like, okay, this is pretty much an easy day, no questions asked, and all of a sudden we have a lot of the games that, for instance, X7, even though they played with the kitty
but
cats
what
and all
about,
that.
okay, listen to me. What about
Yeah.
Astralis game?
What game?
the Astralis game.
Okay, honestly, Eminem played phenomenal. Honestly, they really showed up after the first week, and I just want to put that out there so it's not like, oh, Denmark lost, I'm the only one I can. Eminem played phenomenal in every role, and I just want to say that before we move into the first game.
Good stuff, Eminem. Good stuff.
I want more of that, and
Let's
I
go.
want the champion select. Vanir versus Dusty, let's go. Diana is kicked from the rift alongside with Thresh. Let's see what else we can have for the B1.
I'm gonna guess maybe a Rise or a Twisted Fate towards Sahira would possibly be a next span that we could see here, as Sahira is very terrifying on both of these picks.
And not only that, it's actually very interesting to see from the side of Vania that they're the one to take it away here. On the side of Dusty, we're still seeing some classic red side picks, Twisted Fate being one of them. But so far, we're still looking at the 80 carries, right? It's something that's still up and available and something that has been, very popularized to be one of the first picks. But I'm finally starting to see like first Jinx rotation getting punished. Seeing for teams to understand, okay, this champion is not unbeatable. Like if she has no one to peel for her.
I've yet to see B1 Jinx though.
That's actually true.
And now Caitlyn and Diana are both banned. Action and Vex usually could take that B1, but we haven't yet seen the Jinx.
You think a Jinx B1 is going to happen? I know they're looking at it. They fancy the...
I'm looking at it as well.
She's doing it. She's doing it.
Yeah, hold on.
It is really
seconds.
risky because once again, Hecarim is available. The horse can appear.
Another rotation you could go for yourself here is just to say, all right, Thresh is off the table. Aphelios is up and available. We could make a rotation that's
Aphelios Lulu.
Exactly. That is one of the adaptations you can go for yourself, but you can also go for a jungle route instead if that's something where you feel like one of your junglers needs to prioritize something when you have two picks. But so far, it's looking like the first option.
Yeah, I would prioritize my jungle here because you don't necessarily have to rush your ADCs.
carry.
You have so many options up and available for you. I mean, the Lulu can work with so many different ADCs at this point down in the bottom. You have the Varus, you have the Aphelios, whatever you choose to go for. Plus, the opponent team is going to have to ban something else because you're going to have the red side as well. So I'm not worried that they're going to get pinned from the AD carry pool. Now, this is how Vanir is going to reply to this because you have to protect this Jinx. And is it going to be the Rel or is it going to be the Nautilus? Because we have seen both next to her.
We definitely have, but it looks like it's going to be the Nautilus angle, which of course will give you some of the lockdown when you have the ultimate on the AD carry that the opponent might choose here. Obviously, it doesn't do too much in terms of peeling against the likes of Hecarim, and there's a ton of other backline champions that can still be picked up by the side of Dusty that all of a sudden might make this Jinx lives hell. But as you're saying yourself here, Sinsaw wouldn't be a bad pick just because of the ultimate being used both as an engage tool for the Sinsaw to dive in, but also in terms of disengage if the Hecarim finally jumps in. Obviously, you can't stop his ultimate, but if you're patient enough with it, you can still use it as a peeling ultimate.
Okay, so far I really like how these both drafts are going. I think they have a very solid bot lane from both sides. They have very solid front line as well. And if you won't die from the side of Dusty, I think they're very well rounded. Now we're looking towards the mid lane. My eyes go to Sahira. Rise could potentially be one of these picks that would stop the Aphelios dead in his tracks. So I would expect for Rise to be completely out of the picture. And then what are we looking? We're looking topside. We're looking Gangplank. Both immobile Eddie carries Gangplank can stop them dead in his tracks. We're looking at Camille. We're looking at Renekton. There's so many picks that can disrupt completely a team fight.
I actually find it very interesting from Dusty here that they're the one to ban away the Vex, because I think if you trim away the Hero's champion pool and you're the one to forfeit Vex, yeah, exactly. I thought you were going to be the one who had a better front line there, but it's looking like they still see some of these as threats, obviously very early into the season. Some mid laners have their specific comforts they want to go for. It could also be that Dusty just wants to ban away some of the good blind pick mid laners here from the side of Vania and then just fourth pick a top laner themselves. You can go for the Ornn, but the Gangplank, as you mentioned, still up and available as well.
So the fact that we're banning Syndra and Vex, to me, spells out that they might want to go for the Corki on the side of Dusty. You have the Lulu, you have the front line, one of your carries dies, yet you have another hyper carry in the late game. So Corki could be a reply. Then you can play versus the Rise as well. It's not going to be much of a problem. You make sure you break up the team fights with the packets as well, something that can dive in with the Hecarim, but also get out of... I'm done.
Yeah, but I actually think, I just don't think this is a very good adaptation into the fact that Victor is still up and available, and I think good Victor players will punish Corki in the early game. So many times we've seen over the course of major leagues that Corki has been forced to go for a Hexstringer as a first item just because the laning phase becomes so tough against the Victor. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Sahira just take the decision and go, you know what, you left my Victor open, it's in a favorable matchup, I'm just gonna take this right here. Exactly. So for Dusty, that's actually a bit of a questionable decision to me. But obviously, we'll see what they have prepared.
This is obvious. Pick the GP. You got it.
That is perfect. You get B5 Gangplank when you're playing against Naphelios. I don't think there's a better blind weak side that you can pick that can disrupt a fight. So right now, I'm seeing a lot of disruptors, be it the Victor Pog, be it the Gangplank ultimate from the side of Vanir, and from the other side, you've got Hecarim diving in, you've got the packets coming in from Corki, and I'm expecting to see something from the side of Dusty. This could potentially also be a Camille or something else that has backline potential. I wouldn't necessarily like to see a third carry coming from the side of Dusty due to the fact that everyone is very squishy, and I would like someone else having access to the backline together with a Hecarim that can survive long enough. That someone could definitely be an Ornn. I would love to see that here.
Yeah, but it just annoys me if you're going to pick a tank that is not done on 4 and you don't... but it's fine. You have a good, solid frontliner here. GP.
R5 weak side?
Yeah, there you go, exactly. But Sion can actually do a surprising amount of damage. Like, sometimes he will just have a solo kill out of nowhere. And not only just as a Bapus full AD.
I was about to say, well, you wanted to have solo kill.
Also as the tank every now and then. So I think that both team compositions here are fairly identical. I think Dusty's is a bit easier to front to back with just due to the fact that they have an actual tank. But on the side of Vanir, you can see the spacing in their champions, right?
I would say that I find Vanir's composition much easier to execute because the Jinx doesn't have to do much. Like, the second she gets dives, he has the Nautilus, he has the Victors, he has the Gangplanks, he has the Zinza. He has so many more tools to sort of like surround her. I think they're definitely 100% of it identical. I would give a little bit more ease of execution to Vanir, but I think it's gonna come down to how they play because these are, like Gulbok mentioned, exactly the same compositions. They're front to back with the 2 hyper carries.
Both team composition seems really solid. Champion select was amazing by both of them, and both teams are trying to get another win for themselves. This is the last game of week 2, day 1. It is sad to say goodbye, but this is going to be a really good game. Over to you, casters. How are you guys feeling?
Ooh.
Can't hear you, Viperoon. Maybe you're...
Don't worry, I was actually meant to be
hi.
some things about Gulbok, which probably aren't super friendly on broadcast, but we're going into our final game of the day. It's going to be, as the desk said, 2 competitions that are very similar. We're going to see, is this just a case of skill versus skill in this matchup?
I mean, since you've got a Swedish mid-jungle duo on both sides, I would say, yeah, it's just going to come down to skill of execution because you have equal amount of Swedes on both teams, so that's like the most important factor is equal, so then it just comes down to the individual execution there.
I mean, but there's only one Brit in this game, FGG, down on Dusty, so that gives them the massive advantage, but... do you have a composition that you prefer of the 2? I know they're very, very similar. Is there anything that strikes you as being particularly good or bad about either of them?
I think it's a really good point that they are basically work very, very, very similarly. They just love to front to back, both of these teams. Maybe a small advantage to Dusty, actually, because they have some more tankiness, in my opinion. Like, Sion and Hecarim will be able to stand up, like with Lulu Shields and Lulu Ulti, slightly longer to a Victor and a Jinx compared to the side of Vanir. Like, the Nautilus and the Zinza won't be as tanky, trying to frontline that. But it's just very small differences.
Which is exactly what we want to see from the last game of the day, because small differences means that these 2 teams, what we all thought when coming into this one, would be pretty evenly matched. I know the scorelines would suggest otherwise, but Vanir had a reasonably easy week 1. Dusty had a reasonably difficult week 1 in terms of fixture power. So this game could be very, very close, and now the teams have got very close compositions. It's going to be about individual performance and team performance overall. I'm keeping my eyes down on this bot lane, though, because whenever you've got a Nautilus anywhere, there could always be action.
Absolutely, gonna be able to do a lot against this Lulu. Has chosen to go with the Ignite, interestingly enough. I think the Exhaust could have been a more defensive choice. But you want to go aggressively, then you want the Ignite.
Yeah, a bit of damage coming on through. The Ignite's actually being burst, but Kevo's also burning low. Needs to be a little bit careful. But Venda looking for that last shot, the flash away, but Quickstep is still in the mix. Kevo trying to put as much damage down as possible, while Nautilus just takes the beating from the bot lane. But Noodle could be coming in. First one to respond to the play, already on this bot side. Is Xin Zhao going to be able to get the dive on through? Has flash available. Members of the bot lane do both from Dusty. Level 2 has been hit by Venter and FGG though, so this could be quite close as Quickstep goes low, but it's going to be First Blood going over to Noodle. It's a double kill for Xin Zhao. Perfect start for Vanir.
Perfect start indeed. 2 kills going over to Noodle on the level 2 gank on the Xin Zhao. That's not something that you see every day, but he was able to adapt his pathing towards that bottom side. Fortunately did start with the red buff into the golems there on the bottom side, so was really close to be able to come in for that. Also sort of have to question Dusty here, not expecting this, and also not going for the flash away there. If you just like walked up and flashed away immediately, maybe you could have done something, but instead you still use the Aphelios flash, but you die anyway, and you're not really that close to killing the Nautilus when he has that shield. So good adaptation from Noodle, being able to change his path based on what's happening on the map, but Dusty not really reading that play that well. Not a disaster in the lane though, since you're able to come back and pick up most of the farm here as Venser, so did not miss too many minions. The lane was in a pretty decent spot for that.
Question now is, what can Noodle do with these 2 kills? Because the gold was all funneled into the jungle. Elif needs to be a little bit careful as Neil putting on some poke and just going to be able to farm up this top side. We're not expecting it to be too action-packed, but the Gangplank has already made that first back to grab the cull. So this is a long-term investment up here from Vanir.
Yeah, for sure, just going to be scaling up on the GP, and I think that's a good choice against this Scion. Not going to be the crazy, the boss like Prowler's Claw, full damage Scion that's going to be solo killing or solo dying. It's just going to be the standard tank build. So GP is going to be farming pretty freely, which is definitely speaks for Vanir in that aspect. Going to be outscaling the Scion and providing a lot of damage. And also the GP ult is going to be really strong against an immobile Aphelios without his favorite partner, the Thresh, being able to get him out of the GP ulti, because late game, we're talking all of the upgrades on the GPR, like 5-6 items, that's going to be doing half HP on the Aphelios at least.
It's going to suck for him in team fights, and also it does allow Nil in 1 level time when he hits level 6 to get involved in bot lane plays, which is something that the side is going to have a much harder time doing with those changes to teleport. Noodle hanging around on the bot side. The scuttle has already been taken by his opposition, looking towards Viking, but can't find anything just yet. And we'll be sneaking around the back of the tower, maybe looking towards a dive, but the Nautilus missing the hook could well stop that one before it even begins, as Noodle has the blast code available to try and take over and get involved. Red Ward shows that he won't be spotted out, but he's just gonna walk away instead.
Yeah, Noodle really looking for the dive there. Would have been a very aggressive one to go for, but they could have done it. 3v3 fight here.
Oh, Kevo's very low though. FGG's bullying him on the side, forcing the heal out as it's going to be a 3v2. Quicksilver is low. This is disastrous for Vanir as they lose the Nautilus, forcing the flash out of Noodle as well. I have no idea how that went so badly for Vanir.
I mean, Keva was just zoned out of the entire fight, did not contribute anything. FGG on the Lulu with a great zoning job right there, had the Ignite up, so just forced Kevo to run away the entire fight, and I don't think they were expecting Viking to be there. Also, Viking had been just farming up completely for free, has that small advantage onto Noodle in the experience, so level 5 versus 4 also made a bit of a difference there. Overall, good set of plays for Dusty right there. Still a small gold lead for Vanir, but not as huge as it could have been with those 2 free kills going over to them early on.
Grabbing that kill, yeah, it's on the Lulu, which isn't necessarily orbital, but it's still something that you always want to get that first kill on the board. And now the Dragon is going to be the target. It will be Noodle starting that one up on the Xin Zhao, so should be able to take this one pretty nicely. Dusty have already gone for the reset. FGT in the mid lane to give Backland a little bit of support, because Sahira has been causing him a couple of concerns.
Does so much damage. Look at Noodle, he went from full HP to like a third. With Xin Zhao has a lot of passive healing, so something to keep in mind if you're going to go for Hextech Dragon. It does a lot of damage.
With Kevo and Quicksilver there, just quickly able to assist, and it will be Mountain next one spawning up. So I know you talked about, actually a bit of damage coming in from Backland, but we talked about at the beginning of the day in the first one. I'm afraid that we have got the boring Corki Victor matchup in the mid lane, but Sahira trying to make it a little bit interesting.
it is looking pretty good for the Victor right here. The analyst desk talked about this being a strong matchup for the Victor, and looks like Sahira is giving them, is proving them right so far. Putting down a lot of pressure on towards Backlund. Has not been able to do too much. Even it's going to be, might even be forced into either a Hex Drinker or an Immortal Shield Bow early on for some extra tankiness, just to not be one-shot by the Victor. So, and Victor's obviously a great scaling champion as well, especially if he's able to, in the later stages, get onto the squishier enemy members, like get not the greatest at killing tanks, but if he's able to get a flash in and get a full rotation onto an Aphelios, Corki, or Lulu, that's going to be pretty much a one-shot later on in the game. So Sahira can make a lot of plays happen later.
Whether he'll be able to do so is another question, but Dusty have moved on towards that Rift Herald. The package is available for Backlund if he wants to join his friends Viking and LF on the top side. But it looks like right now he's going to be happy just to farm away and get himself ready, get himself back on a little bit more parity in terms of farm. And Dusty easily able to secure that one, no kind of contest there. And looks like these early objectives are just going to be traded back and forth.
This generally favors Rift Herald, I think. In my opinion, that's usually a stronger choice. Top lane gank.
Oh, it's just going to be Gangplank going down. That's the power of the Sun coming on through, and with Viking being in the neighborhood as well, it's really quite simple.
Yeah, for sure, able to pick that up. Not sure if it's going to be they're going to be going for the Herald in the top lane. Don't think so. Fight bot side though.
Venzi goes pretty low. Kevin needs to be careful as FGG made him big, and now Quicksilver is fighting back towards his own tower. But Aphelios, so many years of game design, picks up a double, and we'll get a tower plate as well.
Yeah, those chakrams doing so much damage when you're in close range. The faster they're able to go out and then come back to the Aphelios, the more damage it does. And that is why he's flashing in. Look at the flash there. It is to do more damage with those chakrams, able to take down Kivo right there. Wow, really well played for the bottom lane of Dusty right there. I think Veneer burning every summoner spell in the bottom lane and still losing that all-in fight. So Dusty looking to have a small advantage in the bottom lane now.
Which is something that they will definitely enjoy. Keeping the Jinx down is going to be pretty pivotal in order to deal with this Veneer roster, because as soon as she's not a priority target, suddenly someone like the Victor isn't going to be peeling away for her. Victor needs to be peeling away for himself, which is obviously something that you want to be prioritizing. If you can keep the enemy carries as slow to the punch as possible, then your composition has a lot more time to get online and a lot more leeway in team fighting. But Dusty turning up to fight again. They're still without their first win in the NLC so far. That being said, tough opening week, and coming up against the Veneer, who had a reasonably easy early week, a reasonably simple one, who are 2-0. Dusty definitely showing up to fight, and Noodle turning up to the bot lane once again, but won't be able to find anything this time with a ward.
Dusty's going to be really hungry for the win here after taking a couple of losses early on. Viking making his way towards the bottom side. I think there should be about 10 seconds left on the ult cooldown for him. Venser also 10 seconds left on the ulti. If you've got the proper guns, it could be a great gank setup for this Hecarim.
And with the Rift Herald in pocket as well, it turns from a really good gank setup into a really great play if Viking can drop that objective down and start battering away at this tower. Could even look to take it down sub 14 minutes. But it looks like Veneer are giving a lot of respect. They're hanging around in a bush, but they are covered by vision as Venser and FGG moving forward. Viking might be spotted on that mid-brush ward. And it's actually wasting a lot of time down here for a play that is yet to happen.
I think they're just waiting for Quickstep to go in, but it's simply not happening. Backlund taking a lot of damage, flashing away.
And there's the damage coming on through. Now Sard has moved down, but Noodle should be able to just wander back, and Veneer picked themselves up a kill. They're not going to be able to make the gank play work, but they are going to look for that Rift Herald as the bot lane is going to be a fight. The ultimate comes in from Gangplank to give a little bit of aerial support as a lot of plates are picked up. Venser needs to be careful as the ultimate lands into him, but Viking will help keep him alive. Kevin now going to be sniped out for the kill, but Veneer have reinforcements en route. Nice ultimate from Viking to break up the fight and find him a way out, but Venser might not be so lucky. He hasn't got flash, he hasn't got heal, he has got no way out as the hero grabs the shutdown. Decent play from both sides. But it looks like Veneer might have just shaded it.
It was a pretty desperate play for Dusty right there, going for a very forced gank. Well, not even really going for the gank, instead going for the Herald that we can see back in here. Face checking into Noodle and also reacting sort of slowly. Not Valkyrie immediately, instead flashes after a few seconds. And then it takes a lot of burst damage, but that means he's not available for this bottom lane fight. So you can see on the minimap right now, Sinsao and Victor running towards the bottom lane. At the same time, I think Venser plays it really well here. Look at the way Aphelios uses his abilities and able to pick up a kill onto Kevo here. That is many years of game design, as you said earlier. But in the end goes down while the Viking and FGG makes it out. Still gotta say this Aphelios looks to... I mean, it looks like he's a really experienced and strong Aphelios player, but it's also starting to get quite fed, so we'll have to keep our eyes on this Aphelios as this game goes later on.
Yeah, Ben's are really, really comfortable on this pick and is having a great time in even exchanges. Of course, that last one wasn't so even when members of Veneer started moving in from the mid side and was caught out and killed, but that's the power that you can provide. And Kevo, someone who had a very, very strong showing week one, is maybe struggling a little bit to keep up in this game, not falling too far behind, a little bit of farm, a couple of kills here and there, but is going to be growing into the game more and more as it goes on, because of course that's what Jinx does. But 40 minutes on the clock, game is pretty close, less than 1,000 in the lead, but it is Dusty who hold that one. They are two dragons down though with the Infernal Rift. How viable could that be?
Infernal Rift could mean a lot to the scaling department here. We have the hyper carries on both sides. Oh, here's a dive. Venser tanks
Oh
up
no,
tower.
I don't know if Venser wants to be the one taking the tower. FGG might try to take down the tower. Will be able to do so with the help of the minions, but the life is forfeit. Surely it'll be a double kill going over to Quicksef. The leader in assists for the league wants to get on the kill table.
I mean, they killed the enemy bottom lane 5 times and still no kills going over to Kevo. It's a bit unfortunate. Top lane though.
Live, trying to run away, can't be disabled and will be able to charge out. Noodle unable to make this one work. But look at this again, it's really brave from Venser.
Yeah, he goes in really deep. I think he sort of wanted to stay behind the tower so that Quicksef couldn't hook him. Or maybe it was even a misclick, like clicking on the Jinx instead of the tower starting to shoot her. Because I'm not sure if that was... I mean, just looked really weird to go for the dive in that situation.
I mean, it seems like a strange decision, but Venser maybe thought he had the burst to take down the Jinx before they could actually get the damage and then really gets him out. Unfortunately, not the case with Nautilus and Jinx ult available, as the top side will now be the focus. Second Herald has been started up. Once again, it's Viking looking at that one, and Venser and FGG have moved up towards that top lane now that the bot lane tower has been dispatched. Quicksef going to be chased away from the jungle, because while that play didn't look particularly smart from Dusty, they did manage to pick themselves up first tower at around the 14.5-minute mark, which is a pretty nice time to grab it and allows them to put pressure on this top side before Baron's even spawned.
Absolutely. I'm not sure how many plates they were actually able to pick up on the Aphelios, but I think it was at least 3, perhaps 4. So that is also going to be a nice injection of gold onto that champion, having a decent lead right now. Backlund with the package right here. Not sure how long that's going to last, so he might want to look for a play quite soon. He wants to make something happen with his first package.
There, he's going to try and use it to get into a better position. Viking going to dive over the Chompers as damage coming on through. The Gangplank is trying to do as much as he can before he teleports in, but now it's actually going to be Venser who's up creek, no paddle, gets taken down. Veneer looking to chase on. FGG takes a decent chunk from the ultimate from Jinx, but doesn't go down, which means that there's no excited, there's no follow-up, and it will be Veneer just taking the one kill they could grab, but again, overextension by Aphelios.
Yeah, Venser going super deep. I mean, just looking at... I just saw there was a champion that deep. I thought, okay, is that the Hecarim? Is that the Sion? No, it's the Aphelios. What? But overall, a bit of a forced... Like, too much of a forced fight there, and I think that's been the name of the game so far for Viking on this Hecarim. Has really been forcing these sort of ganks. We saw them in the bottom lane. We saw it right there. It's obvious for the enemy team what you're trying to do. You are on vision for at least part of the fight, so they know what's coming, and you still go for it with a Hecarim. You can sort of do it because with Ghost, with the ulti, you have so long range. You can actually go really deep. But if it's obvious to the enemy team what's happening, it's usually not going to be working out at this high level of gameplay.
Dusty now going to be wandering towards the Dragon after that last fight didn't necessarily go their way, but if they're fighting around Dragon, there's no towers for Venza to overextend under. So maybe this is where they take the fight and can start pulling the game back a little bit. They're not very far behind, it must be said. This game has been very, very close. And throwing that Rift Herald down to cause some pressure on the bot side is also going to help Dusty out a great deal. It forces Veneer to either pull the trigger or respond. Kevo in the mid lane, though, just clearing out that mini wave. Does need to be a little bit careful that he's not late to the punch, but Noodle could look to try and get an engage on. He's going towards the San, who's a tanky customer, as the Dragon's burning lower and lower. Quixote dives in. It will be the Dragon secure coming through from Viking, who now dives onto the backline. This fight is very broken up and very messy, but it is Dusty who will lose the first man. Viking could follow it. It's all about Veneer trying to clear this one up. Elif will be taken down into pass, but Backlund has to flash over the wall. Noodle might look to follow, but it's just going to be a case of clearing up the Scion zombie. 3 members of Dusty do go down. They grab the Dragon, but was it worth it?
Veneer just able to find the picks onto Venser. I think he's died 5 times so far. I mean, they're able to kill him in every single fight, and if you're, yeah, you might be really tanky, but it doesn't really matter. If you get Nautilus hooked and then one shot before you can pretty much do anything. And Victor, we talked about the strength of this champion, especially onto the squishier members, and he's able to get a pretty much full combo down on towards the enemy backline, and then just makes it out with like 50 HP or something like that. Veneer are playing these fights really well, but on the other hand, I'm not impressed by Dusty. I think Dusty are making some individual mistakes, and they're making some mistakes as a team, going for plays that they're not supposed to, not positioning properly in these fights. So yeah, they got the Infernal Dragon, but they are definitely behind at this point.
Yeah, that player's taken it from tiny bit behind to notably behind. And coming up towards the 20-minute mark, coming up towards Baron o'clock, you might call it, is 2,000 for Veneer. And got to be saying, Sahira has had an exceptional game on the Victor, as you mentioned, but Noodle on the Xinzao has been pulling all the strings in this game.
Yeah, for sure. He's been in pretty much all of the fights, been able to find several picks in the Xinzao. It's not been looking too impressive today, but it just shows why it is a S-tier jungler. It's something that everyone's prioritizing pretty much across the board in LPL and LCK. We've been seeing a lot of the Xinzao as well, able to go toe-to-toe with pretty much any jungler in the 1v1s early on, have strong pressure early. I mean, we saw the level 2 gank working out today, but also scaling sort of well in, not in the ability to deal a lot of damage, but in the ability to create space. Like, you can just stand in front of your carries and ult, and then nothing can get at them, pretty much. And that's really the strength of Xinzao later on.
Which we saw a bit of in the game with Niriki and X7. Decidra was able to break up fights initially pretty well. Unfortunately, there was a solution to that problem, and X7 came away with the victory. But now it's up to Veneer if Noodle can use his decent start to propel his team towards victory, or whether it's going to be another L for Xinzao. And if in the bot side with Gangplank splitting against him, teleport check both are available, so they could get towards this objective. So they're actually teleporting towards the mid lane. It looks like Veneer really want to put priority and pressure on controlling this Baron area, sending the Victor down using a key cooldown in order to have priority.
Yeah, they want priority on this top side of the map, maybe to get in some deep vision. After having taken down the enemy tier 1 mid, you do have a lot of control on towards that side of the map. Baron has spawned. I mean, they do it pretty quickly with a 2-item Jinx, 2-item Victor, or sort of 2-item Victor, GP, and then Xinzao can tank it for a while. So yeah, they could look for this Baron at some point if Dusty commits onto another side of the map with too many members. Veneer could also go for some sort of a sneaky plan towards this Baron with a pretty good Baron take.
Just keeping my eyes on the Baron and who's just controlling. It's one of those times where it's just vision being cleared out of a Veneer. They want to be the ones who can have all of the information, all of the intel around the Baron. If any kind of sneaky player is going to be started up, Lil and Ilif in the bot side are still just going to be happily farming, happily splitting. They both got teleport to get involved. Of course, Gangplank Ultimate is also on the map, so it is available to just throw that one down to give himself a little bit of priority and really speed up the impact he can have in team fights. We saw it last time around. Neil is able just to throw down that ultimate before he teleports in so that he's coming in to a much weakened Dusty lineup. Elif happy to walk in, and you've got to imagine that the Gangplank will do the same. Neil is in the river currently. The package has been picked up, and Backland could try and make this one work. Veneer a tiny bit out of position going through. Chokes need to be careful as Dragon up in 20 seconds. They want to set themselves up for Dragon Point, whereas Dusty wants to deny that as much as possible.
I think it's going to be a 5v5 fight here. We have to keep an eye on Quickset. Can he find the engage? He's been doing a really good job of it so far, hooking Venser several times, even in difficult positions to do so. Does not have the flash available, but has the Hex Flash, so keep your eyes on this Nautilus, trying to find out a priority member on the enemy team, but also look for the members of Dusty to frontline and tank those Nautilus hooks, so that the backline
looking really good. Noodle goes in, doesn't manage to get the Dragon though, but is now in the backline trying to get onto backline and get some damage down. Remember, the package is still rolling. No one has fallen just yet, but the ultimate coming on through to get decent amount of damage to Viking, but they're fighting up against the wall, and it will be FGG who is the focus, but Noodle jumping onto the backline trying to get towards Venter, but won't be able to find him this time around. San has to flash away, taking the blast code out, but Sahira is there as well. Venter moves under tower, backline trying to get some damage through, but the hook doesn't connect. It will only be one victim. Dusty this time around much happier with that exchange as they take their second Dragon.
Oh, they are looking so scared right now. 4 people being very low. Does that... No, okay, my brain first thought for like 1 second, does that mean that Veneer can run to the Baron? It does not. They are unfortunately too low to be able to do that. But yeah, look at the fight here. The GP ulti does a lot of zoning, forces Dusty to split up. They're also splitting up a bit by themselves as well. Getting the pick up onto Egg, and look at Venser actually putting down a lot of damage on the Aphelios, but Noodle is so strong on this Sao that is able to live through it, and then Sahira plays this really well. Waits until the crucial abilities of the enemy team have been used, and then flashes forward, goes for an entire combo onto the enemy backline, onto the Squishies, does not use his important abilities on the enemy front line, and he's been doing a really good job on Victor so far. 224 CS. He is definitely ahead here with 2 completed items. So Sahira impressing me for sure in this game.
Yeah, I mean, multiple Veneer members really impressed in week 1, Sahira being one of those, and has come into the beginning of week 2 looking pretty on form, hasn't missed a beat. He's clearly been training up over the weekend. Dusty still searching for their first win, but this game, you've got to feel they're down, but they're certainly not out. FGG needs to be careful not to get caught up because Lulu's pretty squishy. You don't want to use the ultimate on yourself, because if you do that, then targets like Venza might be a little bit more in trouble. Noodle taking a little bit more damage than he used to, maybe feeling a little bit more of a sting from Backland than he was necessarily expecting. But now, Veneer, the question is, where are they going to want to play next? Are they going to try and make this Baron play work?
I think they're going to be dancing around the Baron, because doing so also means that you can keep Nille in the bottom lane up against the Sion here with the GP and just free farm, keep scaling on this GP, and then dance around the Baron with a 4v4, because as soon as the enemy team steps out of position, Quickset is going to be there with a hook. We know he's really strong on the Nautilus. Now he has to flash up as well. But actually, they're not keeping GP in the bottom lane. He is roaming up towards the mid. And now we have 5 members here from both of the teams. Just look at the vision on the minimap, though. Control wards very deep in the Dusty jungle from Veneer, so they definitely have control on that, on the vision right there.
Dusty are the ones in the mid lane. They've got priority there, but they've got Gangplank defending for Veneer. Meanwhile, on the top side, defending the river entrance, making sure that no one's going to be able to get towards that Baron. Decent amount of damage coming through from Sahira, but Quickset misses the hook, so won't be able to follow up onto Sion. Viking is hanging around. The pony wants to try and engage, wants to flank. Might be able to find it if Veneer go too much further forward. The hook will land, this time onto Sion, but Elif doesn't really mind that much. Decent amount of damage is being thrown through. All the CC is landing, but the Sion's still more than half health. Elif really not fussed at this stage of the game. And Veneer might have a struggle if they can only catch him out.
Yeah, the Sion is just creating a lot of space here. He's really strong, giving a lot of pressure to the rest of his team. Also, we can see the Lulu build, which is sort of weird. Moonstone is not what you usually see on the Lulu, and I think the Shurelias could have been, which is the standard item for Lulu, would have been better in a lot of situations where you give movement speed to your team, being able to dodge away from those Nautilus hooks, from the Victor combos. But the Moon's actually working out pretty well in that fight because you're when the longer fights goes on and you're sort of getting poked down, they're taking down you down to like half HP, then the Moonstone really shines because you're healing up quite a bit during an extended period of time there. So Dusty do have some pretty decent itemization. In that regard, I have to also compliment Nelly right now for building the Serpent's Fang on the GP, reducing the shields. Very important versus champions like Sion, like Ludi, like Aphelios, and Corki, both with the Immortal Shield Bows, and Hecarim's going to be going for the Sterk's Gauge as well. So Nille, really, really important item there.
Great itemization to be picking that one up so early as well, and now this should be able to do a little bit of damage on the side, but members of Dusty threatening the player Sahira a little bit behind, wouldn't have been there immediately. As Veneer moving up towards the Baron, they're going to have to take out the vision before they start up, and that will give a little bit of time for Dusty to get involved, but they are going to start rushing this one down. It goes down at a reasonable pace, but Dusty are going to be quick to respond. They've got the package, they've got the dive coming through from Sard and Hecarim, and at the end of the day, the threat of that is enough. Veneer going to be peeled away. Gangplank half health, they start this fight up now, but looking to get a little bit of CC down onto Sard, but again, he just doesn't really care.
Are hitting the mid lane tower though, so Venser's going to be picking that up. So Veneer has to pay with something for committing onto the Baron. Nice play from Dusty there.
Dragon on the menu though, not going to be able to land another quick set hook as Viking starts this one up. It looks like they really want to try and force something through. They get the flash ultimate coming on through. It's going to land on defense, but it goes through the rest of the team first. The first victim has already fallen, but Elif dives directly into the fight. Sahira has to flash away, but Noodle on the backline doing a lot of work, keeping backline in place. Kevo gets excited, moves towards Venter. Can he win the 1v1 with Blue Buff assisting? No, but with Noodle assisting, I'm sure he can. That's the ace. Veneer finally pull the trigger, and they're looking towards Dusty's base.
Wow, what a set of plays there from Veneer, and just looking at that team fight, every single member on Veneer just outperformed their counterpart on Dusty. Very top jungle, mid, bottom lane, and I think that's going to be enough for Veneer to take home the W here.
Potentially, the minion wave's small and members are coming back up, but they're juggling aggro pretty well. FGG is there, but he's the only one there to defend, and the Nexus will be falling, and it will be just like that. Veneer remain undefeated as Dusty is still searching for their first win.
What a performance there, and just got to add up both of their Swedish star players, the mid-jungle combination there. 10 kills, 0 deaths, 10 assists if you combine both of those stat rows. Really impressed by the way they were able to take this down. 3-0 now in the league.
Yeah, fascinatingly, because of the way the results have gone, of course, Bifrost losing out today, Astralis Talent losing out today in an upset, Veneer are one of only 2 teams to remain undefeated going into day number 4, which is a massive credit to them, and surely we've got to start thinking and talking about them, maybe not as this mid-table team, but definitely a competitor. We're going to jump to a short break. When we come back, it's going to be the post-show and, of course, interviews with both of the teams, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the NLC, and we are done for the games, but we still have a lot of action to go through the studio. And I'm not alone, I'm together with Trouble, I'm together with Goldberg. Can we get
Done crying?
a good zoom in on that little face?
That face.
Yeah, that one.
I'm doing great.
Oh, what an amazing day it was, wasn't it, Goldberg?
I'd like to dodge today. Do you guys need me for the post show?
How's your birthday been?
I mean, from a scale of 1 to 10, pretty terrible.
Are we on a -3 scale or?
I mean, okay, the cake was good. I gotta give you the cake. It was absolutely amazing. Thank
You're
you so
welcome.
much,
It's
guys.
because I knew what your predictions would look like.
Honestly, if people, I really needed the cake outside. I've just been like sadly eating that cake.
He's eating his sorrows away.
Yeah. It's actually
Sad violin. Okay, but there we go. This was the last match of the day. Again, Dusty versus Vanir. Vanir kicking it off on the early game. Mid game, there we go. But on the late game, they remind themselves, oh, it's late game. Yeah, we just need to
Again,
win.
it's like the second they hit their item power spikes, they're a different team. They know how to team fight so well. Although we'll give it to them, their mid game was not that bad this time. I think they absolutely stabilized. They were more focused on not throwing rather than being too proactive, which is also a step in the right direction.
But before we go any further, we do have someone with us. It is time to welcome from Dusty, Viking.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing, mate?
Pretty shit, but it's fine.
Okay, that is a good way to put it out.
me both.
Every time we have you here, you've played against the Gangplank. What is it?
Yeah.
What is it with Gangplank, man?
Post-traumatic disorder.
As soon as I saw the champion select, I saw the GP, I was like, oh no.
I mean, today it was fine. It was more when we played Caitlyn Lux with like no shield. I mean, Lux shield is not as reliable as Lulu, I guess, and the speed from Lulu, but was way more different when... I know we had Caitlyn Morg that time, so he just broke the Morgana E, right? So Caitlyn got stunned in 3v3s and stuff, so yeah, it was a bit different then.
But this time, though, we saw GP coming in with Serpent's Fang as well and kind of ruining your shields as well. So again, the ultimate breaking a little bit what you brought into the game. So maybe remove that GP as well. But I saw a lot of answers from your champion select to like the Jinx and all that. Bringing the Akrim, do you feel like this is a good champion to deal with the new meta?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty good in general. Like, you see it's being played in different regions and a lot in solo queue with different builds. Yeah, I mean, maybe this game I should have gone champ tank, for example. But, yeah,
And honestly,
it's being played.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I thought that,
it's
both your
okay in general.
compositions were very similar, right? Because you guys both picked hyper carries in the mid lane and the bot lane. You had the front to back. I felt like you guys had a little bit more distance gap closers towards their backline. What do you think went wrong? Because I felt like in the early game, like you got the 2v2 down in the bot lane. It was going pretty okay in the mid lane as well. What do you think went downwards?
I mean, I think first of all, Xin Zhao should never get the double kill level 2. Like, it was pretty disaster for the game. And, I mean, we knew that he would gank bot lane if we do a trade like this, but it's really disaster if he gets 2 kills like this, and I'm pathing downwards, so I can't really invade him topside or anything. And we don't have a prio, you know, so we can't really punish this gank. And, I mean, I just think it's a disaster if, like, Xin Zhao gets a double kill early, but then I was covering bot lane on a bad wave, and they choose to do a 3-3 that could have been a double kill for us, and we kind of came back in the game. But when we were okay in the game, right, and then bot lane got 2v2 kill, and then we threw it again under the tower somehow. So I mean, we just threw the leads a bit, and then yeah, I mean, we got it back, and then we threw it. It's basically like this, like 2-3 times, and it's like pretty annoying, but I know that we're better than what has been shown, at least. But yeah.
But that's the thing. I definitely think you can see the potential in the team as well, because it's the fact that despite you having the most disaster fight down towards the bottom in the immediately with Zen pathing down, you still come back from those moments. It's the fact that despite when you get to the mid to late game, you still manage to pick up 2 Infernal Drakes for yourself. So you definitely still had the strong sides of the team. What do you think is lacking then when we finally get to this mid to late game? Is it just the fact that you guys need to play a bit more together? Because this time around, it seemed like it was a coordination thing. So is it a strong voice? Is it team play? What do you think is kind of the next step to take to really fulfill your potential as a team?
I mean, I think it's a bit of team play, a little bit like how to move around in the team fights, because in the last team fight, like they're a bit stronger, right? But we were just mispositioned a bit, and then they just caught like Lulu, and Lulu gets one shot, and we're 4v5. So the fight just starts bad, and the game is like the fight there is over, you know. So I think it's like a bit team play, team coordination, team fights, for example, and then what's called a bit like, I mean, everyone just have to play better, me included.
Makes sense, but the picture is a little bit grim for now, but I know there's more on that picture. Everybody sees it, so this is a team that has a lot of potential, and we're still really early into the split, and I know once you will come to the interview and you will have a smile on that face. I know for sure for that. So good luck on this next day, like to rest a little bit, to actually work on those problems with the team. And I wish to see you on Wednesday as well.
Thanks for the interview. Have a nice time, guys.
Man. Have a nice one. It's really painful to look at Viking because he seems like a guy filled with energy, and it's not coming together, but it's really close. Like they have something.
But it's also just the fact that he is a passionate player as well.
It is.
When if you know Viking for like either social media in France or who he is as a person, like he is the guy that can be out there. So certainly, as soon as these wins start pulling in, as soon as this team starts getting the momentum, I think that's all they're really lacking, something to build on. Because as we've already seen in the games, like sometimes the foundations are there for the team to really gel nicely together and have a good team fight. But more often than not, they're just taking bad positions in team fights.
I think this is the most important thing. Picking that #1 win, I think, is what's going to get them going. Like
get the ball rolling.
At some point, I remember that last year in the LEC, Reckless said, we forgot how to win. And once you figure out how to win again as a team and figure out what your strong points are, and you actually capitalize on your strong points and figure out how to use them to your advantage again, I think this is where the strong point comes in. I think one victory is the Kickstarter for that.
Forehead, just win.
That's a good idea, but we're not alone again because we have someone from Vanir. It is Neil. Are you there?
Yeah, hi.
There we go. Another victory for Vanir. Again, with the V gameplay where you start strong on the early game, the mid game, something happens, and then on the late game, one team wins it all. How are you feeling? How's the team feeling as well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we feel really great about this win. And I mean, I think we were pretty confident coming into the day, and yeah, feels great. And about the mid game, like yeah, it's usually the third Drake that we have some struggles at that point, pretty much, and that's for sure something to work on.
Okay, huge question here. Nilla, congratulations, because you're the only team that's undefeated so far, together with X7.
Yeah.
Including a world champion in the roster. How does it feel to be in that position right next to them? Did you expect it? Was it something that you saw this team achieving?
I mean, yes, for sure. Like, I think our roster is pretty talented. Like, we have talented individuals, and we can for sure take down any team. And yeah, in scrims also like scrim like good teams, and we do fine against them, so it feels pretty good, yeah.
So, Nila, I've been following you for a while now. I've even had the pleasure of coaching you for a couple months, but we don't talk about that.
Oh no, the tragedy!
It was pretty disaster. But outside of that, you know, I'm always curious when I see you, because sometimes I get to see the strong side, Nila, where you know you are back on carries, which we know you can perform on in solo queue, but then other times you're back on towards the on duty. So I guess this is more of a personal question to you as a top laner. What kind of person do you want to be to the team, or what kind of top laner is it your kind of goal to be in this kind of team?
I mean, I always like to be like really flexible with my picks, so I can do whatever the team needs me to do. If it's strong side, I can do that, and if it's like playing kind of weak side, tanks and stuff like this, then I'm also like fine doing that. Like, it's just yeah, being able to do whatever the team needs me to do. So.
But what do you prefer of those two playstyles?
Oh, come on, what question is that? Who wants to
I
play
mean-
Ornn?
I mean, obviously it's more fun to play like the carry and be the star, but yeah, sometimes you just need to be the support more.
Humble mindset.
Top lane has to adapt. That's the thing. We have to adapt to the rest of the
Unfortunately.
team. It is. It's the curse of the top lane. And congratulations, by the way. This is a really good start for your team. Keep doing it. And by the way, you know that the guy that used to coach you voted against you.
Yep. He did say
What do you
Dusty
have
was
to
going to
say
beat
about
you.
that?
Yeah.
Be
well,
honest.
That's pretty disappointing.
Or you could say his coaching is like as good as his predictions, disastrous.
I mean, he wouldn't be wrong. It's honestly true.
Thank you so much for the interview, man, and good luck on the day 2 of week 2.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There we go. This is the wrap-up of the last game, and I had to put him on the spot. I had to put you on the spot, man.
I mean, you know, I'm already feeling like the laughing stuff, laughing stuff of the show.
But
Hey,
we
man,
should look
everyone has
into
to
today.
fulfill a role here.
Ah, sure.
To me, this was a really interesting day. I loved the entire day. We saw a few games that didn't go as expected.
Finally.
Okay, that's the way to put it. I like these surprises. I loved the chaos. I like when you have no idea what's going to happen inside of the game, even though the champion select went for one side and the other. What to you guys, like each of you, what is the main point of this day as we're looking into the recap of the day?
I mean, you want to catch the start? Because I would love to catch the ending of this one.
I have no idea what's coming in the end, but I think the start was a little bit disappointing in terms of what we saw. But I still think we see some bright. And I'm speaking in terms of Bifrost, but I still think we're seeing some bright points here. Shikari gets the solo kill. It feels like they're actually in it in the
Two
early
solo
game as well.
kills.
Yeah, exactly. But then towards the mid to late game, it's just clearly that BTXL is still a little bit above the side of Bifrost, and I actually expected that game to be a little bit closer.
It was supposed to be like the game of the week, and all of a sudden, it wasn't. And now we're looking into Singularity versus Riddle. I went Singularity. I'm still strong with Singularity, but to you, Trevor?
I'm just so excited to see MC onto the Rumble. I threw out the Rumble because I thought I knew he was in his pool, but I didn't know that he was going to pull it out. I thought here it made absolute sense. He reached the backline. X7 came into the playground, into the fan house, bringing the Tom and Jerry, the Twitch, and the Yumi, and Kasink finally gets his dream of being a cat. Meow.
I like this is the resume of what happened
That
on
is-
this game.
In this game specifically, yes.
Yeah, but what about the next one? If we're going one by one,
Can I go? Can I go?
do you want to take it?
No.
Okay, Trouble, talk
Please
me about the
me.
next game. What happened?
That one is a very juicy one because it wouldn't have been as juicy if that wasn't Eminem. But Eminem have been relegated from the NLC, promoted back into the NLC, relegated from the NLC,
Guys,
promoted back into the NLC.
Let's talk about the clip.
Now-
So, really nice Baron by Astralis here. They get the Baron. We get to see the outplay by Crescent a bit. I think this is a very positive
This is a
moment
really
for the side of
beautiful moment.
Astralis. Actually, I'd say it's the only positive moment for Astralis in this game. So, there it is.
Yeah, moments before disaster. I feel like Eminem played really, really well, but also I didn't see Astralis play to their full potential. I felt like their synergy was massively lacking on this one. I think Crest said something similar as well. They were like, we kind of lost communication from third Drake onwards. We couldn't close in, our team fights. And it actually kind of showed they played very split. And you know what? I'm really surprised to see Eminem taking these chances and closing in the victory.
Yeah, I really like that they came in with a decisive draft that knew exactly what the identity of it was. Okay, we just take an AD carry that does nothing into the Jinx and laning phase. We scale with that. We have the backline dive, and we'll just try it and out team fight you. And it worked out for the side of Eminem. They all stepped up immensely. And I gotta say, this Vanya versus Dusty game, we obviously have just seen it, but Dusty needs to work on that team fighting. That's for sure. And I mean, Venza specifically had some insane mispositions in these team fights. And I think that actually what it came down to a little bit, because they ran away with a really solid laning phase until they overstayed and disrespected the jungler. Even then, they still had the 2v2 kills. So I see the bright spots, but then you just get a little too eager.
I really want to rewatch that VOD because I look down and look up and suddenly Venza is in the backline of his opponents. And I'm like, how is the Aphelios on the flank when the Hecarim should be behind them, but now the Aphelios is behind the enemy team? And I have no clue how Venzer found himself there. I would love to see it. Maybe it was something creative pathing. Maybe he was flashing in for the kill. I don't remember. I just remember looking down, looking up, Venzer suddenly... Like, if I open my fridge, he's probably there as well.
Just a little bit of limit testing. That's what it came down to.
I like the idea, but now we should look into the standings. Is it the standings? Yes, it is, to see how the teams actually got a few points for today and how they're faring out on this one, because we have two teams who haven't lost yet. This is a good one. There we go. Vanir
most
with
surprising thing
X7 Esports.
This is Vanir, right next to X7. We're looking at X7 and we're thinking Astralis, Bifrost could rival them, JDXL could rival them. No, they've already lost once. And even though you can argue Vanir hasn't had the strongest schedule so far, they've played bottom of the table teams, they're still 3-0, and having that kickstart really does help you.
It definitely does. Like, it gives you the confidence. You can say what you want, right? But moving into your next games, you got momentum with you. That's just how it is. You got the confidence to try and commit to some of these plays, and that's something that's lacking in a lot of team. Hell, we still even saw some of it from Quickset today in today's team fight. He kept hooking on to the Sion. That last team fight, where it's finally decided, that's where he literally just flashes forward and press R on the Aphelios to try and catch up the Lulu. So it's the decisiveness we need for a lot of these teams to really close out the mark.
Also, I don't know if we can, but we should pull in the predictions of the casters. I would love to get that image. I don't know if we can do that, because so there was a tie-up in this last game.
We were tied, but we both lost our Astralis vote.
There we go. So this is exactly what we wanted to talk about. Is this?
Yep, that is it.
It is. So this means that today, the person who's ahead in terms of points.
Overall, not just today.
You. Yeah.
Overall.
So Trouble is ahead, which means Professor is on second place, and I believe I'm on
I think you're on third, yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, you know, it was my birthday today, so I was out a little too late yesterday, so predictions.
Too much sugar.
A little bit, yes.
Sorry, man.
I'll come back next week. Don't worry about it.
Okay, we have a special guest as usual on the post show, which is Kivo. Are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, there he is. I just need a face
There you go.
There we go. This is a big
hello.
smile. So you join us on the post show, ready to actually play a few games with us and talk a little bit before that. Okay, last game. Are you feeling comfortable with the result?
I'm feeling pretty comfortable. Like myself, I'm not very happy with my performance, but I'm glad that my team had my back that game, and we managed to close out the game. Like, we had a pretty good early game again. There were some slight issues in mid-game, you know, the Vanir standard, but overall it was a pretty good game.
Vanir and mid-game issues, name a more iconic duo, dude.
Definitely.
I see you smiling, so I'm going to ask you something. What happened on that 2v2 bot lane, man? What happened there? Tell me.
You know, it's pretty late already. It was, 11 p.m. in Finland, We had some miscommunication with my support, Aphelios had like Chakram and Red Gun, I think, so he had like really good guns, and he was like, my support was like, do you want to brawl? I was like, no, he has good guns, we shouldn't. But then we go for it anyway, and actually, I don't know if you guys saw it, but I think I flashed in place as well, and it was a complete disaster, but I blame it that it's pretty late, so let's just move on.
Okay, I need to ask you something, because you guys are doing very crisp in the early game. Like, you know exactly what your plan is with whatever draft you've got going into the early. What happens, do you think, in the mid game and you kind of lose it? Because going back to the late game, your team fighting is against Stella.
I mean, this game, enemy had Corki, right? So, it's pretty much Drake meta at the moment. So if you get the soul, you usually win the game. So every time there's a Drake, Corki has package, which makes the fight like pretty hard. And yeah, I mean, there was the one Nash call that we had. Like, Corki took the package at like 40 seconds before Drake. So we called that we want to go for the Nasher to get the package. And that's like how we pretty much got the game-winning fight as well. So yeah.
Good stuff.
We made a few questions for the players.
Oh, please ask him, yes.
Can I do this, Kivo? Because I know you know what I'm going to ask, don't you? Oh, that smile on that face. You know what I'm going to bring up.
Yeah,
So,
bring it on, bring it on.
Okay. When we ask about the teams, there was a person that said that Dusty is going to crash and burn. I don't know. Do you know that? Who said that?
Well, I don't want to name any names, but I think, you know, he's among us at the moment, so... Yeah.
At one point on the game, at any point given, did you thought to yourself like, well, they're not crashing and burning now? Did you think about that? Or were you stellar, composured?
Well, I think both ADs made some blunders that game, and like after I saw some blunders, you know, I was like, yeah, I think we got this game. Like,
limit testing.
Okay. Ask him the serious question though. Who in the world puts banana in bolognese? Give us the name.
Yes, actually this.
Please.
Yeah, that is a big one.
Okay, you might know him. You know, my old support, Sefe.
Oh my god. Okay, now we can all tweet him. It's fine.
Yeah.
Who puts banana in bolognese?
Who puts banana on one food?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you guys. I agree.
So only
It's
more
disgusting.
2 questions of that questionnaire. I also saw, for instance, simple skills that you have. You have social skills. I love that you have more
You
skills.
know, as
in
a
social-
Finn, I don't think when you're speaking to a person from Finland, that's very impressive when they suddenly get social skills.
But then,
Maybe
when,
I was lying, you know. Who knows? Who knows?
but the other one, where it's like, how do you balance life with League of Legends? After you answered with the social skills, you typed in, I play League of Legends. I have no life. So,
So you don't need to
It's
balance
true.
the skills.
yeah. So you
It's
have
true.
social skills, but you have no life. Is that it?
I mean, pretty much. You know, actually, like I had to flip my sleep schedule for the games as well. So you know, League of Legends, that's everything.
And
That's
it
how
sounds
it
like
goes.
my life, not gonna lie.
That's your life. So, do you want to play a game, Kivo?
Yeah, let's play.
Let's play a game. We're going to play Pick, Dodge, Ban. You know how it is?
Yeah, I saw it, the X7 one, so
Yeah.
should be good.
Nice. For those of you at home that didn't see it, it's quite easy. We're going to pick up some videos, we'll put it on the screen, and we'll see the gameplay, and then we'll pick, dodge, or ban. Pick, okay, I would like to have that play. I would like to do that play. Ban, like, no, not
Out.
take it off of my life. I want to go back. And dodge is like, okay, it can happen like once on the game. We are also going to play because it was Trouble that made these D's, by the way. She was amazing. Made
Oh,
these.
Kevin doesn't have them though.
Yeah, but he can.
Fine, we'll send them next time. We'll send them next time.
Are you ready, Kivo?
All right, I'm ready.
Let's go. Roll the first clip because we have no idea what's going to happen on the screen. Oh, it's really far away from us. Let's take a look at it. Oh, I know which one is this. This is a tough one, though.
Wait.
It has some build-up as well.
Taking some time.
Okay, they're taking the wave. Pretty fair. They're taking first Nexus Tower. Now they're attacking second Nexus Tower. They have 3 members. I can't see who's spawning. Diana is spawning. All right. Target's Vladimir.
Look at the Nexus.
Vladimir, I can't see from that far away. Oh my. Oh no. Oh. Oh.
Should we go with him first and then
Yeah, him first. What would you
I mean,
say?
That's a pick, you know. You always go for the end, but this time it didn't work out, so it's a bit unlucky, but I respect it. I respect it.
Why are you dodging it? They win the game either way.
You gotta take those.
Listen, they end the game after, but you don't know what's happening to the other side of the Nexus. It could have been an open Nexus on the other side as well. So, like, by you misplaying this, you could have lost the game, you could have lost Elder, you could have lost Baron. I mean, it's not the worst play. Would I have it, though?
I would have it like...
I'd take it.
I
I'm
like the risk, yeah.
That's okay. We get the LP afterwards. Just take it. Take the dub.
I like this one. So we're kind of in agreement, but Trouble doesn't agree with us. Let's see the second one. Which one is it?
Oh, I know which one. Oh.
No. Oh.
Pop, you tried. Pop, I saw him. He tried. He tried.
Okay.
Kevo?
Oh, I know
Yeah.
mine.
I
What
think
would you
that's gonna
pick?
be that's a dodge from me. Dodge from me.
It is a dodge? What about you guys?
Wait.
I don't know which side.
Who am I? Yeah, actually, is this my teammate I'm looking at? Because if I'm support and this is my AD carry, then I'm immediately going, you're playing Caitlyn, bro. What are you doing?
This is my idea of the Corki meta.
It's like, sorry, I'm breathing underneath my tower.
That's the thing, like playing AD carry in 2022.
Yep.
Why are you leaving Fountain?
Yeah,
Like,
right, Kevo? Why are you leaving Fountain?
Yeah, true, true.
How does it feel to play on this meta that everything can one-shot you?
I mean, actually, I think AD is pretty good role, but yeah. I
we
mean,
saw
you
that
can just
today.
play Ace role, you can build Zonias and Crown, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Let's see the third one. It is time. So far, no one dodged.
What is this?
That's a cat.
Oh, I got mine. I got it.
Oh, is it a...
Oh, yes.
Oh.
I got it.
I don't know what I'm looking at, to be honest.
It's a dead Yumi.
Yeah, that's a peak. That's a peak.
That is a big man.
For sure.
You lock it in. What about Ben? What do you mean?
I'm against animal cruelty, man.
I see that cat dead, I'm picking it.
There we go. There we go. Give me that pick. So far, all three of us are in agreement. Trouble. Come on.
Sorry, man. I'm trying.
Yeah, so it, like.
Well, actually, you are all wrong because I got all my predictions right.
Damn.
There you go. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, but you know, the smart guy of the class was never the guy everyone liked.
Kivo,
I was never
if you
liked.
could ban, if you could ban like one champion forever, like removed from League of Legends, what would it be? Which champion?
Viego for sure. That champion
Wow.
is disgusting.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Okay.
But if we can put Yumi on that one as well, like take Viego and Yumi is attached to him, would you take it?
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, Viego can be Yumi as well, so you basically ban all the champs.
Let's go for another one. What do we have? Oh. Ooh.
Din, 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 din.
I love this part where he takes like, he grabs himself on the wall, I'm running away, and he actually takes it a well.
It's actually a brilliant play with through the
It
abilities,
is.
through the reset as well, waiting for the fear bar to come through. Only the two members there coming in, and obviously it's a bit sad that the horse is there to pick it up, but it's all in all pretty good pick. Good
think,
player.
Ivo?
Yeah,
today.
Okay.
that's a peak. That's a
That
peak
is-
for sure.
Let's
big.
go. Let's go.
Are we all in agreement?
I
Wait.
mean, so
Goldberg?
I'd like to
No way.
just have that game not exist. So I'm kind of like, I wasn't here.
I like the idea. And the fact that he got into the bush and put insta control ward to get that positioning to take the
I mean,
1v
let's
whatever.
be honest, M&M did not play this the best way possible by going one by one when Vex has ult
True.
and Fear, but I will give it to Chris. Because
Yeah.
Job is a job.
that was
Do
the
what you
situation.
can.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you do what you can. Do we have another one? I think we're done with the pick ban dodge.
We are.
Oh, we still have one more.
Okay, okay.
Okay, we're getting
Give it-
spicy today.
give it to us,
Give
DJ.
it a go. Come on. What's gonna happen?
Oh no! You can't do this to me. I hate you guys. I hate you guys. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a permaban. That's a permaban for sure. Instantly.
Like, your reaction was
Production
priceless.
done them dirty. Oh my god.
Oh,
I didn't even know that was going on.
Please,
know that.
please don't post this. Please don't post this anymore. I don't want to see it ever again. Let's just forget about it.
Limit testing,
Oy, oy, oy.
man. Limit testing. Nonetheless, you got out of this first day of the second week with a beautiful scar, so you should be feeling like amazing on this one. What do you feel about the second day for week 2?
Well, we're playing Bifrost, which I think is a bit stronger than Dusty, for sure. So it's going to be a good game, for sure. And I do think we can take them out as well. So it's going to be a really good game. Can't wait for it.
I like this. I like this. Thanks so much for joining us on the post game. You are amazing, and I'll see you on Wednesday.
Yeah, thanks for
Bye,
having me.
Keo.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Oh, they
There
did
we
you
go.
dirty for
Oh,
S++.
it was
S++.
nasty.
Oh.
It was nasty. Oh, I should get my notes, not the pick and ban. And should we look into the schedule then to finish up the day? Let's see what teams are going to play. on the second day of week 2. On Wednesday, for those of you who are not aware, see, there we go. It's going to be Nuriki versus Excel, M&M Gaming versus Real Esports, before Singularity versus X7, Bifrost versus Vanir, and Dusty versus Astralis Talent.
I mean, the greatest timeline is Singularity taking down X7 Esports. Definitely.
You know
In
what?
dream have you seen that the one where Dusty beat Vanir today?
There's like 1 out of a million, but we how many timelines did we win? 1.
Same way Eminem beat Astralis today, I guess. Yeah, I think the Bifrost versus Vanir is going to be a really cool matchup to watch. Bifrost have not had the easiest schedule so far, and they have showed how strong they can be. They also have really strong individuals, and Vanir, I think so far, have been a very pleasant surprise, because even though their roster speaks miles for them, I think their performance has also been great. They're the only team undefeated together with X7, so...
And I think while X7, if you had to compare them, is already at a different level, then I'd say at least with Vanir, we can kind of see that this is a team that's building up to be something stronger, that they look better from every win we get. Granted that, yes, it is still some of the same core issues that we see, but we see less of that issue every time. So we can see that it's slowly but surely getting polished into no longer being a mistake, or at least that should be the end goal, right?
Yep, agreed.
It seems like an exciting day we're going to have on week 2, day 2 as well. I'm adamant that you guys are going to enjoy yourselves. If you join again on the broadcast, we start again on Wednesday, and I'll see you soon. Keep playing.
run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could